in these two aspects, and what sort of things that we are going to take into the economic development and economic growth. So likewise, so we will discuss. Okay, so I will use both languages, English and Sinhala. So I will use Sinhala time to time, and I'm really sorry that I won't be able to use Tamil because I'm not much familiar with the Tamil language. We will use both languages time to time since it's a diploma course, right? And okay, so before start the session, let me introduce myself a little bit. Then I hope that we would be able to familiarize. Okay, so I'm Virajit Kuruppu. I'm serving as a lecturer attached to the Department of Agribusiness Management, Faculty of Agriculture and Plantation Management, Wambi University of Sri Lanka. So I have been working there for a couple of years. And at the same time, before I joined the university, I work as a research officer in the Ministry of Agriculture a couple of years back, right? So I served as a research officer in there in the division of marketing, food and policy environment analysis division, right? So I worked there for a couple of years, right? So soon after that, I joined the university. Okay, so yeah, that's about a very brief introduction about myself, right? So right, so I now I can see participants are joining. Okay, right, and again. So let me share another document with you. First document. So this is regarding your course curriculum. Okay, so hope you can see the screen. You can see the screen.
Recording in progress.
Here it says this is your course curriculum. Right? Hope you all can see the screen. So this is policy environment and trends in agriculture and plantation management. Okay, so this is the course, or this is the particular subject you are going to study today. So there are two parts as usual. So today we will discuss kind of concepts. Okay, a part of the concepts of this particular course module, and next week or another day you will have another session on this particular subject. So first half or first day, I will be taking the lectures, right? In the second day, there will be another resource person, most probably Dr. Anjali. So she will take the rest of the session. Okay, so the entire day today, I will take the sessions and I will be here with you, right? Okay, so the aim of this course is to introduce and critically discuss major economic, social, political and environmental issues interact with the agriculture, right? So this is very important aspect. So that's why I told you policy environment. We will discuss some specific issues and some specific concerns related to the agriculture, right? And if you look at the intended learning outcomes, ILOs, so today we are going to cover the first ILO completely, explain measurements and development indicators to assess the socio-economic development of Sri Lanka in relation to other countries. So today we will going to see, first we will going to understand the concept of economic development and economic growth, and then we will go and we will see the indicators, development indicators and kind of measurements to assess socio-economic development in the country. So we will consider Sri Lanka since it is our country, right? And so by looking at those figures, at the end of the course, you will be able to analyze. You will be able to compare the Sri Lankan status, socio-economic status, with the other countries as well, right? And we will we will see some of the data sources as well, right, where we can get these data and the reliable data sources. We will look into that aspect as well. And at the same time, we will be covering some aspects of the ILO to explain the role of human resources, technology, research and legal environment in the process of agriculture and plantation sector. So we are focusing more on, so if you consider about the agriculture, it's a very broad sector, right? So there are so many things happening in the agriculture sector, so many subdivisions or sub sectors within the main agriculture sector. So we will be focusing specifically the plantation sector, right? Okay. And when it comes to the session titles, subtitles, in the session breakdown and learning activities, so we will be doing this one, introduction to the theories, indicators, and measurement of agriculture and economic growth. And we are also covering some part of the introduction to the agriculture and related policies in Sri Lanka, right? So first half, we will be covering this segments, and in the second half, we will be covering other two parts. Okay, so now at least you have some sort of a understanding what we are going to do today, and this is a sort of a direction. Okay, so normally before start the session, now you know what we are going to discuss today, right? Okay, so I hope you all familiar with this document. So this is the course curriculum content for you guys. So I hope you all have downloaded it from the website and very much familiar with the document, right? Okay, right. So we will now move into the discussion, right? The sessions. Okay, right. Hope all can see the screen very clearly. Okay. So I would like to conduct this session as a discussion, right? So again, මම පොඩ්ඩක් කැමති මේ සැසිය මේක පොඩ්ඩක් අපි ලෙක්චර් එකක් විදිහටම නෙමෙයි පොඩ්ඩක් අපි ඩිස්කෂන් එකක් විදිහට අරගෙන යමු. කැමති ඔයාලගෙනු පැත්තෙනුත් මේකට අදහස් ගන්න. ඔයාලගේ සජෙෂන්ස් ගන්න. So some of you might very much familiar with these concepts, right? Some of you might have some experience also in this particular concepts, and at the same time, as rational students, as general students, we all need to know something about the development and development indicators, because it's a so important topic, right? අපි දැන් මේ සංවර්ධනය කියන එක මාතෘකාව ගත්තාම සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ආර්ථික සංවර්ධනය කියනවා, සමාජ ආර්ථික සංවර්ධනය කියන. එතකොට මේ වගේ terms, මේ වගේ වාක්‍ය, මේ වගේ phrases අපි හැම වෙලේම අහනවා. අපිට දිනදා ජීවිතේදී අපිට අහන්න ලැබෙනවා. නිවුස් ගත්තත් අපිට අහනවා. පත්තරයක් ගත්තත් අපි ඒක කියවලා දකිනවා. රේඩියෝ එක ඇහුවත් අපිට ඒක ඇහෙනවා. එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි ඉන්ටර්නෙට් එකට වෙබ් එකකට සර්ච් කරන්න ගියත් අපිට නිතරම මේ concepts අපිට අවශ්‍ය වෙනවා. දැන් මේ දවස්වල නම් ලංකාවට ඉතාම වැදගත් මාතෘකාවක් තමයි මේ concept of development. So every time we are discussing this particular topic, concept of development, because with the pandemic, with certain issues, now we are in an economic crisis, Sri Lanka, right? So luckily we were able to obtain certain financial assistance from the IMF, International Monetary Funds. So so it's a one part of the coin, and luckily we were able to obtain that assistance. So there are certain bases that they have selected our country to facilitate with some financial aids. So we will see how that has also happened, right? අපි බලමු දැන් කොහොමද දැන් අපි මොන හරි සංවර්ධන කටයුත්තක් එහෙම නැත්නම් ආර්ථික වර්ධන ක්‍රියාවලියක් වෙනකොට මොන වගේ දේවල්ද අපේ පාවිච්චි වෙන්නේ, මොන විදිහටද අපි ඒවා දකින්නේ සහ මොන විදිහටද ඒවා කරගෙන යන්නේ කියන එකත් අපි මෙතනදී පොඩ්ඩක් කතා කරමු. Right? So the first one is the concept of development, right? So when we look at the economic growth and development, so in every country, if you consider any country in the world, around the world, major goal of every country is to achieve economic development and economic growth. Sometimes some countries, they focus only the economic growth. Sometimes some countries, they focus economic development, and some countries, they focus on both aspects, right? So economic development and economic growth. And samhara velawata me economic ඩෙවලොප්මන්ට් එක සමහර රටවල් ඉකොනොමික් ඩෙවලොප්මන්ට් එක ගැන තමයි ගොඩාක් ફોકස් කරන්නේ. ඒගොල්ලෝ නාභිගත කරන්නේ ගොඩක් වෙලාවට ඉකොනොමික් ඩෙවලොප්මන්ට් එක ගැන. සමහර කන්ට්‍රීස් එයාලා බලනවා ඉකොනොමික් growth එක ගැන. සමහර රටවල් මේ දෙක ගැනම අවධානය යොමු කරගෙන ඉන්නවා. And the question is, typical question is, are these two terms identical? Or are these two terms equal? දැන් අපිට ප්‍රශ්නේ තියෙන්නේ මේ ඉකොනොමික් ඩෙවලොප්මන්ට් එකයි ඉකොනොමික් growth කියන එකයි දෙකම එකක්ද? එහෙම නැත්නම් මේ වගේ අදහස් වෙන්නේ වෙනත් අදහස්ද මේ දෙකෙන් එන්නේ? So right now I need some answers from you. Yes, can anyone tell me whether there are any differences between economic development and economic growth? Or else or else are there any difference? Or else there are no any difference between the two concepts? Yes, anyone tell me? මේ economic development එක economic growth එක අතර වෙනසක් තියෙනවද නැද්ද? නැත්නම් මේ දෙකම සමානද? Yes? Yes? Any answers from you? Right. So normally, what you can do is, if you want to send your answers, you can also use Zoom chat as well, right? So no matter if you use Zoom chat, you can also use Zoom chat as well if you want to convey your responses, right? So that's why I told you. So this is your time, right? And I'm here to facilitate for you to learn certain concepts. So I really like if you can communicate with me even through the Zoom chat, right? Okay, so actually there is a difference, right? So economic development is one aspect and economic growth is another aspect. So there are clear differences between economic development and economic growth. අපි දැන් කියන සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ආර්ථික සංවර්ධනය සහ ආර්ථික වර්ධනය කියන කාරණා දෙකක්. එතකොට ඒකේ පැහැදිලි වෙනස්කම් තියෙනවා, right? So before we discuss the purpose of economic development, economic growth, first we need to understand these two concepts. First we need to define, and first we need to understand the difference between the economic development and economic growth, right? දැන් අපි economic development එක නැත්නම් ආර්ථික සංවර්ධනය සහ ආර්ථික වර්ධනය ගැන අපි අදහස් දක්වන්න කලින් අපි මේ දෙකේ වෙනස අඳුනගෙන තියෙන්න ඕන, right? What is economic growth? Yes, so first we will look at the economic growth, right? It refers to increase in a country's production or income. So economic growth means it refers to increase in a country's production or income. So suppose if we consider about personal growth, right? Personal growth means either we are increasing our capacity, right? Or else we increase our salaries, incomes, so measurable things, right? So here you can very clearly see economic growth is increase in a country's production or income. So we can easily measure production. අපිට පුළුවන් රටක තියෙන නිෂ්පාදනය ඊටාම පහසුවෙන් මයින්න. එතකොට අපිට පුළුවන් රටක තියෙන ආදායම් තත්ත්වය ඊටාම ලේසියෙන් මයින්න. So you have to understand, right? Yes, economic growth, production of goods and services. Yes, very good. So I have received one answer from a particular participant, student. So very good, right? So likewise, you can give me your responses. Then I can understand whether you have understood the concept, right? Good. So it means increases in a country's production or income. දැන් අපි කියන සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ආර්ථික වර්ධනයක් කියලා කියන්නේ රටක නිෂ්පාදනය හෝ එහෙම නැත්නම් ආදායම් තත්ත්වවල ඉහළ යාමක්. එහෙම නැත්නම් වර්ධනයක්, right? ඒකේ වැඩිවීම. And here we need to very clearly understand, it focuses only on one dimension. It focuses only on one dimension in the economy. අපි ආර්ථිකය කියලා ගත්තාම මේක ඇවිල්ලා විශාල system එකක්. හරිද? So economy is a broad system or broad process in a country, right? And when we discuss about the economic growth, it is only one aspect, or it is only one dimension in the economy, right? Yes, economic growth means an increase in real national income and output. Yes, very good. Another response. Yes. So you can see here, in here also it says one person, he has sent me to everyone, he has sent certain response. So economic growth means an increase in real national income and output. So same, right? So production, no income. So here you can very clearly see, in the economic growth we will only discuss about what? Only the production and the income aspects. අපි මේකේ නිෂ්පාදනය සහ ආදායම් එහෙම නැත්නම් අපේ වත්කම් ගැන විතරයි අපි මෙතන කතා කරන්නේ. Whether it may be it can be national output or else national income, right? අපි කියන සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි නිෂ්පාදනය කරන, අපිට ගණනය කළ හැකි නිෂ්පාදනය කරන නිෂ්පාදන සහ අපේ ආදායම් තත්ත්වය එහෙම නැත්නම් රටක වත්කම්. So that is what we call as economic growth, right? So we will move, and if the economic growth is increase of output or production, then what is economic development? දැන් අපි කියනවා ආර්ථික වර්ධනය කියන්නේ යම් රටක මේ නිෂ්පාදන ධාරිතාව හෝ එහෙම නැත්නම් නිෂ්පාදන හෝ එහෙම නැත්නම් ආදායම් තත්ත්වය ඉහළ යාම, වර්ධනය. එහෙමනම් අපි ඒක ආර්ථික වර්ධනයක් කියන්නේ එහෙමනම් ආර්ථික සංවර්ධනය කියනවා. And this is a very broad term. Economic development is a very broad term. So it is the addition of physical, economic, environmental, social and demographic components. So it is the overall improvement in the quality of life and living standards, right? So now you can get the understanding. So economic growth, we will only concern about the production and the income. අපි දැන් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි ආර්ථික වර්ධනයක් කියලා කිව්වහම ඒකෙදි අපි ගණනය කරන්නේ එක්ක අපේ ආදායම් තත්ත්වයක්, එහෙම නැත්නම් රටක ආදායම් තත්ත්වයක්, එහෙම නැත්නම් නිෂ්පාදනයක්. එතකොට ඒක ඇවිල්ලා එක්තරා මායිමක් විතරයි, right? But when it comes to economic development, it is the addition of physical, භෞතික මොන හරි සම්පත්, එහෙම නැත්නම් ආර්ථික සම්පත්, එහෙම නැත්නම් පාරිසරික, සමාජීය, right? And demographic components. Maybe that is an improvement of the society's demographic components, right? Improvement, overall improvement in the quality of life and the living standards. අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ආර්ථික සංවර්ධනය කියලා කියන්නේ, development එකක් කියලා කියන්නේ, රටක ආර්ථික සංවර්ධනයක් කියලා කියන්නේ improvement in the quality of life. අපි කියන ජීවන තත්ත්වයේ උසස් වීම. එතකොට අපිට කියන්න බෑ උදාහරණයක් ඇරෙට අපි කිව්වොත් එහෙම so let me just give you one wonderful example, then you can understand, right? So there is a person, one person who is a very rich person, and because of that he can afford anything that he wants, right? And he likes, right? So he's a very rich person. But the issue is he is not very happy because he is having certain illness or disease, right? And his mental condition is very poor, right? And there is another person, and that person is having an average income, average wealth, and also he is very happy because he is free from any diseases, right? His mental and spiritual process, he is spiritually very strong. His mental condition is very good. So who has achieved the economic development? The second person, right? Second person is the person who achieved the economic development. දැන් මිනිස්සු දෙන්නෙක් ඉන්නවා, එක මිනිස්සෙක් පොසත් කෙනෙක්. එතකොට මේ මිනිස්සයාට ඕන තරම් සල්ලි තියෙන ඕන දෙයක් ගන්න. හැබැයි එයාගේ ප්‍රශ්නේ තියෙන්නේ එයා මානසික යට ගැටලු තියෙනවා. එයා ලෙඩ වලින් එයාට ලෙඩ තියෙන කෙනෙක්. එයා නිරෝගීමත් කෙනෙක් නෙමෙයි. unhealthy person. දෙවෙනි පුද්ගලයා සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි කියනවා ඇවරේජ් මට්ටමේ. එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි කියනවා මධ්‍යස්ථ විදිහට එයාට ආදායම් තියෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ එයාගේ වත්කම් තියෙනවා. එතකොට එයා හැබැයි සතුටෙන් ඉන්නවා. එයාට ලෙඩ කිසිම දෙයක් නැහැ, ගැටලුවක් නැහැ, නිරෝගී පුද්ගලයෙක්. එතකොට අපි කියනවා නම් කවුද ඉකොනොමික් ඩෙවලොප්මන්ට් එක ඇචීව් කරලා තියෙන්නේ කියලා. එතකොට අපිට කියන්න පුළුවන් economic development එක achieve කරලා තියෙන්නේ දෙවෙනි පුද්ගලයා. Because overall improvement in the quality of life and living standard. The second person is happy with his or her particular income and productivity. At the same time, he is very much happy with his physical, mental, social concerns. Right? But when it comes to the second person, yes, he may achieve the economic growth, but not the development. Right? දැන් පළවෙනි පුද්ගලයා ගත්තාම එයාට ඕන තරම් ආදායම් මාර්ග තියෙනවා, සල්ලි තියෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ එයා economic growth එකක් එයාට තියෙනවා. හැබැයි economic development එකක් නැහැ. Why? Because in that case, that particular person, he achieved his economic growth because he is getting a lump sum of money every day, right? Every term. But when it comes to the mentality, right? Social concept, demographic concept, he is very poor. Right? So he may achieve the economic growth, but not the economic development. Right? අන්න ඒක තමයි අපි කියන්නේ වෙනස. එතකොට අපි කියනවා සාමාන්‍යයෙන් රටවල් ගත්තත් රටවල් වලටත් මේ දේම ආදේශ කරන්න පුළුවන්. සමහර රටවල් තියෙනවා ගොඩාක් සල්ලි තියෙන, ගොඩාක් එයාලගේ ආදායම් වත්කම් ඇසෙට්ස් ගොඩාක් තියෙන රටවල් තියෙනවා. හැබැයි එයාලගේ මානසිකත්වයේ ගත්තාම මානසික ගැටලු, එහෙම නැත්නම් සෞඛ්‍ය තත්ත්වය, අධ්‍යාපනය ගත්තාම ගොඩාක් පහත්. එයාලට හොඳ නිසි අධ්‍යාපනයක්, සෞඛ්‍යයක් නැහැ. මිනිස්සු ලෙඩ වෙලා ඉන්නේ. හැබැයි ඕන තරම් සල්ලි තියෙනවා. එතකොට අපිට කියන්න පුළුවන් දේව සංවර්ධිත රටවල් කියලා. සංවර්ධිත රටවල් කියලා ගන්න බෑ. හැබැයි අනිත් පැත්තෙන් අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම සමහර රටවල් තියෙනවා මධ්‍යස්ථ රටවල්. ආදායම් තත්ත්වය මධ්‍යස්ථයි. එතකොට එයාලගේ මිනිස්සුත් හොඳින් ඉන්නවා. ඒ කියන්නේ ෆිසිකලි හොඳයි, මෙන්ටලි හොඳයි, එන්වයරන්මන්ටලි සවුන්ඩ්, right? එතකොට එයාලගේ quality of life කියන එක අර පළවෙනි රටත් එක්ක කම්පෙයාර් කරනකොට ටිකක් උඩින් තියෙනවා. එතකොට එයාලා economic development එකක් තියෙනවා. Right? So that's how we how we differentiate economic growth and the economic development. So that is the first thing that you need to understand in this module, right? The purpose is to rise in the level and quality of life of the population. So what is the purpose of economic development? The first one is to rise in the level and quality of life of the population. So quality of life, we are talking about the quality, right? අපි quality එක, ඒ කියන්නේ ජීවන තත්ත්වයේ උසස් වීම සම්බන්ධව තමයි අපි මෙතන ආර්ථික සංවර්ධනයෙන් කතා කරන්නේ. A creation or expansion of local, regional income and employment opportunities. So first, we look at the quality of life, and secondly, we also concern about the regional income, the wealth, employment opportunities, right? අපි මානසික, එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි සමාජීය වර්ධනය, එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි ජීවන තත්ත්වයේ උසස් වීම ගැන කතා කරන අතරතුරම අපි අපේ ආදායම් මාර්ග ඉහළ නංවා ගන්නත් මේ economic development ආර්ථික සංවර්ධනය තුලින් අපි බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා. And you need to understand without damaging the resources of the environment. So suppose one country is that country is a very rich country, and they are very sound, they have a very sound education system, very sound health system, but when it comes to development, they destroy the environment, natural environment. So can we say that country is having economic development? No, we can't say like that. Then රටක් තියෙන්න පුළුවන්, හොඳට සල්ලි තියෙනවා, හොඳට education තියෙනවා, හොඳ free education එකක් තියෙනවා, ඊට පස්සේ සෞඛ්‍ය සේවය හොඳයි, health system එක ගොඩක් හොඳයි. හැබැයි එයාලා සංවර්ධන මොන හරි කටයුතු කරනකොට, එහෙම නැත්නම් එයාලගේ වෙනත් කටයුතු වලදී එයාලා පරිසරය හානි කරනවා. Pollution, maybe environment, they pollute environment. Maybe air pollution, maybe land pollution, maybe water pollution. right? Sometimes they might apply large amount of chemicals. So it will pollute what? The groundwater, including the soil and the ecosystem in the soil. At the same time, they might pollute water, right? And sometimes they have established maybe industrial zones, so that will release some harmful gases into the air. So they are polluting environment. So can we say that they have achieved economic development? No, they have not. They have not achieved economic development. So why? Because ultimately, at the end of the day, they have to suffer. They have to suffer. Then අපි කියනවා Beijing, right? Beijing කියන city එකේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් normal day එකක් ගත්තාම ඒකට මිනිස්සුන්ට පාරේ බැහැලා ඒ කියන්නේ ළඟ ඉන්න මිනිස්සුව පේන්නේ නැති වෙන්න තරම් දුමාරයක් තියෙනවා. ඒක natural නෙමෙයි, it's a man made one. So even though they are very rich, what happened? Since they have polluted the environment, they are suffering, right? Economic development is not there. අපි කොච්චර කිව්වත් සමහර රටවල් සමහර දියුණු රටවල් ගත්තත් ඒ කියන්නේ ගොඩාක් ඩෙවලොප් කන්ට්‍රීස් කියලා ගත්තට සමහර තැන්වලදී ගැටලු තියෙනවා, right? So you have to concern. දැන් කවුරු හරි කෙනෙක් කියනවා නම් අපි ආර්ථික සංවර්ධනය වෙනුවෙන් මේ ගස් කපලා මේ කැලෑ කපලා මේ වගුරු මේ වගුරු බිම් ගොඩ කරලා එහෙම කරන්න ඕනේ කියනවා නම් අන්න එතන තියෙන්නේ වෙන ගැටලුවක්. එන economic development එක ගැන දන්නේ නැති පුද්ගලෙක් තමයි එහෙම කියන්නේ. So there are certain cases where we have to compromise certain things, but on the other hand, if we compromise something, then we have to look other alternatives, that whether we can do something for that compromise, right? අපිට සමහර අවස්ථාවලදී තියෙනවා සමහර වෙලාවලදී සමහර ගැටලු වෙන අවස්ථා තියෙනවා මේ අපිට කියන්නේ යම්කිසි පරිසර පද්ධතියකට යම්කිසි හානියක් වෙනවා සමහර කටයුතු වලදී. හැබැයි ඒක කම්පන්සේට් කරන්න ඕනේ වෙන මාර්ගයකින්. අපිට මොකක් හරි තැනකින් අපි ගහක් කපනවා නම් අනිත් තැනකින් ගස් වවන්න ඕනේ අපි, reforestation, right? If there is a deforestation, what we need to do on the other hand, we have to establish at least man-made forests, right? අපි එක තැනකින් අපේ වනාන්තරයක් විනාශ වෙනවා නම් මොන හරි ගැටලුවක් වෙනවා නම් එතකොට අපි හරියට අපි ඒක estimate කරලා අපි වෙන තැනකින් ඒ පාඩුව පියවන්න ඕනේ, right? So that is what we call as economic development. Otherwise, if someone is making or someone is doing certain projects, and if they are damaging the environment without concerning any alternatives, then that is not economic development. දැන් අපි කියනවා නම් highway එකක් හදනවා කියලා කොහොම තියෙන මේ ගස් කපලා මේවා කරලා එතකොට ඒකට කිසිම වෙන solution එකක් නැහැ කියන්නේ එතන වෙන්නේ වෙන ගැටලුවක්. එතකොට අපි economic development එකක් ගැන අපිට කතා කරන්න බෑ. මොකද අපි පාර හදයි highway එක හදනවා. highway එක හැදුවට අනිත් පැත්තෙන් අපි compromise කරනවා. සමහර වෙලාවට අපි ඊට වඩා consequences. Sometimes that might reduce the rain, right? If we continuously remove our forest covers, what will happen? Then Sri Lanka will become a one dry zone. Then අපේ තියෙන ලංකාවේ we have wet zones, dry zones, intermediate zone and arid zones, semi arid zones කියලා අපේ zones ගොඩාක් තියෙනවානේ. එතකොට අපි හැම පැත්තෙම ගස් කොළන් කපාගෙන මේ සංවර්ධනය කරන්න ඕනේ කියලා වනාන්තර අයින් කළා ගියොත් එහෙම අපිට ලොකු පාඩුවක් වෙන්නේ. So sometimes we will not in a position to do our agriculture activities, production activities, if we continue like that, right? So yes, we need economic development, but without damaging the resources of the environment. So environmental resources are very, very important, right? So that we need to understand, because without environmental resources, we cannot survive in this planet. Then අපිට environmental resources නැති වුණොත්, so water, those are not any kind of water. That should be drinkable. That should be very clean water and clean air, right? Clean surroundings, right? And good temperatures, humidity, right? අපිට දැන් කියනවානේ මේ climate change එකත් එක්ක මේ උෂ්ණ නැතිපැති උෂ්ණ වෙනවා, හිම දිය වෙනවා, පහත් බිම් යට වෙනවා. So why this is happening? Because man, the people, they harm the environment, right? In the sake of environmental development, they harm the environment, and now we are facing the consequences, right? And in the development process, so this is not an overnight process, right? Development process එක එහෙම නැත්නම් සංවර්ධන ක්‍රියාවලිය කියලා ගත්තාම සංවර්ධන ක්‍රියාවලිය කියන්නේ අර එක රැයකින් අපිට සංවර්ධනය කියන එක ළඟා කරගන්න බෑ. It's not practical, because it's a very long process. Development process is a very strong process. So one concept is, within the development process, we are accumulating assets. අපි කියනවා සංවර්ධන ක්‍රියාවලියේදී අපි කරන එක පළවෙනි කාරණාව තමයි අපි එක්රැස් කරනවා වත්කම්. asset එකක් කියන්නේ වත්කම. So asset means something that has economic value within it. අපි කියනවා වත්කමක් කියන්නේ යම්කිසි ආර්ථික වටිනාකමක් තියෙන දෙයකට. Right? Asset is something which has an economic value. Right? So we are trying to accumulate, we are trying to collect objects which have economic value. And development process එක කියන්නේ we accumulate continuously. We accumulate continuously objects which have economic value. Right? අපි නිතිපතා අපි නිතරම කඩන්න නැතුව continuously සාමාන්‍යයෙන් continuously අපි ආර්ථික වටිනාකමක් යුතු භාණ්ඩ එහෙම නැත්නම් සේවා එක්රැස් කිරීම තමයි සංවර්ධන ක්‍රියාවලිය කියලා කියන්නේ. සංවර්ධන ක්‍රියාදාමය කියලා කියන්නේ අන්න ඕකට. And it is an asset. It should fulfill 3 specific characteristics. දැන් අපි asset එකක් කියලා ගත්තාම මේ asset එක හැම object එකක්වත් නෙමෙයි. asset එකක් කියලා ගත්තාම ඒ asset එක අපි තියෙනවා, අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් කියනවා ඒ asset එක කාරණා 3ක් සපුරන්න ඕනේ සංවර්ධන ක්‍රියාවලියට දායක වෙන්න නම්. So first one is high quality. It should be a high quality asset. So you know the difference between poor quality and high quality. මම කියන්න ඕනේ poor quality එකක් හරි poor quality සහ high quality. එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි කියනවා තත්වයෙන් පහත් සහ තත්වයෙන් උසස්. ද්‍රව්‍ය ගැන මම විශේෂයෙන් කියන්න ඕනේ. For an example, very simple example is suppose you are purchasing a particular cloth. අපි හැමෝම ඇඳුම් ගන්නවානේ. Okay, so irrelevant to our gender. So men, women, we all as rational consumers, we purchase clothes, right? So when you purchase a cloth, if it is manufactured using very poor quality raw materials, and then you know what will happen. So sometimes you can wear it for one time, and in the second day you can't wear it, right? And if you purchase a high quality product, so that product manufactured using high quality raw materials, then you know it has a long lasting effect. Durability is really high. අපිට දැන් අඩු quality එක ඇඳුමක් ගත්තොත් අපි දන්නවා ඒක පොඩි කාලයක් තමයි අපිට පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන්. හැබැයි හොඳ quality ඇඳුමක් ගත්තොත් අපි දන්නවා ඒක ටිකක් දීර්ඝ කාලයක් පාවිච්චි කරන්න පුළුවන්. So shoes, belts, right? Maybe other accessories, right? So you know the quality. And at the same time, foods, right? If you consume low grade foods continuously, what will happen? Sometimes it might damage your health. Right? දැන් සමහරවිට අපි ගන්නවා ගාන අඩුම කියලා සමහර ආහාර වර්ග ගන්න. හැබැයි ප්‍රශ්නේ තියෙන්නේ ඒකේ quality. Whether is it having the required level of quality? If it is a low quality one, that might ultimately what will happen, that might affect our health. But if it is at an average quality, no need to be a high quality, but if it is an average or required quality, then That is good. That is good for our health. Right? So if it is an asset, it should be a high quality asset. It should be a high quality asset, right? And durability. So it should have some reasonable durable period, right? So it should have some amount of durability. දැන් අපි කියනවා වත්කමක් ගත්තාම එකක් තමයි තත්ත්වෙන් උසස් වෙන්න ඕන. High quality, right? Quality එක වැඩි වෙන්න ඕන. අනිත් එක තමයි durability. කියන්නේ අපිට කල්ප long lasting effect is there. So we are able to use that particular asset for a long period of time. Then high quality නම් අනිවාර්යෙන් අපි දන්නවා ඒක durable, right? For an example, if you consider about a very good road, right? Very good road, carpet road, right? Quality is really high and it is durable. You can use it for a long period of time. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අර පාරක් ගත්තාම හොඳ කාපට් පාරක් නම් ඒක quality එක වැඩි. හොඳ ප්‍රමිතියෙන් දාපු කාපට් පාරක් නම් quality එක වැඩි. සහ ඒකේ මේ දිගුකල් පැවැත්මක් තියෙනවා. We can use it for a long period of time. And the third quality or the characteristic is distributed and employed broadly throughout the society. So if it is an asset in a particular country, I can use it as well as you also can use them. So it is distributed and employed broadly throughout the society. Every person in the country can use that particular asset without any restrictions. කිසිම restriction එකක් නැතුව ඕනම පුද්ගලයෙක්ට ඕනම අවස්ථාවක සම්පත් පරිහරණය කරන්න හැකියාවක් තියෙනවා. Right? So if it is asset, and if that asset is contributing the development process, it should have three specific characteristics. One is high quality. The second one is durable. Third one is distributed and employed broadly throughout the society. එතකොට මේ කරුණු තුන තියෙනවා නම් අපි කියනවා මේක ආර්ථික සංවර්ධන ක්‍රියාවලියට දායක වන වත්කමක් කියලා. So if you have these three qualities in a particular object, we identify that object as an asset which contributes to the development process of the country, right? And so the example which I have taken earlier, a high quality road, right? A high quality road. So the quality is there, high quality. So it is constructed using the required standards, right? So raw materials and human capital, the workers, that the people, right? People who are employed to construct that road, and all the engineering works, right? All the machines, right? So they have used all the requirements. Then they have constructed the high quality road. And if it is high quality, definitely durability is high. So we can use that road for a long period of time without any issues, right? Even there are heavy rains, if the quality is really high, there won't be any issues in the road. And even the heavy vehicles can't do any damage to that particular road, right? And the thirdly, distributed and employed broadly throughout the society. So even me, even you, or anyone else can have access to that particular road, and they can use that particular road to travel, right? So that is what we call an asset. එතකොට අපි කියනවා සාමාන්‍යයෙන් දැන් අපි ගත්තොත් highway එක කියන්නේ සංවර්ධන ක්‍රියාවලියට දායක වෙන asset එකක්, right? එතකොට buildings, right? Buildings ඊට පස්සේ වෙනත් අපි කියනවා ground එකක් ගත්තත් ඊට පස්සේ වෙන recreation area එකක් තිබ්බත් ඒවා ඔක්කොම සංවර්ධන ක්‍රියාවලියට දායක වෙන දේවල්. හැබැයි අපි කියන්නේ asset එක දැන් අපිට කෙලිම asset එකක් කිව්වා මෙන්න මේ qualities තුන ගත්තාම අපිට සාමාන්‍ය එක පාටම ඔලුවට එන්නේ ওই වගේ දේවල්. But Asset could be broadly physical, mental, social resources or attributes, creating goods, services, security, and opportunities to derive well-being of the society. What about human capital? So there is a particular person who is an expert in a particular field, and he is also an asset of the development process. අපි කියනවා එක්තරා පුද්ගලෙක් ඉන්නවා ඔහු විෂය සම්බන්ධයෙන් එක්ස්පර්ට් කෙනෙක්. දක්ෂයෙක්. එතකොට එයත් අපි ගන්නවා asset එකක් විදිහට country එකේ. Right? Even all the students, the faculties, students, teachers, right? And the other workforce, people who are in the workforce, we consider them as assets in a country, right? And at the same time, if we are working in a particular organization, all the employees in that particular organization, we consider them as assets, that they contribute to the development process of the country. And even attitudes. අපි කියනවා මොන හරි අපි කියනවා මේ මොන හරි මේ අදහසක්, attitude එක ආකල්පයක්, හොඳ ආකල්පයක් නම් ඒක ඇවිල්ලා අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් development process එකට ගන්න assist එකක් වෙනවා. හොඳ ආකල්පයක්, positive attitude, right? High quality, durable, distributed and employed broadly throughout the society. Concept, good concept, right? So it can be a physical asset, it can be a mental asset, thinking, critical thinking, it can be an asset. The engineers, doctors, right? Any other experts or mental capacity, and social resources, right? And human capital, including human capital and attributes, even concepts, right? That we think, positive concepts that we think, we consider them as assets. Right? So those assets creates goods, services, security and opportunities. ආරක්ෂාව සහ අවස්ථාවන් උදා කරනවා. To derive the well-being of the society. So it will derive the well-being of the society. So there are certain examples: farm and business assets, infrastructure assets. That is the last one. Human assets, technological assets, even technology, even asset. Technology එකත් අපි කියන asset එකක් කියලා. එතකොට මේ අපි කියන සාමාන්‍ය මේ සිස්ටම් එකේ මේ ඩෙවලොප්මන්ට් process එකේ අපි කතා කරනකොට මේ assets කියන එක භෞතිකම සම්පත් නෙමෙයි. Those are not only physical assets, but also we have mental, social and other assets as well. එතකොට අපි කියනවා සාමාන්‍ය රටක සංවර්ධනය එකයි කියන රටක සංවර්ධන ක්‍රියාවලියට අපි කියනවා building එහෙම නැත්නම් පාරවල් හදන එක විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි. අනිත් side එක අපි consider කරන්න ඕනේ. අපි මිනිස්සුත් හදන්න ඕනේ. මිනිස්සුත් හැදෙන්න ඕනේ. මිනිස්සු හදන්න ඕනේ. right? ඒකට අපි ඒ වගේ හොඳ society එකක් තියෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ හොඳ ආකල්ප වලින් පරිපූර්ණ society එකක් තියෙනවා නම් අන්න ඒක development එකට හොඳ asset එකක්. right? එහෙම නැතුව අපි භෞතික සම්පත්ම එකතු කරන එක නෙමෙයි development process කියලා කියන්නේ. So now you can understand the difference between the growth and the development. So economic growth is one aspect. අපි economic growth එක එහෙම නැත්නම් ආර්ථික වර්ධනය කියන්නේ එක aspect එකක් විතරයි. අපි එතකොට ඒකෙදි ගන්න measure කරන එක විතරයි. output එක හරියට ගන්න. හැබැයි development එක කියලා ගත්තාම අපි දෙක කාරණා කීපයක්ම අපි අවබෝධ කරගන්න ඕනේ. ඒ කියන්නේ සමහර ලාවට measure කරන ඒවාක් තියෙනවා, measure කරන්න අපහසු දේවල් තියෙනවා. So I told you mental capacity. අපි කියන සාමාන්‍ය මානසික තත්ත්වය. මානසික තත්ත්වය කියන එක අපිට මයින්න පුළුවන් හරි අමාරුයි. සමහරවිට අපි කියනවා මේ දැන් සමහරවිට ඔයාලා අහලත් ඇති ලෝකයේ වැඩිපුරම සතුටින් ඉන්න මිනිස්සු ඉන්න රට මොකක්ද කියලා සමහරවිට ගන්න. ඒතර කොහොමද අපි සතුට මයින්නේ? So it's really hard, right? But that is an aspect or element of the development, right? It is not an element of the growth, but the development. So what I need to say is that economic growth we can measure very easily, but economic development, can we measure it very easily? No, it's really hard, right? අපිට ආර්ථික සංවර්ධනය කියන එක මයින් එක හරි අපහසුයි. හැබැයි ඒවට තියෙනවා එක එක මිනුම් දන්නු තියෙනවා. දර්ශක තියෙනවා බලමු දැන් ඉස්සරහට. right? Okay. So there are certain differences in the growth and the development, so we will discuss that one. So first one is economic development is multi-dimensional. So we consider many areas. When we consider about the development, we concern many areas, right? It is not only focusing on only on production and income, but it also discusses about the mentality, the society, right? So multi-dimensional. But economic growth, it has a single dimension. We will talk only measurable things, right? Maybe income, maybe production, but we will never discuss about physical, spiritual, societal aspect in the economic growth, right? And economic development is a qualitative changes, qualitative. So in the economic development, we capture both qualitative and quantitative, right? The economic development එකේදී අපි ගොඩාක් වෙලාවට qualitative සහ quantitative, ඒ කියන්නේ ගුණාත්මක සහ ප්‍රමාණාත්මක කියන සියලුම දේම අපි ගණන් ගන්නවා. ගොඩාක් වෙලාවට අපි qualitative changes ගැන ගොඩාක් වෙලාවට අපි focus කරනවා, right? Qualitative change. Composition and distribution of national income. Composition and distribution. So it's a qualitative one. And maybe happiness, maybe social capacities, human resource capacity. So qualitative one. And economic growth, it focuses only on quantitative changes. Quantitative changes. Change in national and per capita income. Change in national and per capita income. Right? Change in national and per capita income. So in economic growth, we only concern about the quantitative aspects. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ප්‍රමාණාත්මක වෙනස්කම් සම්බන්ධයෙන් තමයි ආර්ථික වර්ධනයේ සලකනු ලබන්නේ. ප්‍රමාණාත්මක. ඒ කියන්නේ කොහොමද ආදායම් තත්ත්වය වැඩි වෙන්නේ හෝ අඩු වෙන්නේ? කොහොමද නිෂ්පාදන ධාරිතාවන් අඩු වෙන්නේ වැඩි වෙන්නේ? Right? And another important difference in economic development and economic growth is economic development is a gradual and steady change. Plan one. So I told you, economic development we can't achieve in overnight. We can't achieve it in overnight, right? So it's a gradual and steady change. Very slow process. It's a steady one. It's a gradual change, right? සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි කියන ආර්ථික සංවර්ධනය කියන්නේ එක රැයින් අපිට ගන්න බෑ ආර්ථික සංවර්ධනය. ඒක සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මාස ගාණක්. එහෙම නැත්නම් අවුරුදු ගාණනාවක ප්‍රතිඵලයක් තමයි ඔය ආර්ථික සංවර්ධනය කියලා කියන්නේ. And it's a planned one. When planned one? Well, because since it is a gradual and a slow process, we have a lump sum of time to plan the things, right? අපිට දැන් කියන අපි ආර්ථික සංවර්ධනය කියන එක මම කියවනේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් කාලාන්තරයක් තිස්සේ වෙන ක්‍රියාවලියක් තමයි ආර්ථික සංවර්ධනය. එතකොට අපිට plan කරන්න, අපිට ඒක හරියාකාරයෙන් plan කරන්න ලොකු කාලයක් තියෙනවා. We have enough time to plan. Right? අපි මේ අවුරුද්දේ මේක කරනවා, මේ මාස 6 ඇතුලේ මේක කරනවා, මේ මාස 6 මේක වෙනවා, අන්න ඒ වගේ අපිට plan කරන්න පුළුවන් because it's a gradual and a steady process. But economic growth is a spontaneous change. Very quickly, even within overnight, we can achieve growth. කොහොමද අපි overnight එකෙන් කියන්නේ එක රාත්‍රියෙන් වුණත් අපිට economic growth එකක් ගන්න පුළුවන්. කොහොමද ඒක කරන්න පුළුවන්? දැන් ලංකාවට උනත් එක රැයින් උනත් අපිට economic growth එකක් ගන්න පුළුවන්. දැන් අපි කියන්නේ economic growth එක 6%යි 107යි 108යි ඔහොම කී යනවා නේද? අපිට ඕන නම් ඕක 130 40කටත් ගන්න පුළුවන් එක රැයින්. කොහොමද කරන්න පුළුවන්? දැන් අපි හිතමුකෝ හදිස්සියේ මේ අපි නිකන් assume කරනවා උදාහරණයක් විදිහට මම කියන්නේ assume කරනවා සියලුම රටවල් එයාලගේ ණය කියනවා එපා කියලා අපිට ණය දෙන්න එපා ඔයාලා ණය ගත්තේ අපිට ගෙවන්න එපා කියලා ඊට පස්සේ සමහර රටවල් ලංකාවට උදව් කරන්න සල්ලි වල right so overnight we are increasing our money right cash අපි එක රැයින් අපි ළඟ තියෙන සල්ලි මුදල් සංචිත ප්‍රමාණය වැඩි කරගන්නවා economic growth but it does not count as economic development. අපි සල්ලි වැඩි කරගත්ත පමණින් economic development එකක් අපි කියන්නේ නැහැ තියනවා කියලා. හැබැයි economic growth එක තියෙන කියන්නේ spontaneous change. ඒ වගේම තමයි හදිසියේ දැන් අපි ලංකාව යම්කිසි වර්ධනයක් තියෙනවා. යම්කිසි ප්‍රගතිදායි තත්ත්වයක් තියෙනවා එක පාටම IMF එක කියනවා අපිට මේක කරන්න බෑ අපි මේකෙන් අයින් වෙනවා කියලා. අයින් වෙච්ච ගාම අනිත් රටවල් මොකද කරන්නේ? ඔන්න ණය ඉල්ලන්න ගන්නවා. අන්න economic downgrade, right? Down growth is there. Right? Downgrade is there. So economic now it's a minus economic growth. Overnight, spontaneous change. That can happen. So economic growth, spontaneous change is there. And economic development, it's a continuous change. ඒක සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ඒකාකාරීව යන change එකක්. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒක කොයි වෙලාවවත් කැඩෙන්නේ නැහැ. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් දිගටම continue වෙන change එකක්. But economic growth discontinue. Sometimes there may be economic growth, but in the other day there won't be any economic growth. Sometimes it remain as it is, and after sometimes there will be some downward growth, right? Maybe there may be decrease in the growth, and again it might increase. So it's a discontinuous change. But economic development is a continuous change. Once you accumulate a particular asset, it will serve for a long period of time. දැන් අපි පාරක් හැදුවොත් එහෙම හොඳ ක්වොලිටි පාරක් හැදුවොත් ඒක කාලාන්තරයක් තිස්සේ ඒකේ සර්ව් වෙනවා. එතකොට ඒකෙන් යන මිනිස්සු ප්‍රමාණය වැඩි වෙනවා. යන භාණ්ඩ එහා මෙහා යන ප්‍රමාණය වැඩි වෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ අපිට යන කාලය අඩු වෙනවා ගමන් වලට. එතකොට ඒක කාලාන්තරයක් තිස්සේ ඕක වෙනකොට අපේ efficiency එක වැඩි වෙනවා. අපි develop වෙනවා. Right? And economic development, growth is prerequisite for development. And another important thing is we need growth to achieve the development, right? Without economic growth, it is not possible to have economic development. අපිට economic growth, ඒ කියන්නේ ආර්ථික වර්ධනය නැතිව අපිට ආර්ථික සංවර්ධනයකට යන්න ටිකක් අපහසුයි, right? And growth is possible without the development. දැන් ආර්ථික වර්ධනයට කිසිම දෙයක් අවශ්‍ය වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ආර්ථික සංවර්ධනයක් අවශ්‍ය වෙන්නේ නැහැ. අපිට ඕනම වෙලාවක economic growth එක ගන්න පුළුවන්. And economic development, it is the solution to the problem of the underdeveloped countries. So underdeveloped countries means they have potential, but they don't have prospects to develop, right? So countries like Sri Lanka, we have potential, but we don't have a clear direction. Right? Underdeveloped countries, right? So what we need is really the economic development. Yes, we also need the economic growth, but mostly we need the economic development, right? And economic growth is the solution to the problem of developed countries. Then developed countries කිව්වහම සංවර්ධිත රටවල් කියලා කිව්වහම අපිට කියන්න බෑ ඒ වගේ ප්‍රශ්න නැහැ කියලා. ඒ වගේ ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවා. එතකොට සමහර වෙලාවට සමහර සංවර්ධිත දැන් අපි developed countries කියලා කියනවානේ. Sometimes European countries, most of the European countries, America, right? If you consider about China, right? So most of those countries are well developed countries, but still they have issues in their growth. සමහර ලාවට යාළගේ ආර්ථික වර්ධනයේ පසුබෑම් තියෙනවා. එතකොට එයාලට මේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් එයාලගේ ප්‍රශ්නවලට උත්තරය තමයි ආර්ථික වර්ධනය කියන එක, right? Economic growth. And the final one is economic and non-economic factors are included under economic development. So we consider economic as well as non-economic factors. අපි ආර්ථික සහ ආර්ථික නොවන කියන සියලුම දේවල් මෙතනදී economic development කියන එකේදී අපි සලකනවා, right? But economic growth, it only concern about the economic factors, production or income. production එකයි income එකයි විතරයි අපි economic growth එක ගැන අපි මෙතනදී සලකලා බලන්නේ, right? So I hope by now you have a good understanding on economic growth and the economic development. So this is the first thing that you need to understand, right? So therefore finally we say growth may be necessary but not sufficient enough for a country's development. So growth may be necessary but not sufficient enough for a country's development. අපි ඒ කියන්නේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් රටක් අපි දියුණු වෙනවා කියලා කියන්නේ අපි කියනවා සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ඒ කියන්නේ අපි කියනවා හොඳ දියුණු වෙච්ච රටක් කියලා කියන්නේ අපිට ආර්ථික වර්ධනය අවශ්‍යයි. ආර්ථික වර්ධනය අපිට අනවශ්‍යයි කියලා කියන්නේ ආර්ථික වර්ධනය අවශ්‍යයි. හැබැයි ආර්ථික වර්ධනය ලැබපු සැනින් අපි ආර්ථික සංවර්ධනයක් අපේ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. right? අපි ආර්ථික වර්ධනයත් එක්කම ආර්ථික සංවර්ධනය ලින්ක් කරන්න ඕනේ. We need to link the economic growth with the economic development. Otherwise, what will happen? We won't be able to achieve the economic development, because economic development, once you achieve the economic development, then we can't say that we can't say that we are not developed. right? අපි ආර්ථික වර්ධනය ලැබුවට පස්සේ අපිට කොයි වෙලාවකවත් ආයි කියන්න බෑ අපි මේ ආර්ථික සංවර්ධනයක් උනේ නැහැ කියලා. right? So what we need to do is we have to achieve the economic growth. Yes, that is one aspect. At the same time, we have to link this economic growth with the economic development. So both aspects are very important. Right? But if we only concern about the economic growth, that means we won't be able to achieve the economic development. අපි ආර්ථික වර්ධනය ගැනම විතරක් ફોકස් කරනවා නම් අපිට ආර්ථික සංවර්ධනය ළඟා කරගන්න ටිකක් ගැටලු සහගත තත්ත්වයක් එනවා. right? So growth may be necessary, but not sufficient enough for a country's development. Right? So that means we need to have a balanced policy. A balanced policy. දැන් අපි කියනවා මෙතනදී අපි කියනවා සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපිට අවශ්‍ය වෙනවා සාමාන්‍ය සමතුලිත ප්‍රතිපත්ති. Right? So those policy should promote economic growth as well as economic development. දැන් අපි කවුරු හරි රටක් ආර්ථික වර්ධනය වෙනුවෙන්ම ප්‍රතිපත්ති හදනවා නම් ගැටලුවක් වෙනවා. හැබැයි ඒ රට ආර්ථික වර්ධනය සහ ආර්ථික සංවර්ධනය කියන දෙක සම්බන්ධයෙන්ම කටයුතු කරලා ඉවරලා ඒවා ඒ ප්‍රතිපත්ති තීන්දුව తీරන හදනවා නම් අන්න එතකොට ඒක සාර්ථක වෙනවා. So this is why we need to understand very clearly, we need to understand the difference between the growth and the development. So when we are constructing, when we are formulating policies, we need to focus both aspects, growth and the development. Right? Right. So according to an international body, so there are so many international recognized bodies. Like one is, so these days very famous international, one of the international bodies is IMF, International Monetary Funds. Likewise, there are many more. UN, United Nations, right? One is UN, and we have World Bank, right? We have Asian Development Bank, right? And Commonwealth. ඒවා ඇවිල්ලා අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් කියනවා අර අන්තර්ජාතික සංවිධාන. right? මේ කියන්නේ රටවල් කීපයක් එකතු වෙලා ගොඩනගන අන්තර්ජාතික සංවිධාන. So according to them, they say that most of the organization, they say there are certain basic needs for development. If you want to achieve the economic development, if you want to achieve the entire development of the country, then there are certain basic needs that you need to ensure those are sufficiently available in the country or in that particular nation. අපි කියන සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ආර්ථික සංවර්ධනයක් වෙනවා නම් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අන්තර්ජාතික සංවිධාන කියන පරිදි යාලා කියනවා සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මෙන්න මේ අපි අත්‍යවශ්‍ය කාරණා කීපයක් තියෙනවා. එතකොට මේ අත්‍යවශ්‍ය කාරණා අපි සාක්ෂාත් කරගන්න ඕනේ. එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි ළඟා කරගන්න ඕනේ. We need to fulfill those basic needs. So there are two terms, needs and wants, right? So needs is very essential. Without the needs, we cannot survive. As human beings, needs are utmost important. Without needs, we won't be able to survive, right? But wants are different. So wants may be, yes, they don't, they sometimes they are required, but even without wants, we can survive, right? අපි කියන අර needs and wants. needs කියලා කියන්නේ අපිට ඊටාම අත්‍යවශ්‍ය දේවල්. අපිට needs එහෙම නැත්නම් ඒ අදාළ දේ ඒ needs නැති වුණොත් අපිට ජීවත් වෙන්න අපහසුයි. හැබැයි තව එකක් තමයි wants කියන එක. needs and wants. wants කියලා කියන්නේ අපිට අත්‍යවශ්‍ය නැහැ. අපිට wants නැති වුණා කියලා ජීවත් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. ගැටලුවක් නැහැ. For an example, one particular need is food. Without food, we cannot survive. We cannot live. And want may be a secondary product from the food. Right? For an example, suppose primary food is rice. Okay, so if you have rice, so what you can do is you can purchase the rice and you can cook and you can eat, right? And there may be another secondary food products from the rice, right? Maybe rice flour. දැන් rice flour නැති වුණා කියලා අපිට ජීවත් වෙන්න නැති වෙන්න බෑනේ. අපි දැන් අපිට හාල් තියෙනවා. හාල් අරගෙන අපි වෙලා කන්න පුළුවන්. හැබැයි හාල් පිටි නෑ කියලා අපිට ජීවත් නොවී ඉන්න හේතුවක් නෑ. මොකද හාල් තියෙනවා නම් අපිට හාල් පිටි නැති වුණත් තිබ්බත් එකයි, right? So that is needs and wants, right? So need is, it's a very important aspect, very utmost one. So without needs we cannot survive, but with wants, without wants we can live, right? අපිට wants නැති වුණා කියන එක ගැටලුවක් නෙමෙයි. Right? So likewise, they have mentioned 6 basic needs, right, in the development process. So one is health. That is, you can by getting this name, you can have some idea. Health. So if we are healthy, then we can perform up to our full capacity. If we are unhealthy, we cannot perform, right? ඒ කියන්නේ අපි හොඳ නිරෝගීමත් නම් අපිට අපේ ධාරිතාවෙන් අපිට හොඳ උපරිම ධාරිතාවෙන් වැඩ කරන්න පුළුවන්. හැබැයි අපි නිරෝගීමත් නැත්නම් අපිට උපරිම ධාරිතාවෙන් කටයුතු කරන්න අපහසුයි. Right? A life expectancy at best, there are certain indicators. අපි දැන් indicators මෙතන ගොඩක්ම කතා වෙන්නේ නැහැ. මොකද අපි next session එකේදී economic and other indicators, we will discuss those things, right? So for the time being, I will just introduce several indicators how we can measure. So health is one basic need. How we can measure whether that particular country is having a good health? One is life expectancy at birth. So how long a person can live, right, after the birth, right? ඉපදුනාට පස්සේ කොච්චර කාලයක් යාට ජීවත් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. If that person can live a very long life without any issues, then we normally consider the health system is very good. But if there are many deaths at younger ages, then there may be certain issues. දැන් අපි කියන සමහරවිට කෙනෙක් ඉපදුනාට පස්සේ සාමාන්‍ය අවුරුදු 70 80 ඒ වගේ කාලයක් යනකම් ඉන්නවා කියන්නේ අපි දන්නවා ඒ රටේ හෙල්ත් එහෙම නැත්නම් සෞඛ්‍ය පද්ධතිය හොඳ සෞඛ්‍ය පද්ධතියක් තියෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් ඒ පුද්ගලයාට ලෙඩ රෝග තිබ්බට ඒ පුද්ගලයාට ඒ සෞඛ්‍ය පද්ධතිය හරහා ලැබෙන සේවා වලින් ඒ ලෙඩ සුව කරගෙන ඉන්න පුළුවන්. ඊට පස්සේ යම් කිසි හදිසි අනතුරක් සිදු වුණා ඒ දේවල් හදිසි අනතුරු ගොඩක් අවමයි. right? හොඳ හෙල්ත් කියන්නේ හොඳ law and regulations තියෙනවා, society එකක් තියෙනවා, responsible society එකක් තියෙන. එතකොට හදිසි අනතුරු අඩුයි. හදිසි අනතුරක් වුණත් ඒවට නිසි ප්‍රතිකාර කරන්න හොඳ සෞඛ්‍ය සේවාවක් තියෙනවා. So life expectancy at birth, right? And the other one is education. So now international organization, they say without education we cannot survive. දැන් අන්තර්ජාතික ඒ සංවිධාන වලට අනුව අධ්‍යාපනය කියන එක නැතිව බැරි කාරණාවක් වෙනවා. දැන් මේක මම දාපු ටේබල් එකක් නෙමෙයි. This is published by the international organizations. So all the countries around the world, they consider education as a need, right? So you are very lucky people because you are receiving education, right? So you have selected a particular course, a particular module, and you are receiving continuous learning. You are continuous education process. You are in the teaching and learning process, right? Education. So indicator is literacy. How people can read, write, and understand certain statements. Right? So education. Without education, you cannot survive. දැන් හිතන්න එපා අනේ මට ඉගෙන ගන්න නැතුව ඔහේ ඉඳලා වැඩක් ඉන්න පුළුවන්. No, you can't. So right. So this is the importance of the education. So you are very lucky. That's why I told you are very lucky. So because you made a decision to enroll in certain courses, maybe a diploma, maybe other courses, and you decided to continue a learning process. It's a very good one. It's a very good decision, right? And the thirdly, food, calorie supply per head. So calorie supply per head means calories per person, right? එහෙම නැත්නම් මේ calorie supply per head කියන්නේ ඔළුවට අවශ්‍ය calorie ප්‍රමාණය නෙමෙයි. right? ඔළුවට අවශ්‍ය දැන් අපි කියවුවා නිකන් per head කිව්වම අපිට නිකන් හිතෙන්නේ නිකන් ඔළුවට වගේනේ. It's not the head, that the normal head, right? Here per head means a person, per person, right? So that is the way we interpret this particular indicator, calorie supply per head. So normally there is a standard calorie requirement per person, right? As rational consumers, as rational human beings, we require a certain amount of calories per day, per month, per year, right? So here, suppose that one person is eating junk food every time, right? Very junk food. Junk අපි කියන සාමාන්‍ය ඔහේ තියෙන අනම්මනම් කෑම කාලා එහෙම කියලා දැන් අපි කියනවා සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි බඩ පිරුණාම කියනවා මම හොඳට කෑවා කිසි ගැටලුවක් නැහැ මට දැන් කෑම ඇති වෙන්න මට තිබ්බා මං කෑවා එහෙම කියලා කියනවා. But it is not the requirement. Sometimes one person might eat loads of junk foods, but he might not receive enough calories. අන්න ඒක නියුට්‍රිෂන් වැලියු එක නෑ. සමහර ලාවට කියනවා සමහර අපි මේ ගොඩක් වෙලාවට අහනවා සමහර ලාවට ළමයි කියනවා මම මෙහෙම කනවා මේ විදිහට කනවා. හැබැයි ඒ කෑවට ඒ අදාළ රික්වයර්මන්ට්ස් ඒ නියුට්‍රිෂන් කැලරිස් ප්‍රමාණයට ඇවිල්ලා නැහැ. එහෙම වුණොත් එයා කාපු එකෙන් වැඩක් නැහැ, right? Because that person has consumed certain food, but the issue is he or she doesn't get enough calories or nutrition value from those food. So that is an issue. So it might cause what? It might cause health issues. Right? Then continuously calories, nutrition නැතුනොත් මොකද වෙන්නේ? ඔන්න එනවා ඔන්න එක එක අතුරු ආබාධ දෙන්න පටන් ගන්නවා. Sometimes there may be certain malnutrition cases. Sometimes there may be other deficiencies. අපි කියන්නේ එක එක ඌනතා එනවා කියලා. දැන් සමහර ලාවට අපි දකින්න එකක් තමයි මේ ළමයිට එහෙම ගොඩාක් වෙලාවට එක එක ඌනතා එනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ සමහර ලාවට ඇස්පෙනීන් දුර්වලතා එනවා, සමහර ලාවට වෙන අපහසුතා එනවා, right? ශරීරයේ වෙනස්කම් වෙනවා. එතකොට ඒ වෙන්නේ අර කැලරිස් එහෙම නැත්නම් නියුට්‍රිෂන් එහෙම නැත්නම් මයික්‍රෝනියුට්‍රියන්ට් ඩෙෆිෂියන්සිස් අපි කියන්නේ මයික්‍රෝනියුට්‍රියන්ට් ඩෙෆිෂියන්සිස් කියලා, right? අර සුද්ධ පෝෂක ඌනතාවයන් කියලා කියන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ඒ ළමයි ආහාර හැබැයි හොඳට කාලා බීලා ඉන්නවා. හැබැයි ප්‍රශ්නේ තියෙන්නේ අදාළ නියුට්‍රිෂන් ලැබිලා නැහැ. right? දැන් අර ගොඩාක් වෙලාවදී අපි කියන සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අර ඒකනේ අපි දැන් අපේ ලංකාවේ හොඳ සිස්ටම් එකක් තියෙනවා, හෙල්ත් සිස්ටම් එකක්. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් පොඩි ළමයෙක් ඉපදුනාට පස්සේ එයාට පොතක් වෙනම කන්ටිනියු කරගෙන යනවා. මෙන්න මේ කියන්නේ බර බලනවා, උස බලනවා, රේඛාවන් ළඟහ බලනවා මේ බර හරියද. දැන් ඔයාලටත් ඇති පොඩි කාලේ පොතක් ඇති අම්මලා තාත්තලා ළඟ පොතක් ඇති මෙන්න මේ එතකොට ඒ අදාළ ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන්ස් දෙනවා, right? For 3 months, 6 months, likewise 9 months, after 1.5 years. So you will receive that vaccination program, very clear one, and every month. I think you don't remember that one, but your parents might have done that. Every month they will go to the clinic and get so you will be inspected by a particular doctor or a midwife, and also they will weigh the weight, right? They will get your weight likewise. So they are doing certain things in that particular thing. Why they are doing that one? Because they know small infants infants, especially infants, less than 1 year. So they need certain nutrients. Right? දැන් අපි කියන සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මේ උපතේදී බර බලනවා. උපතේදී බර බලලා කියනවා මේක බර අඩු වුණොත් තියෙන ට්‍රීට්මන්ට්ස්. ඊට පස්සේ දිගටම මාස ගාණක් යනකම් අවුරුද්දක් විතර යනකම් බර බලනවා. අවුරුද්ද පැනනටත් පස්සේ සමහරවිට බර බලනවා. ගොඩක් වෙලා අවුරුදු දෙකක් විතර යනකම් බර බලනවා. ඇයි එහෙම කරන්නේ? එතකොට බලනවා මේ මාසෙට අදාළ ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ් රේට් එක නැත්තම් අන්න යාට නිර්දේශ කරනවා මෙන්න මේ දේවල් අඩුයි මේවා කරන්න. සමහරට සප්ලිමන්ට්ස් දෙනවා. Right? Supportives, maybe vitamin supplements, maybe iron supplements, right? ඒ වගේ දෙනවා. So why? Because it is not just the food, but it is the nutrients and calories that you are taking, right? So you have to understand, you have to make sure, right, whether you are taking enough calories and nutrients, right? Otherwise what will happen, you will suffer from deficiencies, right? Okay, so that is about the food. So it's a basic need. And fourth, you have water supply. So this is not merely having any type of water, but population with access to potable water, clean water, drinkable water, right? So in around the world, you know, clean water sources are very, very limited, very, very limited. So people sometimes they pay and they get the water supply, right? අපි කියන සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි මිනිස්සු දැන් අපි නම් මේ අපේ ලංකාවේ නම් අපේ තියෙනවා මේ මොකද්ද water board එකක් තියෙනවා. එතකොට අපි ඒකට ගෙවලා වතුර ගන්නවා. ඒකට අපි දැන් ලංකාවේ ගොඩාක් rural areas වලට ගියාම අපි ඔය urban areas නේ කතා කරන්නේ. නමුත් ගොඩාක් rural areas වලට ගියාට පස්සේ යාළගේ tap lines නැහැ. යාළ කෙලින්ම එක්ක ලිඳක් තියෙනවා. එහෙම නැත්නම් මොකක් හරි වෙන ඇලදුලක් තියෙනවා. ඒවෙන් තමයි වතුර ගන්න. So they have access to clean and clear water, right? Potable water. And sanitation, population with access to sanitation, sanitary, right? අපි කියන සෞඛ්‍ය ආරක්ෂාව කියලා. සනීප ආරක්ෂාව කියලා කියන අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් population with access to sanitation. So sanitation is important, very important. Otherwise what will happen, if the hygienic conditions are not so good, it might cause several health issues. අපි කියන hygienic conditions නැත්තම් අර සෞඛ්‍ය ආරක්ෂාව එහෙම නැත්තම් සනීප ආරක්ෂාව නැත්තම් අපි කියනවා යම් ප්‍රශ්න ඇති වෙන්න පුළුවන්, ලෙඩ රෝග පැතිරෙන්න පුළුවන්, right? Sanitation, sanitary issues. And housing, considerable shelter per head. අපි මෙතන housing එකේදී කියන්නේ අර ලොකු ගෙවල් මාලිගා එහෙම නෙමෙයි, considerable shelter, ප්‍රමාණවත් ආකාරයේ නිවසක් තමයි අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් කියන්නේ. Per head, per person, a considerable shelter, a considerable housing. So these 6 we concern as basic needs. So without these 6, humans cannot survive, right? According to the latest development that is interpreted by the international organizations. Then international අන්තර්ජාතික සංවිධාන කියන පරිදි මේ කාරණා 6 නැත්තම් කාටවත් ජීවත් වෙන්න survive වෙන්න බැරි වෙනවා. Right? So a person should need a good health, a person should need a good education, person should need a good food, person should need a water supply, good water supply, person should satisfy with the high sanitation requirements, person should have a considerable housing, right? So these are the basic needs, right? And now we will discuss another aspect of the development. So there are 2 concepts, underdeveloped and undeveloped, right? So 2 terms. Again, there are differences. So what do you mean by underdeveloped? Underdeveloped means one which has no prospects for development, like India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka. So our country also we consider as an underdeveloped countries. Right? That doesn't mean that we don't have a potential. We have a potential, but we don't have a clear-cut prospects or a vision direction. දැන් අපි මෙතන කියන්නේ underdeveloped. සංවර්ධන නොවන කියලා අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් කියනවා underdeveloped. එතකොට underdeveloped කියලා කියන්නේ අපිට potential එක කියන්නේ විභවතාවයක් තියෙනවා මේ සංවර්ධනය වෙන්නේ. හැබැයි අපිට අර පැහැදිලි දැක්මක් නැහැ. prospect එකක් නැහැ. පැහැදිලි අපි කියන එකට කියනවා clear cut direction is not there. අපිට හරි පාරක් නැහැ. Right? So, but we have the potentials. අපිට විභවතාවයක් තියෙනවා. So many Asian, South Asian countries, including Sri Lanka, so they have the potential, but they are lack with the prospects, underdeveloped. And what about the undeveloped? Undeveloped means one which has no potentials of development. So no any potentials. ඒකට විභවතාවයක් නැහැ. විභවතාවයක් නැත්නම් අපි සංවර්ධනය කරන්න දඟලන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. right? දැන් අපේ ලංකාව වගේ රටවලට ප්‍රශ්නේ තියෙන්නේ විභවතාවය තියෙනවා. හැබැයි අපිට හරි දිශානතියක් නැහැ. ප්‍රොස්පෙක්ට් එකක් නැහැ. හැබැයි undeveloped countries කියලා කියන්නේ undeveloped areas කියලා කියන්නේ there are no any potentials. කිසිම විභවතාවයක් නැහැ. විභවතාවයක් නැත්නම් අපිට ඒකට බලෙන් ගිහිල්ලා එහෙම නැත්නම් අපිට එතනට ගිහිල්ලා අර දිශානතියක් හදන්න බෑ. මොකද පළවෙනිම කන්ඩිෂන් එක නැහැ. For an example, Antarctic and Arctic. දැන් අර උත්තර ධ්‍රවයේ තියෙන Antarctic Arctic කියන මිනිසුන්ට ඉන්න තියා හිතන්නවා. right? ඒවත් හැබැයි යම් මිනිස්සු කොට්ටාශ ඉන්න හැබැයි ඒව සංවර්ධනය කියලා කියන්නේ නැහැ නේ අපි කොයි වෙලාවක. ඒකට ඒ වගේ හරි අපහසුයි. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒවා living conditions නෑ. ඒවා undeveloped lands. We cannot go there and live. So if we can't go there and live, what is the point of doing development in there? අපිට එතනට ගිහලා ඉන්න බැරි නම් ඇයි අපි සංවර්ධනය ගැන එතන කතා කරන්නේ? So undeveloped. So what we can focus on underdeveloped countries. Right? Not undeveloped but underdeveloped countries. So many African countries, many Latin American countries, many Asian countries, we are underdeveloped. අපි ඉස්සරහට කතා කරමු population එක මේක කොහොමද underdeveloped මේවා කොහොමද rich countries poor countries කියලා කැඩෙන්නේ කොහොමද අපිව බලමු right so underdeveloped and criteria of underdevelopment so there are certain criteria so these are also established by international bodies recognized international bodies right because they have done so many research areas in this particular field and they have come up with some findings, very interesting findings. So first one is criteria means ratio of industrial output to total output. අපි කියනවා සාමාන්‍ය මේක කර්මාන්ත වලින් නිෂ්පාදනය කරන සියලුම නිෂ්පාදන සහ ඒ රට තුල නිෂ්පාදනය කරන සියලුම නිෂ්පාදනයන් වල ප්‍රතිශතයක් ratio එකක්. right so industrial output divided by the total output right so අපි කියනවා සාමාන්‍යයෙන් සංවර්ධනය වුණා කියලා කියන්නේ අපි දැන් ඉස්සරහට තව කතා කරමු ඒ කියන්නේ සංවර්ධනය වෙනවා කියන්නේ එකක් තමයි industrialize වෙනවා industrial ඒ කියන්නේ අපි කියනවා අපි ගොඩාක් වෙලාවට අපේ රටවල් ප්‍රාථමික නිෂ්පාදනමක් තමයි අපේ so most of the time our countries depend on primary products. What are the primary products? Primary products are basically raw items, raw things, right? Maybe raw vegetables, maybe raw fruits, maybe paddy. Paddy is a raw form, right? And those we consider as primary products. Primary products is the and secondly, we have secondary products. So we convert primary products and we get secondary products. Right? Api secondary products. Well, topic primary products, secondary, maybe value-added products. Then තියෙනවා සාමාන්‍යයෙන් කෙලිම ready to cook items තියෙනවා. Right? So value-added. Sometimes there may be tins, cans, jams. Right? So ready to eat, ready to consume, and ready to cook items. So industrial. Why that happens? How that happens? Because of the industry. So industry convert primary products to secondary products, right? So that means the consumable ready to eat and ready to cook items are there in the market. So industrial outputs, right? So that is related to the agriculture, but in any other industries also, we have primary industries and secondary industries. Right? Primary industry sector and the secondary industrial sector. So if the ratio of industry output to total output is very, very low, it means underdeveloped. Sri Lanka also, we highly depend on primary products, not the secondary products. අපිත් දැන් අපේ රටේ ප්‍රශ්නේ තියෙන අපි primary products මත තමයි ගොඩක් වෙලාවට යැපෙන්නේ. ද්විතීයික නිෂ්පාදන මත යැපෙනවා අඩුයි. එතකොට මොකද වෙන්නේ අපේ industry output එක අඩුයි. So that means industry output divide by total output. එතකොට industry output එක අඩු වුනහම හැබැයි total output එක වැඩි නම් industry output එක සාපේක්ෂව අඩු නම් මේකට එන ratio එක අඩු වෙනවා. Right? So මේ ratio එක අඩු වෙනවා. Right? So that means we are underdeveloped. And the other one is ratio of capital to per head population. Right? Capital. Capital කියන්නේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි ළඟ තියෙන සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මුළු වත්කම් ප්‍රමාණයක් තමයි මේ capital කියලා අපි කියන්නේ. Right? අපි කියන්නේ assets එකතු කරනවානේ ඔක්කොම accumulate කරනවානේ. එතකොට ඒ වගේ වටිනාකම තමයි අපි කියන්නේ capital. Right? Capital කියලා නිතරම කියන ප්‍රාග්ධනය. So if the capital per head population is very low, again it means underdeveloped. ඒ කියන්නේ එක පුද්ගලයෙක්ට අපි වැය කරන්න පුළුවන් ප්‍රාග්ධනය අඩුයි. ඒ කියන්නේ එක පුද්ගලයෙක්ගේ වර්ධනය සංවර්ධනය සඳහා අපිට ඒ කියන්නේ රටකට දරන්න පුළුවන් හැකියාව අඩුයි. එතකොට සමහර ලාට මේ පුද්ගලයාට හොඳ এডুকেෂන් එකක් දෙන්න බැරි වෙනවා. සමහර ලාට මේ පුද්ගලයාට හොඳ සෞඛ්‍ය සේවාවක් සපයන්න බැරි වෙනවා. සමහර ලාට මේ පුද්ගලයාට නිසි මඟ පෙන්වීමක් කරන්න බෑ. කැපිටල් එක අඩුයි. මොකද ඒව කරන්න නම් දැන් අපේ ලංකාවේ free education, free health, because the government is bearing that particular cost. Government means we pay the taxes and we are the government and we are the people who are bearing them. So free education, free health, right? So some other countries are there, even they cannot bear that cost. සමහර රටවල් තියෙනවා ඒගොල්ලන්ට ඒ දේවල් එහෙම නැත්නම් මේ cost එකවත් දරා ගන්න බෑ. ඒකට එයාලගේ capital ratio එක හරි අඩුයි. Ratio for capital to per head population is very less. And poverty is another thing, daridratavaya. So poverty, there is a particular segment in that we will discuss poverty. Right? Poverty. Okay. So daridratavaya කියලා අපි කියනවා. දැන් ඒක අපි වෙනම discuss කරනවා. එතකොට අපි poverty කියන්නේ මොකක්ද කියලා බලමු. Right? Okay. So these are the criteria of underdevelopment. And very interestingly, these organization, international organization, they classify, they categorize all the countries in the world into 4 categories based on the average income. Based on the average income, right? So countries are classified according to income levels. So we normally say there are rich countries in the world and there are poor countries in the world. So they said we can categorize countries according to the income level under 4 specific categories. So one is low income, low middle income, upper middle income, and high income countries, right? So these are the 4 categories. So currently, Sri Lanka, we consider our country as a low income country. So couple of years back, we were in this particular category, lower middle income. අපි දැන් අවුරුදු කීපයකට කලින් මේ low middle income කියන country එකේ හිටියා. හැබැයි දැන් අපිව downgrade වෙලා තියෙනවා low income country එකක් විදිහට. Right? Because now we are facing an economic crisis as well, and IMF, we got the IMF assistance as well. Now we are categorized under low income country. කියන්නේ අපි කියනවා ඒක පුද්ගලයෙකු අවුරුද්දකට උපයනු ලබන ආදායම් මත තමයි මේක තීරණය වෙන්නේ, average, right? We will move. So this is the example of classification. So all these presentation which I am doing with you are uploaded in the LMS. So you can get and download all those presentations in that from the LMS, right? So here I have very clearly mentioned the source as well, where I have taken these figures, right? So here you can see World Bank. If you go to the World Bank, in their databases, they have categorized, they have shown this table very nicely. Right? Then World Bank එකේ website එකට ගියාම ඕන කෙනෙක්ට ඕනම වෙලාවක free of charge මෙන්න මේ data ගන්න පුළුවන්. Right? Sometimes you may require these data in your other activities, sometimes in future activities. සමහරවිට ඔයාලට මේ මෙන්න මේ වගේ අපි දැන් ඉස්සරහටත් කතා කරමු තව databases. එතකොට ඒ information ඕන වෙනවා වැඩවලදී. right? අපි information මත යන සමාජයක් කියලානේ කියන්නේ information society එකක් කියලා අපි කියන්නේ, right? Okay, so these are old values, right? 2019 and 2020. What you can do is you can get the latest 2022 then 2023 වලට නම් තාම නැතුව ඇති. දැන් මේ අවුරුද්ද යන නිසා. හැබැයි 2022 වලට වලට හොයන්න පුළුවන් මේ classification එක. So there may be little differences. There may be some differences. Okay, so in the 2019 it says if a country, right? So this is GNI per capita, that means gross national income per capita. So these indicators we will discuss. For the time being, just keep in mind. So this is the average income per person per year, right? මේ කියන්නේ අපි දැන් මෙතන GNI per capita කියන එක අපි ඉස්සරහදී කතා වෙනවා තව in detail definitions එක්ක. එතකම් පොඩ්ඩක් මේ GNI per capita කියන එක නිකන් understand කරගන්න. මේ වාර්ෂික එක පුද්ගලයෙක් වාර්ෂිකව උපයන ලබන ආදායම, average income, right? So this is the income which is earned by a particular person per year. අවුරුද්දකට උපයන ප්‍රමාණය. So if suppose so we will just look at this 2020 figures. If a country or if a person of a particular country is earning less than 1036 US dollars. So this is coming from US dollars. So normal, our currency, common currency is dollars, US dollars. So we interpret this figure like this. If a average person of a country earns less than 1036 US dollars per year, then we categorize that country as a low income country. මේ අවුරුද්දක තියෙන ගාන තියෙන්නේ. මේ මාසෙක ගාන නෙමෙයි අවුරුද්දක තියෙන ගාන. ඒතර මේක ඇවිල්ලා දැන් අපි සමහරවිට මේක නිකන් දැක්කාම හිතනවා අපිට මේක පොඩි යගයක් නේ කියලා. හැබැයි පොඩි යගයක් වෙන්නේ කොහොමද? අපි මේ ඇවරේජ් එකක් total population එකෙන් මේක බලන්න. එතකොට හැමෝම එක වගේ ආදායම උපයන්නේ නැහැ. right? 1036. And if it is a low middle income country, this is based on the 2020. මේ 2020 එක 2022 වෙනස් මේවා. දැන් මේ පේනම 2019 2020 ගත්තත් පොඩි වෙනසක් තියෙනවා. So every year they interpret these values. So if a person earns 1036 and in between 1036 and 4045 per year US dollars per year, then that country categorized as lower middle income country. So I told you a couple of years back we were categorized as low middle income country, but right now we are classified as a low income country. And upper middle income, if a person of a particular country per year earns in between 4046 US dollars and 12,535 US dollars, then we classify that country as a upper middle income country. And likewise, if a person of a particular country earns more than 12,535 US dollars per year, we categorize that country as a high income country, right? High income earning country, right? So this is GNI this is based on the GNI per capita. So this is how the classification is done. So these values are changing from year to year. මේ values අවුරුද්දෙන් අවුරුද්ද වෙනස් වෙනවා. Here you can see in 2019 and 2020 you can see a very clear difference. So in 2019 it is around 1026, but when it comes to 2020 it is 1036. So likewise the values are changing. Then 2022 වල මීට වඩා වෙනස් තත්ත්වය. මේ values වැඩි වෙනවා ගොඩක් වෙලාවට, right? Okay, so this is how we classify the countries according to the income levels, right? Okay, and now let us see the relationship between the development and the agriculture. So are there any relationship between agriculture and the development or not, right? We will see. In underdeveloped countries like Sri Lanka, 2/3 or more of the people live in rural areas and their main occupation is agriculture. So do you know, if we concern about Sri Lanka, not only Sri Lanka, but if you concern about most of the underdeveloped countries around the world. So this includes Latin American countries, Asian countries, African countries, right? So those we consider as underdeveloped countries. So if we concern those underdeveloped countries, majority means 2/3. 2/3 means 75%. More than 75% of the population of that particular country still live in the rural areas. අපි මෙතනදී කියනවා සාමාන්‍යයෙන් underdeveloped කියන්නේ සංවර්ධනය වෙමින් එහෙම නැත්නම් සංවර්ධනය නොවුණු රටක ජනගහනය ගත්තොත් ජනගහනයෙන් 75%කටත් වැඩියෙන් තවම ජීවත් වෙන්නේ ග්‍රාමීය ප්‍රදේශවල, rural areas. Sri Lanka is also categorized like that. ලංකාවේ තත්ත්වය තුන් ඔය වගේ. ඒතකොට ලංකාවේ දැන් අපි කියනවා මිලියන 22ක් ඉන්නවා කියලා ජනගහනය. එතකොට ඒකෙන් 75%කටත් වැඩියෙන් 4න් 3ක් 75%කටත් වැඩියෙන් අපි කියනවා සාමාන්‍යයෙන් කට්ටිය ඒ ජනගහනයෙන් 75%කටත් වැඩිය ජීවත් වෙන්නේ ග්‍රාමීය ප්‍රදේශවල. Right? So this is the reality of the Sri Lanka as well. අපි දැන් දකින්නේ අපි දැන් නගරවල ඉන්න කට්ටිය දකින්නේ ගොඩාක් පිරිස දියුණු වෙලා නගරවල ඉන්නවා එහෙම කියලා. හැබැයි හරිම තත්ත්වය ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් ලේයර් එකේ තත්ත්වය තමයි 75%කටත් වැඩි ප්‍රමාණයක් තවම ජීවත් වෙන්නේ ග්‍රාමීය ප්‍රදේශවල. Right? 2/3 or more of the people live in rural areas and their main occupation is agriculture. And what is the main occupation of that rural people? Main occupation is agriculture. ඒ කියන සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ග්‍රාමීය ප්‍රදේශවලින් 75%ක් විතර කියන්නේ මුළු ජනගහනයෙන් 75%ක් විතර ජනගහනයක් ග්‍රාමීය ප්‍රදේශවල ජීවත් වෙනවා. එතකොට ඒ ඉන්න 75% වගේ ප්‍රමාණයෙන් 80%කටත් වැඩි ප්‍රමාණයක් නිරත වෙන්නේ කෘෂි කර්මාන්තය මත. ඒ වගේ ජීවන එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි කියන ආදායම් තත්ත්ව උපයගන්නේ කෘෂි කර්මාන්තය හරහා. Right? And why our agriculture is not so efficient? Why our agriculture is not so profitable? Because there are several reasons. One is we depend only on primary produce. අපි ගොඩාක් වෙලාවට ප්‍රාථමික නිෂ්පාදන මත තමයි යපෙන්නේ. So if we concern about all the raw commodities like vegetables, upcountry and low country vegetables, and we have fruit varieties, we have paddy and rice, right? And at the same time cereals, other cereals except paddy, and we have tube and root and tuber crops, right? So likewise we highly depend on the primary products. අපි දැන් ප්‍රාථමික නිෂ්පාදන මත තමයි පුළුවන් තරම් අපි මේකේ රැඳිලා පවතින්නේ. Mostly unproductive. And our agriculture is mostly unproductive, old-fashioned and outdated. Have you seen our farmers are using up-to-date technologies? If you concern about paddy production, still our farmers are using outdated, old-fashioned technologies, right? A few farmers they are using a good technology. They are trying to use good technology, but still majority of the farmers, they still use this old-fashioned outdated technologies and low output compared to input. Yes, definitely. So our farmers are heavily using agrochemicals and inputs. We are using heavy inputs, agrochemicals, fertilizers, sometimes hybrid seeds, but still we are getting low out. දැන් අපි පුළුවන් තරම් අපි ඉන්පුට්ස් දානවා. සමහරවිට ඇග්‍රෝකෙමිකල්ස් දැන් අපි මම කියනවා පහුගිය කාලවල දැක්ක විදිහට අපේ රටලු ඇග්‍රෝකෙමිකල්ස් භාවිතා වන රටවල් වලින් ඉහළ තැනක ඉන්නවලු අපේ රට. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි ඉන්පුට්ස් කොච්චර දානවද? හැබැයි අපිට ඒ දාන ඉන්පුට්ස් වලට හරියන්න අපි අවුට්පුට් එකක් ගන්නවද නෝ? We are not getting a good sufficient enough output. So our productivity is really low, right? And subsistence level. So most of the farmers, so in the entrepreneurship module we discuss, there is a particular concept called ladder of farming intention, right? Ladder of farming intention. So according to that, there are 4 stages. According to that, our farmers are categorized under in between 2 and second and the third stage. That means most of the farmers, they actually cultivate, but most of the farmers, they have certain market orientation, but still the issue is they are not properly utilizing that market orientation. අපි කියන සාමාන්‍ය අපේ farmersලා වෙළඳ පොළ බලාගෙනම නෙමෙයි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් වගාවලට යොමු වෙන්නේ. එහෙම කට්ටියක් ඉන්න. හැබැයි එහෙම අඩුයි. මොනවද වවන්න පුළුවන්? ඒ දේ වවන්න. ආයි වෙළඳ පොළට මොනවද වෙන්නේ? මොන හරි වෙනවද නැද්ද? ඒක අඩුයිද? ඩිමාන්ඩ් එකක් නැද්ද? ඩිමාන්ඩ් එක තියෙනවද? එය මොකුත් බලන්නේ නැහැ. මොනවද වවන්න පුළුවන්? මොකක්ද එයා දන්නේ? ඒක කරන්න. Right? So subsistence level. So they sometimes they grow and they might use the output or the harvest mostly for the family consumption. සමහරවිට ඉතින් ගොඩක් වෙලාවට family consumption. එහෙම නැත්නම් exchange system එකකට තමයි යන්නේ. And the agriculture and the development. So we will discuss this in detailed manner, the relationship between the agriculture and development. So this is what is really happening in our agriculture system currently, right? So many of the developing countries, so for an example, Sri Lanka, we depend on primary products, tea, rubber, coconut. Then luckily, then ඔන්න යන්තම් coconut වලට value addition ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා. So most of the time, so normally if you concern about the exchange earnings, අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම export earnings ගත්තොත් එහෙම වැඩිම export earnings මේ වෙනකන් tea, rubber, coconut වලින් දැනට එන්නේ tea වලට. So highest exchange earnings are derived from the tea. No doubt about that. But very soon, coconut will surpass tea. Right? Most probably 5 years time. Within 5 years time, even it might happen within 2 years. Right? Coconut will surpass tea. තේවලට වඩා අපිට අපනයන ආදායමක් ගන්න පුළුවන් වෙනවා තව අවුරුදු 5ක් වගේ ඊටත් වඩා අඩුවේ සමානලන coconut වලින්. Because now the coconut industry is emerging. Coconut industry is emerging, and luckily, very luckily, now most of the plantations, they identify the value of secondary products. The ගොඩාක් වෙලාවට plantations identify කරලා තියෙනවා මේ coconut industry secondary products. So we have kernel based products, non-kernel based products. කොටස් දෙකක් තියෙනවා. Kernel and non-kernel based products. Right? So most of the kernel products are being consumed by the European and American markets. Right? අපි දැන් desiccated coconut තියෙනවා, ඊට පස්සේ virgin coconut oil තියෙනවා, right? ඊට පස්සේ එක එක වෙන products තියෙනවා, kernel based, මදය ආශ්‍රිත. ඊට පස්සේ කටුව ආශ්‍රිත, kernel and non-kernel products. කටුව ඊට පස්සේ පොල් කට්ට සහ පොල් ලෙලි ඒවා භාවිත කරන නිෂ්පාදන තියෙනවා. So there are more than 200 products. Right, more than 200 value-added products that we are producing from the coconut. So now that's the key. So if we can convert this primary product into secondary products, we can earn much more. Right? අපි තේ වලට ගොඩාක් වෙලාවට value addition එක අඩුයි අපි. දැන් ටිකක් යනවා ඒ වුණාට ඒක තාම මදි. රබර් වලට ඇත්තෙම නෑ වගේ. Right? හැබැයි coconut කියන industry එකේ value addition තියෙනවා. එතකොට ඔන්න අපිට පොඩි chance එකක් තියෙනවා. right? Okay, so Malaysia rubber and palm අපි කියන කටුපොල් කියලා කියන්නේ. Indonesia rubber, Pakistan cotton, Bangladesh jute. Jute කියන්නේ හන. India tea, again Brazil coffee. Right? So just look at here. So tea, India is also offering tea. China, if you consider about China, China is also offering tea. So we are also offering tea, right? So that's the thing. That's the thing. So what we need to do is we have to add value to this tea, Ceylon tea, right? So in the coconut, yes, of course, we are doing a very good job currently. Okay, so why this is why our economy is stagnated. මේක තමයි අපේ economy අර ආර්ථික එකතන පල් වෙන්නේ අපි අපේ තියෙන දේවල් වලින් අපි උපරිම ප්‍රයෝජන ගන්න නැහැ. Right? And role of agriculture in the development, providing more food and food to the rapidly expanding population. So the number one role of agriculture is providing food to the population. දැන් කුෂිකර්මාන්තයේ පළවෙනිම සාධකය තමයි ආහාර මේ තියෙන ජනගහනයට ආහාරද මේ සැපයීම. Providing more food. Because why? Food we identify as a basic need for the development. අපි දැන් අර කලින් කාරණා හයක් කතා වුණානේ, shelter, housing, food, drinking, clean water. එහෙනම් අපි කාරණා හයක් කතා වුණානේ, education, right, health. එතකොට එක කාරණාවක් තමයි food. So agriculture is there to provide food, more food, providing more food to rapidly expanding population. Increasing the demand for industrial products, secondary products. Yes, we produce primary products, and once we convert those primary products, then we consider those as secondary products. The best example is coconut industry. We pluck the coconuts, and the primary products are also being used, and at the same time we convert primary products into secondary products and we export those things. Industrial products. So secondary product means those are industrial products, industrialization. Providing additional foreign exchange earnings. Once we do exports, we will get additional foreign exchange. අපි අපනයන ක්‍රියාවලිය ඉන්ඩස්ට්‍රියලයිස් කරලා අපනයන ක්‍රියාවලිය විධිමත් කරනකොට අපිට ඔන්න විදේශ විනිමය හම්බ වෙනවා. Increasing rural income. Of course, I told you, from the total population, more than 75% located or live in rural areas, and their occupation is agriculture. Most of them are doing agriculture. And if we boost this agriculture sector, it definitely increase the rural income. It definitely increase the rural income. Providing productive employment, definitely. Again, now we are discussing that there are issues that youth is going away from the agriculture, no new improvements in the agriculture, technology value addition is very less, right? So we are talking about that agriculture is slowly moving away from the Sri Lankan culture. But think about, if we can boost agriculture sector, right, and if we introduce new technologies, and if we can create more sort of industries within that sector, then we can provide more and more employment opportunities. දැන් ගොඩාක් වෙලාවට ග්‍රාමීය පැතිවල ප්‍රශ්නේ තියෙන තරුණ ප්‍රජාව අපි කියනවා මේ කුෂිකර්මාන්තයෙන් ඈත් වෙලා යනවා. හැබැයි පොඩ්ඩක් හිතන්න, කුෂිකර්මාන්තය කියන එක හොඳ කියන්නේ attractive income earning කරන source එකක් නා. If we consider, if that youth think this agriculture is kind of a attractive employment opportunity to earn more money, then they will return in the agriculture. Agriculture එක දැක්කොත් එයාලා මේක හොඳ ආදාය උපයන හොඳ ඒරියා එකක් කියලා. එතකොට එයාලා කවදාවත් යන්නේ නැහැ. Because since that is not happening, because of that, actually, youth, young people, they are moving away from agriculture. That is the issue. That is the main issue. Right? Finally, improving the welfare of the rural people, yes, of course. If we can increase the incomes, if we can provide the employment, it will definitely improve the welfare of the rural people. Right? So this is the role of agriculture in development. So agriculture plays a major role in the development of Sri Lanka. No one can say agriculture does not contribute to the development. Agriculture is the foundation, it is the backbone of the country's development. ඔන්නක තමයි අපි කියන්නේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් කෘෂි කර්මාන්තය කියන්නේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මේ රටේ කොඳුනාරට. එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි කියනවා මේ කෘෂි කර්මාන්තය මත පදනම් වුණ ආර්ථිකයක් තමයි ලංකාවේ තියෙන්නේ කියලා. Right? Okay. Right. We will move. Role of industrialization. Process of manufacturing consumer goods and capital goods in order to provide goods and services to both individuals and businesses. Industrialization means manufacturing consumer goods and capital goods. Basically, converting primary into secondary products. And those are consumer goods and capital goods. In order to provide goods and services to both individual and businesses. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් primary products වලින් නවතින්නේ අපි ඒවා convert කරනවා secondary products වලට. right? Secondary products වලට අපි ඒක convert කරනවා. ගොඩක් වෙලාවට secondary products කියලා කියන්නේ අපි මෙතනදී අපි ගොඩක් වෙලාවට මේ secondary products කියලා ගන්නවා. ඒ කියන්නේ value added products. Value added products. So value added products we consider as secondary products. Secondary products, right? So it's a prerequisite for economic development. We use agriculture and we do the developments, we do the production, manufacturing process, and we send those primary products to the industries to convert those primary products into secondary products. So once we have industries will add value to the economy. So it's a prerequisite for the economic development. අපි කියන සාමාන්‍යයෙන් කර්මාන්ත ඇති කිරීම, කර්මාන්ත බිහි කිරීම තුලින් ආර්ථිකය වර්ධනය වෙනවා, ආර්ථික සංවර්ධනයක් වෙනවා. Right? Provide employment. Yes. Once you have a particular industry or a particular firm, there will be ample opportunities for employment. There are more young crowds who are unemployed, who are looking for employment opportunities. So once you open up a particular industry, or once you establish a particular firm, that will open up several employment opportunities, increasing returns and economies of scale, while agriculture does not. So this is a very, very important factor. So let me show you. Increasing the returns and economies of scale while agriculture does not. So it's a very important factor. What do you mean by economies of scale? අපි මොකද්ද මේ economies of scale කියන්නේ? So according to the basic economics, I don't know whether you have done this one, but I will very simply I will explain you. So suppose, so this is your this is the total cost. So y-axis is the total cost and x-axis is the output. OP, output, right? Output. So your y-axis indicates the total cost and your x-axis indicates the output. So according to certain theory, we normally say when you produce more and more units, initially your total cost, average total cost will increase and come to a particular minimum point, right? And once you once you pass this particular point, again it will increase and it will come to a maximum, right? So this is average total cost. This is average total cost. So අපි කියනවා සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මෙන්න මේ point එක. This is the point. This is the point, right? අපි කියනවා සාමාන්‍යයෙන්, so let me tell you. So here, so when you increase your output to a certain level, so here you can see output is increasing. When you're moving from left to right, left to right, you can see your output is increasing. When you increase your output to a certain extent, your average total cost is decreasing and come to a minimum point, and once you pass this minimum point, again your average cost is increasing. So this stage we call as economy of scale. මෙතනට අපි කියනවා economies of scale කියලා. ඒ කියන්නේ ඇයි මෙහෙම කියන්නේ? අපි කියනවා මේ total output එක වැඩි කරන්න එක කොටසක් යනකම් එක point එකක් යනකම් අපි දකිනවා අපේ total cost එක අඩු වෙනවා. total cost එක අඩු වෙනවා. හැබැයි එතනින් පස්සේ අපි මේක pass කරපු ගාම ආයි අපේ total cost එක වැඩි වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් බලන්නකො අපි නිෂ්පාදනය කරන්න අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් දන්න දෙයක් තමයි අපේ cost එක වැඩි වෙනවා. හැබැයි අපි කියනවා තියරි එකක් විදිහට අපේ යුනිට් කොස්ට්. ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් සමහරවිට ඔයාලට අයිඩියා එකක් ඇති. අපි දැන් ඔයාලා මොන හරි ඇක්ටිවිටීස් හරි මොන හරි කරනකොට අපි හිතන්නකෝ ඔයාලා මොනවා හරි දෙයක් අපි කියමුකෝ මොනවා හරි ප්‍රොඩියුස් කරනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ ප්‍රොඩියුස් කරනවා නම් කියන්නේ හිතන්න මොන හරි ෆන්ඩ් රේසින් ඇක්ටිවිටි එකකට ඔයාලා මොනවා හරි බුක් මාක්ස් හරි එහෙම නැත්නම් පෑනක් හරි ඩිසයින් කරලා ඩිසයින් කරලා ඒක විකුණන්න ඔයාලා හිතනවා. එතකොට ගිහිල්ලා කතා කරලා ඔයාලට එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක තියෙනවා නම් එතන කම්පැනි එකත් එක්ක කතා කරනකොට එයාලා කියනවා යුනිට් 100ට නම් ගාණ වැඩි. හැබැයි ඔයාලා 500ක් ගහනවා නම් අපිට යුනිට් ප්‍රයිස් එක අඩු කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ කියන්නේ බල්ක් ප්‍රයිස් එකක් ගහනකොට ගොඩක් වෙලාවට බල්ක් එකක් ප්‍රොඩියුස් කරනකොට මෙන්න මේ කොස්ට් එක අඩු වෙනවා. යුනිට් ප්‍රයිස් එක අඩු වෙනවා. per unit cost per unit or unit cost will decrease to a certain extent. මේක certain extent විතරයි. Right? So in Sri Lanka, if we have industries, we can do the same thing. We can do the same. Then Toyota company එක අපි කියන ජපානයේ Toyota company එක. Toyota company එකේ කියන්නේ එයාලා manufacture කරන කාර් වල ගාණ අඩුයි. අපි මෙහි ටැක්ස් එකත් එක්ක එනකොට ඒක වෙනස් වෙනවා. නමුත් අපි කියන සාමාන්‍යයෙන් එයාලගේ ගාණ අඩු වාහන තමයි එයාලා නිෂ්පාදනය කරන්නේ. කොහොමද එහෙම කරන්නේ? ඒ කරන්නේ එයාලා ලොකු ප්‍රමාණයක් එක වෙලාවක නිෂ්පාදනය කරනවා. එතකොට එයාලගේ unit cost එක අඩු වෙනවා. Economy of scale. So when we have agriculture or when we have industries, we can achieve this economy of scale. But if we stick with the primary production, it is really hard for us to achieve the economy of scale. අපිට agriculture වලදී මේ economy of scale එක ලංකාවේ ඇතුලේ practice කරන්න අමාරුයි. Because why? Because most of the farmers, they have a very small land plots or land extent, and what they can do is they can only increase productivity, not the land extent. එයාලට productivity වැඩි කරන්න පුළුවන්, හැබැයි land extent එක වැඩි කරන්න බෑ. හොඳ උදාහරණයක් තමයි one good example is potato. So potato is grown in certain areas in the country. Right? So the Valimada area and Norelia area, and we have Jaffna area. So those are the areas. So can we expand the land extent? No, we cannot expand the land extent. Why? Because that can be cultivated only on particular area, right? So we cannot achieve the economies of scale. අපිට economy of scale එක potato වලට ගන්න බෑ. ඒකනේ අපි කියන්නේ දැන් අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් import කළා රටාල ගෙනාවට පස්සේ අපි දැන් රටාල ගෙන ඉන්දියාවෙන් ගෙනවා, පාකිස්තානෙන් ගෙන, එහෙමම රටවල් වලින් ගෙනවා. ඒතකොට ඒක එහෙ හදලා මෙහෙට ගෙනාව මේ දැන් අපි මෙහෙට ගේන කොටත් cost එක කරන්නේ. ඒවත් ඔක්කොම ඇඩ් කරාට පස්සේ ඒකේ retail price එක අඩුයි අපේ ලංකාවේ වලට වඩා. So why? Because in India, in Pakistan, they produce in a massive scale because their land extent is very huge. They have a very large, very vast landscapes. ඒ කියන්නේ එයාලා economy of scale එක එයාලට agriculture වලින් ගන්න පුළුවන්. දැන් අපේ ෆාම කෙනෙක් ගත්තොත් අක්කර පහට අඩුවෙන් තමයි ගොඩක් වෙලාවට වී වගාව කරන්නේ. බොහෝ මතලොස්සක් ඉන්නවා අක්කර පහට වැඩියෙන් කරන අය. හැබැයි වෙන රටක් ඉන්දියාව ගත්තොත් එimhe අක්කර 10 15 20 ඔහොම තමයි ෆාමර්ස්ලා කරන්නේ. So they achieve that economy of scale, but we cannot achieve that economy scale. And how we can achieve this economy scale, but not with the agriculture, but with the industrialization. Industries, when we establish industries, we can adjust that one. We can program, okay, per day we can manufacture this much, and if you want to produce more, we can establish another machine, right? We can install another machine or 2 machines or 3 machines. Likewise you can achieve economy of scale. So this is a very, very important one. And finally, way for the modernization. So once you convert primary to secondary products, it is one way for the modernization of the sector, right? So this is the link or the role of industrialization, agriculture, development, and the industries. So that is what we need. Okay, right. We will move. There should be a positive interrelationship between agriculture and the industrialization. So that is why we call this is very important. Okay, and now we will discuss some aspects, the changes in the Sri Lankan economy, what has happened to our Sri Lankan economy over the years. Then you can understand, you can get an idea about the economy of Sri Lanka over the years in a brief manner. Before, in 1948, island's foreign exchange derives from the commercial agriculture. So before 1948, our country was ruled by 3 invaders: Portuguese, Dutch, and the English, or the British, what we call as British. So those 3 foreign invaders, they ruled our country over centuries, right? And before 1948 that happened, and they introduced plantation crops like coffee, rubber, tea. They introduced those things, and they have neglected our local agriculture systems completely. ඒගොල්ලෝ completely අපේ මේ local agriculture system එක neglect කරා. They introduce and they promoted these plantation crops, tea, coffee, rubber, and they started to export those plantation products, right? So what we call as commercial agriculture, and we derive a majority of the foreign exchange from these commercial agriculture, right? However, in 1950s, we experienced that our exports had low or less value compared to other countries. And other countries also, they, for an example, India, they also exported tea. And India, Pakistan, the other neighboring countries, Bangladesh, they also exported a certain amounts of commercial agriculture. And with the competition, because I always say we didn't achieve the economy of scale. But for an example, India, they trade very cheap tea, but when it comes to the quality of Ceylon tea is very high, but the issue is the price is very high. And the tea, and so India and China, they export tea with low quality but with less value, right? So we had a competition with our neighboring countries, and somehow, due to our high values, our export declined, export decline. That means value for export decline, and at the same time we didn't focus on the value addition as well. Very pathetically, we didn't focus on the value addition. So from 1950 onwards, our terms of trade was a negative value. That means we import more than we export. So our terms of trade was a negative value. So today also we have a negative trade value. Over the years, this has accumulated, and now it's a real headache for us, right? And beginning in the early 1960s, government identified this issue. So they mention, okay, they intervene into the markets, and they impose certain import restrictions, import-export regulations. They impose certain restrictions, because what we have done in 1950s, 1960s, we heavily imported even rice. Can you believe we exported more than 50% of the rice? If you concern, for an example, suppose rice requirement of the country is 100%, and in 90s, 40s, we imported 60% of the rice from foreign countries. We imported. So just imagine how much we have incurred for our imports, right? So government understood this situation, and they intervene, and they impose several import restrictions. Okay, so this trend accelerated between 1970s and 1977. So in 1917 and 1977, we had a closed economy. So they strictly they closed our economy, right? In the during the period of 1970 to 1977, we had a closed economy. අපි කියනවා සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ආර්ථිකය වහපු ආර්ථිකයක් කියලා කියන්නේ, closed economy, because we imported only very few items, very important and necessary items only, right? We couldn't import like in the previous years. However, in 1970s, that regime, the government, they again liberalize the economy. They again liberalize the economy, and now it's it became an open economy. It became an open economy, and now economy became more diverse from 1980s onwards. 1980s onwards became more diverse, right? So this is what we call as the changes in the Sri Lankan economy. So 1980s onwards, we didn't have certain very significant policy changes. So we became more diverse after 1980s, and now also we have a open policy, open economy. But a couple of years back, again due to pandemic and economic crisis, there were certain restrictions. Now they are lifting those things very carefully. Okay, right? And these are the changes which happen in the agriculture sector. Before the colonization means before foreign parties, before they invaded our country, we had a rural and subsistence farmings. That means we have a self-sufficient sort of a farming system. So farmers, they grew, and they use that for the consumption. So subsistence farming, no commercial farming was available at that time. So they grew and they consume the total harvest, right? And sometimes they have done some exchange and activities, but we call as subsistence farming. And during the colonization, 1505 to 1948, so that is the period our country was invaded by the foreign invaders Portuguese, Dutch, and the British. So during those periods, they introduced the plantation crops. So uh, they wanted to introduce the plantation crop because they wanted to earn certain income from our countries. So they introduced plantation crops like coffee, tea, and rubber. Then our economy completely changed. So we depend on those commercial scale plantation crops. But after independence, 1948 and 1960s, 1970s, we understood this is not working for us. So we again we focus on our previous agriculture activities. So now we have now we are focusing on paddy, other field crops, and we have vegetables, we have fruits, we have cereals, we have tube and root crops, right? And at the same time, we have plantation crops. Now, our agriculture, we have two sectors: plantation and non-plantation crops. Okay, non-plantation includes paddy, other field crops, maybe fruits, vegetables, up country and low country, right? Tuber crops, fruits, cereals, likewise. And plantation, we have tea, rubber, coconut, sugar cane, likewise. Okay, so this is the overall story of the plantation sector. So here you can very clearly see in there are two y-axes in this particular graph. So left hand side, it's million kilograms, and right hand side, million nuts, because you have coconut. Okay, so normally in coconut we use million nuts, right? Not like million kilograms. So tea and rubber, you can refer this left side axis. So here you can very clearly see tea. So it's a steady growth. Certain declines are there, but uh, uh, after 2018, you can see a declining is there. Declining trend is there. And rubber, if you're concerned about rubber, it's a very pathetic situation. Continuous declining is there. Continuously declining rubber industry in Sri Lanka. And I mentioned coconut. So there are ups and downs, but forget about those ups and downs. But there are some extreme causes in 2017. You can, I don't know whether you can remember, we faced a huge prolonged drought. So it was unfavorably affected to the coconut industry at that time. But look at this. So look at the increasement. Now the coconut industry is blooming. I told you, normally we produce 2,500 to 3,000 million nuts per year in the coconut industry, and 70%, still 70% is being used for the home consumption, and the rest 30% is being used for the industrial purposes. So suppose that if we can increase that 30% to at least another 10%, 40%, so that will surely surpass tea, right? So now the plantations are very positively, they are moving to the industrial sector. It's a very positive trend, right? And even the government is promoting that sector, because the government, they have also identified this is a very particular and a very good area to be focused, right? Okay, so this is again, this is from the CBSL, Central Bank of Sri Lanka. So you can go and see this, you can extract this data in 2020. So you can extract the newest data, the Central Bank of Sri Lanka. So I will show you certain databases in the next session, so you can understand. Okay, right. So this is the story of the first session, right? Are there any questions? Are there any clarifications you need to ask from me, from my side? Okay, so we have learned, and very basically we have learned the concepts of development and growth. We identify the differences of the development and growth. Then we have discussed the role of agriculture, how we can link agriculture into the development, and at the same time we discussed the plantation aspects to a certain level, and so on and so forth. Okay, so now what you can do is there is a small activity. Maybe you can spare 5 or 10 minutes, right? So let me go to that one. I don't know whether you have used this particular website previously. What you need to do is uh, you can go to this website www.menti.com and use this code. So once you go to this particular website, you can also use your mobile phone as well if you wish. So once you go to this particular website, they will ask to enter a particular code. So this is the code 15805-287. So I will uh, put this in the Zoom chat as well, then you can see that one. And there is a particular activity for you to do, right? So just take 5 to 10 minutes, and I can also show the results of that particular activity. So don't worry, names will be not recorded in anywhere. The make a podi activity එකක් තියෙන මේකේ නම් ගම් කුකුත් වැටෙන්නේ නැහැ. They will only show the results or the responses, right? Okay, so there is a one question. So let me so first let me put this into the Zoom chat, then you can everyone can see this one. So Mentimeter, yes, so www Mentimeter. So go to that one. This is the code, right? So I will copy it and that in the chat, right? So Mentimeter, www.mentimeter, and the code is also available, right? So I will stop share. I will stop share this particular presentation, and I will go to the Mentimeter myself. Okay.
Baik ini buka kari onu nasi yang doka teh na eme speaker em
Right, so let me share you the screen, then you can see that one. Okay, right. So this is the question. So this is like a ice-breaking session. So I just want to know what you have learned during this session. So tell us 3 things which you have learned during this session, right? So what you can do is you can go into that Mentimeter site and enter the code, and once you enter, it will present or it will show you this particular question or particular statement, and there will be certain cages that you can enter your response, and once you enter your response you can submit and it will show in here. Okay, so you can start it right now. Okay, so don't worry, there won't be any names displaying in this segment. Okay, then we can right? So tell us 3 things which you have learned during this session. Okay, good. 1 person, yeah. 2, growth, need, SL agriculture economy, growth economy, development, good. 2 people already forwarded their responses. Yes. What about the others? Yes, another person, economic development, growth. So this is what we call as word cloud. අපි මේකෙන් බලන්නේ word cloud කියලා කියන්නේ. එතකොට සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මේකේ capture කරනවා අර එකම විදිහේ තියෙන දැන් අපි කියමු දැන් ඩෙවලොප්මන්ට් කියලා එකක් තියෙනවා නම් ඒක විතරක් ફોකස් කරොත් ඒක ටිකක් ලොකුවට පෙන්නනවා. right? So here now you can see need and growth. Need and growth, yes. Growth economy, yes. Growth, development process. So these are the three key things. So 8 people has responded. They have responded. 8, yes. 9, yes. Yes, now we are receiving responses very quickly. Yes, 17 so far responded. Development process, growth, economic development. Those are the three key things. Agriculture development, need, growth, economy, growth and development, development, yes, underdeveloped. Right. Okay. So I will keep this particular slide as it is. Okay. And what we can do is now it is around yes 10:48, right? So now we will have a short. We will take a
Recording
short break.
stopped.
Right. We will break for the tea, and we will start the session after the tea break. Okay. So shall we meet around? Now it is yes 11:05. We will start the session at 11:05. Okay. So I will keep this slide as it is. Right. For the tea, and we will start the session at 11:05. Okay, 11:05. So right. We will continue the session. Okay. So thank you very much. As you can see, 37 have responded so far for this particular activity. So thank you very much for 37. And I encourage others to also participate in the other activities as well. Okay. Right. Okay. So we will move forward. We have discussed the first session on regarding concept of development, and we will go for the other session, second one. Okay. Hope you all can again see the screen.
Recording in progress.
Right. So let's start. Now, in this session, we will discuss some of the indicators. Okay, development indicators. Now you know what is development and what is economic growth. And you also know the differences between the economic development and economic growth. And now we will focus on indicators, how we can measure this development. Okay. It is not a very simple process that we have to measure development, because in the development, we always take both qualitative and quantitative aspects. Okay. For an example, if it is a quantitative one, very easily we can measure income levels, okay, and at the same time production. So we can measure those things very easily, because there is a something that we can calculate as a numeric value. But when it comes to the qualitative part, example is happiness, right? How we can calculate to how we can measure the happiness. So now we have certain issues. Now we have certain difficulties to interpret and measure development. However, like I mentioned you, there are very reputed international organizations. They have time to time, they have developed certain indexes, indices, certain ratios, certain indicators to measure the aspects of the development. So today we are going to discuss, in this particular session, we are going to discuss some of the aspects, some of the indicators which we use to measure development. So those can be sometimes used to measure the economic growth as well. Okay, we will not aspects of the important for us. Right? What are the famous and key indicators to measure these changes? Right? අපිට දැන් මේ indicators ගත්තාම කියන්නේ අපි indicator එකක් කියන්නේ දර්ශකයක් කියලා කියනවා. කිසි යම් කිසි දෙයක තත්ත්වය ප්‍රගතිය මයින්න දර්ශකයක්. එහෙම නැත්නම් මිනුම් දණ්ඩක් කියලා කියනවා. ඒකට දැන් මේකෙදිත් අපිට දැන් සංවර්ධනය මයින්නත් මිනුම් දඬු ගොඩාක් තියෙනවා. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි එක දෙයක් මෙෂර් කරන්න ගන්නකොට ඒකට තියෙනවා එක මිනුම් දඬු. එක ඩයිමෙන්ෂනල් මිනිමම් දළු තියෙනවා. එතකොට අපි සාමාන්‍ය මේ මානකාරයට කියන්නේ අපි වඩාත්ම ෆේමස් සහ දැනට වඩාත්ම භාවිතා වෙන ඉන්ඩිකේටර්ස් එහෙම නැත්නම් පරාමීතීන් අඳුන ගන්න තමයි අපි යන්නේ. Okay. Development indicators, it's a set of numerical measures of quality of life. So first of all, you need to understand indicator is a set of numerical measures. We have set of numerical measures to numerical measures to quantify the quality of life. Right? Okay. After we calculate, or after we measure these numerical values, then we can say, okay, the quality of life has increased by this much. Right? So that is why we are using development indicators. It is basically like the dashboard of the car. So if you are in a vehicle, in the dashboard you can see rounds per minute, RPM meter is there, speedometers are there, fuel indicators are there, and other respective indicators are there. It shows the status and the progress of your automobile, right? So for an example, you are traveling using your vehicle, or
You are traveling by a particular motor vehicle, and that case, while you are traveling, you can get an idea, okay, the speed. What is the speed of the vehicle, and the RPM levels, and the fuel indicators, and any other indicators. So you can get some idea, get some measurement, right? And at the same time, uh, the, these development indicators are also like that. We are using these indicators to measure the progress, measure the status of a particular nation, right? So like I mentioned you, there are many aspects to be measured and quantified. Okay, so we will look at the most important, most famous indicators here. In general, this illustrates progress of a country in meeting economic, social, and environmental goals. So these are three pillars. If you want to achieve the development, you have to achieve the economic success, you have to achieve the social aspect, and you have to achieve the environmental aspects. Okay, so when measuring the development, we have to measure all these three aspects: economic aspects, social aspect, and environmental aspects. If it is economic growth, we can only measure economic aspects, maybe changes in the income, maybe changes in the production, that's all. But when it comes to development, we need to measure all three aspects: economic, social, and environment, right? So developed and used by many institutes around the world. So these indicators are being constructed and used many institutes around the world, right? So we will only discuss some famous indicators, right? Some famous indicators and their users. And sometimes we will also see the interpretation as well, how we can interpret those things. Okay. So the first indicator is gross national product, what we call as GNP. So it's a very famous term these days. Also, when you hear, when you listen to the radio, or when you hear the news, right, you sometimes you will come across this term, gross national product. So gross national product means the total value of all finished goods and services reduced by a nation's permanent residents in 1 year, right? So here you can see, from the gross national product, GNP, we are measuring the total value of all finished goods and services produced by a nation's permanent resident, right? So total value. So it can be a good, it can be a service, right? So both goods and services are included here. And those are produced by nation's permanent resident in a particular year, basically a 1 year. So normally when we interpret this particular indicator, we say GNP of 2017, 2018, or GNP of 2022, likewise. And another category is GNP per capita. So normally here per capita means per person, right? An individual, gross national product per capita, right? Gross national product per capita, right? අපි කියනවා මේකට සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි මෙතනදී බලන්නේ දැන් GNP එකේදී බලන්නේ අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ඒ රටක් නිෂ්පාදනය කරන සියලුම භාණ්ඩ සහ සේවාවන් වල වටිනාකම. හැබැයි එතකොට ඒ පුද්ගලයා එම රට තුල මේ ස්ථිර වශයෙන්ම එහි පුරවැසි භාවය ලබාගත් පුද්ගලයෙක් වෙනවා, රෙසිඩෙන්ෂිප්, right? කියන සමය දල ජාතික නිෂ්පාදනය, දල ජාතික නිෂ්පාදනය, national ජාතික නිෂ්පාදනය කියලා අපි කියන්නේ දල ජාතික නිෂ්පාදනය. එතකොට ඒක පුද්ගල දල ජාතික නිෂ්පාදනය කියලා කියන අපි gross national product per capita නිෂ්පාදනය, product එක ගැන අපි කතා වෙන්නේ. එතකොට ඒකේ value එක, goods and services. So here gross national product per capita means a person, the value of goods produced by a person of that particular country. right? Total value of all goods and services produced by a country in a year, including income from foreign investment, divided by the number of people living there. කියන්නේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි කරන්නේ මේ මුළු වැලියු එක කියන්නේ GNP එක හොයලා ඉවරලා ඒක අපි mid year population එකෙන් divide කරාම බෙදුවාම අපිට ගන්න පුළුවන් GNP per capita per person, right? It's a per person individual calculation, right? Okay. And there is another one called gross national income, GNI. So this is gross national product, this is gross national income. So same idea is there. Only difference is in the GNP, we measure the value of all finished goods and services. Here we concerns the amount of money earned by a nation's people and businesses, right? අපි කියනවා සාමාන්‍යයෙන් gross national product එකේදී අපි බලන්නේ goods and services එක value. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ස්ථිර පදිංචි පුරවැසියෙක් නිෂ්පාදනය කරන භාණ්ඩ හා සේවාවල වටිනාකම. මෙතනදී gross national income කියලා කියන්නේ එතකොට ඒ රට තුල ඉන්න පුද්ගලයෙක් හරි එහෙම නැත්නම් ව්‍යාපාරයක් හරි උපයන මුදල් තමයි අපි gross national income කියලා කියන්නේ. The total amount of money earned by a nation's people and businesses, right? So this is the value of goods and services. This is the money earned by nations, people and businesses. So maybe an individual person or maybe business entity, ව්‍යාපාරයක් වෙන්නත් පුළුවන්, used to measure and track the nation's wealth from year to year. So this capture the nation's wealth. Gross national income per capita means again very much similar to the GNP per capita. So what we are going to do, we will first find out the gross national income, then it will be divided by the mid-year population. Then you can get the answer for the GNP per capita. The person, the earnings earned by a particular person per year, right? Gross national income per capita. So that is the second one. So first one is gross national product. Second one is gross national income. And thirdly, we have gross domestic product, GDP. අපි ඉස්සෙල්ලා කතා වුණේ gross national product. දල ජාතික නිෂ්පාදනය. දල ජාතික. මෙතන gross domestic. දල දේශීය නිෂ්පාදනය. දේශීය. Domestic means දේශීය. දල දේශීය නිෂ්පාදනය. And gross domestic product. Again, it is a value. The මේ ඔක්කොම values, right? So normally we say GNP, we derive that value in the LKR, that means Lanka rupees as well as US dollars. So normally it is derived in the US dollars. So later on we can convert that to Lanka rupees, LKR, right? And here GDP, gross domestic products. Here the total value of all in a country in 1 year. Right? ඒ කියන්නේ රටක් ඇතුලේ නිෂ්පාදනය කරන සියලුම දේවල් වල වටිනාකම goods and services වටිනාකම තමයි මෙතන අපි gross domestic product එක කියලා ගන්න. Right? And so in the gross national product also we talk about total value of all final goods and services. But here also we talk about the total value of all final goods and services. What is the difference between the gross national product and the gross domestic product? Is there any difference, or are we talking about the same aspect? Yes, I need answers. Now I need answers. Then කියන්න බලන්න අපි ඉස්සෙල්ලා දල ජාතික නිෂ්පාදනය කියලා එකක් කතා කරා. Gross national income, sorry, national product. දැන් අපි මෙතන කතා කරනවා දල දේශීය නිෂ්පාදනය, gross domestic product. Are we talking about the same thing or different one? Yes, tell me. So gross domestic product and gross national products. So are there any difference? Yes or no? Yes, tell me. I love to hear your voices. Right. Very good. There is a difference. And what is the difference? So for an example, very good answer, right? So likewise, communicate with me. Then it is really good. Okay. Then you can understand. Then others can also understand. If you have any questions, then you can again understand. Yes, I'm also receiving certain answers from Zoom as well. Really good. Two different things. Yes. And the thing is, for an example, there is a person. He's a permanent resident in Sri Lanka, and he's traveling abroad. He's traveling abroad. Suppose he's traveling to Australia. He's traveling to Australia, and there he is inventing a new product. He's inventing a new product in the Australian soils. And where can we calculate that value of that good in the Sri Lankan accounts? Can we calculate that under the gross national income or gross domestic product? Gross national product or the gross domestic product? අපිට කොහෙද ඒක calculate කරන්න පුළුවන්? දැන් මිනිස්සෙක් ඉන්නවා යනවා රට. එයා travel කරනවා. travel කරලා ඉවරලා එයා ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාවට ගිහිල්ලා ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාවේ තුල එයා යම්කිසි නිෂ්පාදනයක් කරනවා. අපි කියමු අලුත් භාණ්ඩයක් හැදුවා කියලා. එතකොට ඒකේ value එක calculate කරනවා. ඒකේ value එක calculate කරාට පස්සේ දැන් එයා ලංකාවේ පුරවැසියෙක් නිත්‍ය පුරවැසියෙක්. එතකොට එයා ඒක කරන එක calculate කරාට පස්සේ ඒක කොහෙටද අපි ගන්නෙ? gross national product එකද gross domestic product එකද? Yes, I'm receiving an answer. Very good. Answer is correct.
Gross domestic product එකට sir.
Gross domestic කියලා කෙනෙක් කියනවා. Right. තව තියෙනවද answers? දැන් එක්කෙනෙක් මට එවලා තියෙනවා GNP, gross national product කියලා. So now we need to concern about the definitions of these two aspects. So gross national. So here gross domestic product means total value of all final goods and services produced within a country. So this is very important. Yes, I'm receiving GNP. Yes, I'm receiving answers right now. Within a country. So don't forget about this statement. Then may අපි GDP එක දාලා දේශීය නිෂ්පාදනයට ගන්නේ මේ value goods and services වල වටිනාකම කියලා අපි ගන්නෙ රට ඇතුලේ. ඒ කියන්නේ geographical boundary එකක් තියෙනවා. එතකොට එයා ලංකාවේ පුරවැසියෙක් කියලා කිව්වට අපිට ඒකේ වටිනාකම එයා එහෙ ගිහිලා නිෂ්පාදනය කරන භාණ්ඩේ වටිනාකම GDP එකට calculate කරන්න බැහැ. ඒකට කරලා නොහැක. Right? We cannot add that value to the GDP because it is not produced within a country, within Sri Lanka. He has produced that particular good or service within that particular country, Australia. So Australia can calculate that value of that product and get that into the gross domestic products accounts, Australian one. However, we can still capture that one in a particular area. We can capture that one under the GNP. So now again we will move to that particular definition. Gross national product. Here you go. So it says produced by a nation's permanent resident. Nation's permanent resident. මෙයා කොහේ ගියත් එයා ලංකාවේ පුරවැසියෙක් නම් අන්න එතකොට මේක අපි calculate කරන්නේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් GNP එක යටතට gross national product. එතකොට දැන් මෙයා දිත්ත පුරවැසියෙක් නම් ඒක වෙනස් වෙනවා. එතකොට calculations වෙනස් වෙනවා. So there are other rules and regulations which are applicable. So it has to be done according to that one. දැන් මෙයා දිත්ත පුරවැසියෙක් නම් පුරවැසි භාවයේ දෙකක් තියෙනවා නම් එතකොට ඒක වෙනස් වෙනවා. එතකොට ඒක double calculations අපි ඒ කියන්නේ දෙපාරක් calculate වෙන්නේ නැති වෙන්න ඒක rules and regulations තියෙනවා. That is a complex one. Right? ඒක අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මෙතනදී අපි කතා කරන්නේ නැහැ. නමුත් ඒක වෙනමම ක්‍රියාවලියක්. එතකොට ඒක වෙනම national accounts රටවල් අතර national accounts වලින් වෙන වැඩක්. එයා පුරවැසි භාවයේ තැන් දෙකක තියෙනවා. right? Normally එයා රට ගිහිල්ලා නිෂ්පාදනය කරන අපි දැන් කියමුකෝ ගෘහ සේවිකාවෝ කියලා. how කියන්නේ මේ house wife ලා කියලා. එහෙම නැත්නම් අර මේ කියන්නේ ගෘහ සේවිකාවෝ කියලා යවනවා. right? එතකොට අපි මොකද සාමාන්‍යයෙන් කරන්නේ මේ එයාලගේ සර්විස් එක කැල්කියුලේට් කරන්නේ මෙන්න මේ gross national product එක ඇතුලේ. goods or services. It can be a good, it can be a services. Right? Okay. So that is the thing. And if an Australian person comes here, and if we produce a good or service, then we can calculate that under gross domestic product. Because here there is no statement related to the nation's permanent resident. Then gross domestic product එකේ කොහේවත් නෑ මේක පුරවැසියා මෙහි පුරවැසියා ලංකා පුරවැසියෙක් වෙන්න ඕනේ කියලා එහෙම නැත්නම් රටේ පුරවැසියෙක් වෙන්න ඕනේ කියලා නෑ. ඒතකොට ඕස්ට්‍රේලියාවේ කෙනෙක් හරි කොහේ හරි ඉතියෝපියාවේ කෙනෙක් හරි මෙහෙම මොනවා හරි ඇවිල්ලා කරොත් ඒක කැල්කියුලේට් වෙන්නේ gross domestic product එක යටතේ. හැබැයි ඒ රටට ඒක කැල්කියුලේට් වෙන්නේ GNP එක යටතේ gross national product. So that is the difference. So that is how we calculate the things. නැත්නම් මොකද වෙන්නේ දැන් අපි හිතමුකෝ රටේ පුරවැසියෙක් ඇත්තටම ගිහිල්ලා කොහේ හරි නිෂ්පාදනයක් කරලා මොන හරියක් කරනවනම් ඒකේ වටිනාකමක් සර්විස් එකේ දෙයක් කියන්නේ ඒ අදාළ රටට වැටෙන්නේ නැත්නම් අපිට කියන්න බෑනේ ඒ රට දියුණු වෙන්නේ නැහැ කියලා. මොකද ඒකෙන් කොටසක් අපි දන්නවා කියන්නේ ලංකාවට ඉෆෙක්ට් එකක් වෙනවා ඒකෙන් කොටසක්. right? එහෙම තියෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒක අපි ගන්නේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් assumptions. We have certain assumptions. It will directly or indirectly benefit the country. With that assumption, we calculate that under gross national product. කියන්නේ අපේ මේ assumptions උපකල්පනයේ යටතේ තමයි අපි ඒක සාමාන්‍යයෙන් calculate කරන්නේ. Right? Okay. And let's move into the other economy. Sectors in the economy, we have 3 specific sectors. We have agriculture, we have industry, we have services. Right? So service sector is the largest sector. Second one is the industry, and third one is agriculture. Right? So this is the sectorial contribution. For understanding, this is related to the 2021. So what you can do is you can go and see for the 2022 statistics. Okay. So agriculture contributions here you can see there are 4 parts. Right? 4 parts. Basically, we only focuses on 3 parts: agriculture, industry, and services. Taxes are also there. Don't forget, right? Taxes. Now it is very. We are very much interested on the annual report of 2023. අපි දැන් හරිය ආසයෙන් බලාපොරොත්තු වෙමින් ඉන්නවා මේ 2023 annual report එක එනකම්. So now there were certain tax reformations, right? Tax reforms වුණා. එතකොට අපි බලමු මේ tax වල දැන් tax reforms වෙන්න කලින් 9%. Here you can see a contribution of taxes to national income is 9%. It is more than agriculture නේ. Agriculture වලට වඩා tax වල contribution එක තියෙනවා. And so 2023, so we will get that report mid 2024. 2024 තමයි ඉතින් report එක එන්නේ. එතකොට අපිට බලන්න පුළුවන් annual report එක අනුව tax වල contribution එක කොච්චර වැඩි වෙලාද කියලා නේ. So we can see because now we are experiencing a tax reform, right? So we can see that one. So agriculture 7%, preferably it is less than 7, 6.0, 6.8, 6.9 likewise, okay? And industry, you can see here very prominently, 26, contribution is 26%, and services are 58%, 50. So services, you can see, highest contribution to the national income, national GDP, gross domestic product is coming from the service segment, right? And we have the second contributor is the industry, and thirdly we have taxes. But for the time being, we will just forget about the taxes, right? It's a direct tax, right? Direct and indirect taxes are there, but we will only focus on agriculture, industry, and services. So services, so agriculture, it is less than 7%. Right. Okay, so we will move. So this is some sort of a sector contribution over the years from 2011 to 2019. So the highest contributor services. So you can see here there is a sort of a service contribution is it's a steady sort of a contribution is there, but in the latter part you can see there is a sort of an increasing trend. And when it comes to industry, so it is increasing and decreasing, more or less again stable condition. But unfortunately, when it comes to agriculture, you can see agriculture contribution is decreasing. Right? It is decreasing, and taxes and once you deduct subsidies from taxes, then the net value is like this. Okay, so in the 2023, it might be increase. Okay, right. And this is the GDP share of agriculture. So GDP share. So here you can see from 1960s to 2016, what happened to the agriculture activities, right? It has declined continuously. So here you can see very clearly. So I have discussed with you some economic changes over the years. So I told you from 1970s to 1977, we closed our economy, right? So here you can see in between 1972 and 1976, there is a tremendous growth in the agriculture sector, right? Because we have heavily focused on the local industries, local agriculture sector. So 1970s to 1977, you can see there is a sort of a significant increment in here, right? Thereafter, there are some ups and downs, and in 1992 and again here you can see again in 2008 and 2012, in between these two periods, you can see there is an increment, right? So from 2008 onwards, there is an increment. So this part, any reason for this? Can anyone tell me why this is happening? Then දැන් මේක නම් රිෆෝම් එකක් වුණානේ. මෙතන නම් අපි කියනවානේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මෙතන ඒරියා එකේ පොඩි රිෆෝම් එකක් වුණා කියලා කියනවානේ. මේ පොලිසි රිෆෝම් එකක්. අපි ඉකොනොමි එක ක්ලෝස් කරා. එතකොට අපි ඉම්පෝර්ට්ස් ගොඩාක් අඩු කරා. එතකොට මේ අපේ ලෝකල් ඉන්ඩස්ට්‍රීස් ඇන්ඩ් ඇග්‍රිකල්චර් වලට අපි ප්‍රයොරිටි එක දුන්නා. ඒක අනුව මෙතන පොඩි වෙනසක් තියෙනවා. පොඩි ඉන්ක්‍රීස්මන්ට් එකක් තියෙනවා. එතකොට ඇයි මෙතන මොකද උනේ ආදී? Right? So so here you can see continuous decrement is there. So decrease is there, but here you have a certain change. Why is that? 2008 and 2019. The one reason is not the one, but the major reason was at that time we were able to stop our civil war. Right? Civil war, civil yuddha. So once the civil war ended, we were able to get the contribution from the eastern side of the country. So suppose this is Sri Lanka. So suppose it's a rough map of the Sri Lanka, right? So eastern region. So this is the eastern part of the country. So it's a war affected area. So Batiklo, Ampara, likewise those areas were there, and the Jaffna. So this is northern north part. So these contributions. So in 2009 onwards, we were able to get the full contribution of these two areas to the national accounts. So that's why there was a sort of a change. But again, ultimately, due to certain issues, again, due to structural transformation and all those things, again, there was a decrement, right? The affected areas වල contribution එක නිසා තමයි මෙතන පොඩ්ඩක් national accounts වලට අපිට ගන්න පුළුවන් වුණා. මොකද ඊට කලින් ඔය යුද්ධ තියෙන කාලවල වල අපි සංගණනයක් කරත් මේ areas දෙක අයින් කරලා තමයි සංගණනය කරේ. Why? Because we were not in a position to go into these areas, right? So soon after the civil war, we were able to get the contribution and statistics of these two areas as well, eastern and the northern part. Okay, right. So that's what happened in this area, in this period. Right, so this is the typical growth rate of the Sri Lanka. So GDP growth rate. So here you can see ups and downs are there, right? So there's no typical trend, but so it's also not a positive sort of a trend. right? So lots of ups and downs were there. And here you can see the rates decreased drastically. So it's a negative value. It's a negative value. What happened here? GDP growth rate. What happened in these two periods? So this is Q1 means quarters. Quarter. So this is quarter 1, 2020 quarter 1, 2020 quarter 2, quarter 3, 2020 quarter 3, and 2020 quarter 4. So what really happened in this particular period? Why we had a sort of a negative GDP growth rate in this particular period? Yes? Any reasons? Then there's Swiss again. Yes. Why we face this sort of an issues? Yes. Yes, definitely. Very good. So I'm receiving answers due to pandemic, right? Pandemic to restrictions and අපි කිව්වා නේ දවස්වල මතකද කිව්වා එක දවසක් රට හැවුවොත් ඉකොනොමි එක ගොඩාක් ප්‍රශ්නයක් එනවා කියලා. So it is a truth. අපි කිව්වා නේ රට වැහුවොත් එක දවසක රට වහනවා කියන්නේ ආර්ථිකයට ලොකු බලපෑමක් ඇති වෙනවා. ලොකු බලපෑමක් ඇති වෙනවා. එතකොට ඒ දවස්වල කිව්වනේ එතකොට සමහරු බැන්නා සමහරු කිව්වා ඒක එහෙම කියලා හරියන්නේ නැහැ වහන්න ඕනේ කියලා. So ultimately what happened? Yes, because of the so in that case travel restrictions were there, and so lockdown situations were there, right? Because of that we couldn't continue, we couldn't run the economy in a smooth way, right? Because of that we had sort of negative impacts, right? Negative growth rate was there at that time due to the pandemic and COVID situation. Okay, right. We will move. And this is very important again. So a contribution of agriculture to the development, right? So development here you can see so very clearly. So agriculture growth rates, and this is the agriculture activities, right? This is the agriculture activity. So this is again I have taken from the statistics of government.lk national accounts, right? The annual report 2019 government statistics. Okay, so here so the top most contributor, the growth rate can be reported, can be seen for the oleaginous fruits. What do you mean by oleaginous fruits? So the foods that we use to produce oils. Oleaginous fruits කියන්නේ අපි oil produce කරන්න ගන්න agriculture commodity. So this includes coconut as well. Coconut as well. So you can imagine now why I say that coconut industry is emerging. So oleaginous fruits. Look at the growth rate, 18.2, right? It's a huge growth rates. And then fruits, exports of fruits, and again some government programs, private programs were there to promote fruit cultivation. So it's 8.5. And sugarcane, yes, we used sugar for value-added purposes, not for the consumption as whole, but for other purposes also we use sugarcane, right? Sugar. And animal production 3.2. So freshwater fishing 3.0, vegetable 1.5, and rice 0.3. So declining rate. And other perennial crops, spices minus. Tea, see what is happening to tea, minus 1.3. Growth rate is minus. Forest and lodging, marine fishing is coastal fishing, sea fishing, minus 5.5. Plant propagation, cereal except rice, and rubber. So these are the important crops for which you need to focus, right? Oleaginous fruits, yes. Sugarcane, so these are plantation crops, right? And we have tea here, and you have rubber and other beverage crops like coffee, right? So growth is negative, 23.4. Huge decline, right? Drastical decrease. Rubber 9.5, minus 9.5. So now they are moving out from the industry, right? Rubber, other beverage crops, and tea is also, it's not having a very good sort of a prospects right now. But here you can see oleaginous fruit and sugarcane, they are performing well. Right? So this is 2019 sort of accounts. So what you can do is you can also go for to the 2020, 2021, and 2022, right? Okay. Right, so we will discuss some other indicators as well. Okay. So first one is birth rate and death rates. That is one indicator which we are trying to measure and which we are trying to interpret the development. Right. So birth rates and death rates, the number of live births and deaths occurring among the population of a given geographical area during a given year per 1,000. Very simply, live births. අපි කියන සජීවී උපත් කියලා කියන්නේ live births and deaths. සජීවී උපත් සජීවී මරණ කියලා දේවල් නෑ මරණ හරිද? So සජීවී උපත් අපි කියන population එක consider කරොත් අපි කියනවා 1000කට population එකේ 1000ක් randomly ගත්තොත් 1000ක් randomly ගත්තොත් අපි බලනවා එක geographical area කියන්නේ ලංකාව කියලා කියන්නකො geographical area is the Sri Lanka, it's the country, right? So geographical boundaries, there are certain geographical boundaries. So if we concern about Sri Lanka, it's a one particular geographical area. If you concern about India, it's a one geographical area. And Pakistan, even India, Pakistan, China, right? African countries, right? American countries, Russia. So one geographical area. So you will pick randomly 1,000 people, right? 1,000 people in a particular area, and you will calculate the number of live births in that particular year during we are year wise we forecast that, not forecast, but year wise we calculate that particular calculation. So number of live births and deaths. කියන්නේ population එකේ randomly ගන්න 1000ක් දෙනෙක්ගෙන් අපි බලනවා කී දෙනෙක්ට සජීවී උපත් ඇති වෙනවද සහ ඒ වගේම මරණ කීයක් මරණ තියෙනවද birth සහ කියන්නේ ඉපදීම් සජීවී උපත් සහ මරණ, right? So birth rate and death rates, so can be used as an overall measure of the state of healthcare and education in the country, right? If the birth rates are really high, then normally we say there is an issue in the education system, right? So normally we say it like that, right? So we will discuss the population growth or population growth rates in the latter part of the session, and at the same time the healthcare. If the death rates are really high, then we have an issue related to the healthcare facility of the country. If it is an unusual cases like COVID, that is another one. Then COVID වගේ මොන හරි වෙන pandemic එකක වෙන දේවල් නම් ඒක ටිකක් වෙනස්. ඒක natural නෙමෙයිනේ. ඒක ඇවිල්ලා pandemic හරි disease situation එක වෙන එකක්. එතකොට එතනදී වැඩි වුණාට අපිට කරන්න දෙයක් නැහැ. So it's a different situation, right? Abnormal condition. But if it is a normal condition and the death rates of a country is really high, then we have issues, right? So birth rates and death rates. So by calculating birth rates and death rates, what we can do is normally we can get an idea about the healthcare facilities and education of a country, right? And infant mortality rates. Infant කියන්නේ අර අත කුඩා දරුවෝ කියන අත දරුවෝ කියන එක තමයි විතර infants කියන්නේ. The number of infants dying before reaching 1 year of age per 1,000 live births in a given year. So here we concern about 1,000 live births. අපි කියනවා එක අවුරුද්දක සජීවී උපත් 1000කින් 1000ක් ගත්තොත් ඒ 1000 ගත්තාම ඒකේ කොච්චර ප්‍රමාණයක් infants අවදියේදී එහෙම නැත්නම් අවුරුද්දක් reach වෙන්න කලින් කී දෙනෙක් මැරුණාද, right? It's a number of infants dying before reaching 1 year of age per 1,000 live births in a given year. So if the infant mortality rate, if it is really high, that means we have issues in the healthcare sector and as well as in the education sector. Maybe there may be issues in the hygiene, right? Sanitary issues, right? And healthcare issues, maybe even in the education, right? And even sometimes there may be issues in the food security, right? So we can get that sort of things, okay? And literacy rate. So these are very simple one. Literacy rate means the rate of percentage of people who are able to read and write a simple statement. So this is the old version. Version. So the very recently they have changed this definition. Now it says not a simple statement, but you have to read, write, and understand a certain context or content. Not a simple statement, but a content. Okay, content එකක්ම කියවලා තේරුම් ගන්න කියවන්න තේරුම් ගන්න සහ අවබෝධ කරගන්න සහ ලියන්න. හැකියාව තියෙන එක තමයි සාක්ෂරතාවය කියන්නේ. So in Sri Lanka, luckily our literacy rates are really high. It's more than 80. The rate or percentage of people who are able to read and write simple statement. A useful indicator of the state of education within a country. So this is a very useful statement or state of indicator to measure the education in a country, right? So life expectancy, another one, refers to a prediction of a number of years for which a person will live. So how long a particular person will live. Right? Simply that is the understanding of the life expectancy. So in Sri Lanka, it is more than 70, luckily, right? So that means our healthcare facilities are really good. Right? Our education is good. It refers to a prediction of the number of years for which a person will live. So can be used as an indicator of the healthcare quality in a country or province. So by measuring life expectancy, and if we get a number, it's a high value, maybe more than 60s, maybe more than 70s, even maybe more than 80s, that means that country is having a very satisfactory level of healthcare facility, right? And level of sanitation, right? You know, with the elderly people, sanitation is an issue, right? So it's a level of sanitation. We can measure the level of sanitation. The other one is provision of care of the elderly, another one. So we are indirectly measure that one as well. දැන් අපිට සමහරලාවට කොහොමද වැඩිහිටියන්ට සලකන්නේ කියන එක අපිට directly measure කරන්න අපහසුයි. So we can't measure it very direct way. අපිට ඒකට value අර දැන් income එක වගේ අපිට value එකක් දෙන්න බෑනේ. හැබැයි මේ වගේ මේ දර්ශක කීපයක් එකතු කරලා අපිට පුළුවන් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් බලන්න මේ වගේ කාරණාවලට මේ රටේ තත්ත්වය කොහොමද කියන එක. So we can provide just a sort of a glimpse to that aspects, not a clear cut one, but a glimpse, right? ඒ කියන්නේ අපිට පුළුවන් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අර මේ කියන්නේ 100% මේ prediction කියන්නේ 100% අපිට interpret කරන්න බෑ. මේක මේ විදිහටම වෙනවා කියලා. හැබැයි අපිට පුළුවන් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් පොඩි මේ යම්කිසි අදහසක් පොඩි glimpse එකක් දෙන්න මේ මොන වගේද මේක වෙන්නේ කියන එක. මේ රටේ මොන වගේ විදිහටද ඒ දේ වෙන්නේ කියන එක අපිට කියන්න පුළුවන්. So we can't say it pinpoint in an accurate way, right? But we can put it as in a glimpse. Okay, after glimpse විදිහට අපිට ඒක දෙන්න පුළුවන්. glimpse එකක් විදිහට. Right? Okay. Another important one is inflation. Inflation අපි කියන උද්දමනය කියලා. So this is very important. So normally inflation means general rise in the price levels. දැන් මේ දවස්වල අපි ගොඩාක් කතා වුණානේ පහුගිය ටිකේ උද්දමනය ගොඩාක් ඉහළ යනවා. උද්දමනය අර කිව්වේ නේද අර මේ කවුද ස්ටීව් හැන්ක්ස් කියලා මේ ඉකොනොමික්ස් කිව්වේ මේ ජෝන් හොප්කින්ස් යුනිවර්සිටි එකේ නේද? එයා හැමදාම මෙෂර් කරන්නේ ලංකාවේ ඉන්ෆ්ලේෂන් එක නේද? එයා කියන ජෝන් හොප්කින්ස් යුනිවර්සිටි එකේ දර්ශකය ස්ටීව් ෆ්‍රැන්ක්ලින්ගේ දර්ශකය පදනම් කරගෙන ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ උද්දමනය මෙෂර් කරා මෙන්න ඒ අනුව තුන්වෙනි තැනට ලෝකයේ වැඩිම උද්දමනය ඇති රටවල් වලින් තුන්වෙනි ස්ථානයේ ලංකාවට ගිහින් ඉස්සර ඒ දවස්වල හැමදාම කියනවනේ 5 වුණා 4 වුණා 3 වුණා කිව්ව නේද? So inflation, general rise of the price, general rise in the prices. Okay, so rate of increasing in a prices over a given period of time. So inflation won't become zero. කවදාවත් ඉන්ෆ්ලේෂන් උද්දමනය කියන එක බිඳුව නම් වෙන්නේ නැත. උද්දමනය කියන එක කවදාවත් බිඳුව වෙන්නේ නැහැ. එහෙම වෙන්නේ නැහැ. එහෙම වෙන්නේ නැහැ. හැම වෙලේම අපි යම්කිසි උද්දමනයක් තියෙනවා. And that should happen. It's a natural phenomenon. It's a natural phenomenon. But if it is more than required, then we have issues. That's the case. So in Sri Lanka, in the recent months, we experienced that issue, abnormal inflation. Normally we say hyperinflation, adhyuddhamana, hyperinflation, right? So normally inflation is there. It is not a zero value. So once you, for an example here, it specifically, very clearly mentioned. So 1970, a cup of coffee is $0.25. But in 1980s, it is $0.45. So there is a price increment in between 1970 to 1980s. Right? So inflation was there. And if we compare 1970s, right? If you compare 1970s and 2022, now the new price is $1.85. So that is inflation. So that has to be there. But the issue is, if we have an abnormal value, then it is becoming an issue. Then make අපිට සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අර abnormal value එකක් තියෙනවා. එහෙම නැත්නම් වෙන ආකාරයේ issue එකක් තියෙනවා නම් අන්න එතකොට අපිට ගැටලුවක් ඇති වෙනවා කියලා අපි කියනවා. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් general rise of price කියන එක තමයි අපි inflation කියන්නේ උද්දමනය කියලා කියනවා. Right? Okay. So in Sri Lanka, we have several indicators to measure the inflation. So we will, for the time being, we will forget about the Steve Hanks, right? And the John Hopkins, right? So we will talk about the indicators, reliable indicators in Sri Lanka that we use to measure the inflation, right? So first one is Colombo Consumer Price Index. I hope you are very much familiar with this term, CCPI. Colombo Consumer Price. එතකොට දැන් මේකේ කරන්නේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මෙතන අපි සිංහලෙන් කියනවා නම් අපි කියන්නේ කොළඹ පාරිභෝගික මිල දර්ශකයේස් කියලා කියන්නේ. Compiled to indicate average changes in the prices of goods and services purchased by household in urban areas of Colombo district. So it is a basket of items, right? It's just not agriculture products, non-agriculture products. So items are also there. And it is not a simple basket. It is a very complex basket, right? The basket එක කිව්වහම අර නිකන් කූඩයක් මතක් කරගන්න එපා. මම මෙතන පින්තූරේ දැම්මට කූඩයක් වගේ තිබ්බට අපි නිකන් බාස්කට් එක කියලා කිව්වට මේ බාස්කට් එකට තියෙනවා item 100කට වැඩි. දැන් CCPI එකේ items තියෙනවා 300 ගාණක්. So I will show you that one, then you can get the understanding. So these are the things that we are using to measure our inflation, the increase of the prices, right? So normally everything is there. The CPI, Colombo Consumer Price Index, Consumer Price Index. So, right, and very importantly, in the Colombo Consumer Price Index, it measures the inflation rates, the changes of the prices, annual or monthly changes in the food basket or food and all the items are there. Changes of the prices of that particular basket, maybe every month, maybe every year, within the Colombo area. Right? දැන් මෙතන තියෙන්නේ Colombo Consumer Price Index එකේදී මේ basket එකේ මිල වෙනස් වීම. මාසෙන් මාසෙට monthly or annually අවුරුද්දෙන් අවුරුද්ද එහෙම නැත්නම් කාර්තු වශයෙන් අපිට ඒක මයින්න පුළුවන්. එතකොට ඒක මැනලා බලනවා කොච්චර වෙනසක් වෙලා තියෙනවද කියලා. ඒකෙන් තමයි අපි කියන්නේ මේක normal inflation එකක්ද එහෙම නැත්නම් මේ hyper inflation එහෙම නැත්නම් මේ ගොඩක් මේ abnormal value එකක්ද කියලා මේකෙන් තමයි අපි කියන්නේ. Right? Okay. So later government they have modified this CCPI and they have introduced another one called NCPI. Right? NCPI. Then CCPI තිබ්බා 2000 දැන් තාමත් තියෙනවා CCPI Colombo Consumer Price Index. මොකද urban area එකේ අපිට විශේෂයෙන් මයින් ඕන inflation එක කොහොමද කියලා. හැබැයි ප්‍රශ්නය ආව දැන් Colombo Consumer Price Index එක මුළු රටටම ආදේශ කරන්න බෑ. Colombo is a urban, highly urbanized area. Right? So if we measure the inflation of Colombo and if we try to generalize it to the entire country, then we have certain issues. Because of that, they have introduced another modified version of the CCPI, which they call as NCPI, National Consumer Price Index. දැන් යා CCPI තමයි මුලින්ම තිබ්බේ. ඒතකොට 2015 දී යාලා තීරණය කරා ගවර්න්මන්ට් එක ඩිසයිඩ් කරා අපි මේක දැන් කොළඹ එකම අපිට මනලා නිතරම කියන්න බෑ. කොළඹ එකම අපිට මුළු ලංකාවේම ඉන්ෆ්ලේෂන් එක කියන්න අපහසුයි. ඒක නිසා අපි මුළු ලංකාවටම ගැලපෙන තව ඉන්ඩිකේටර් එකක් දාමු NCPI, National Consumer Price Index, right? So this NCPI, it includes a total of 407 items. Just see 407 items. Then may food may basket එකේ තියෙන items 407ක්. So these are the main groups. Food and non. So let me explain. Food and non-alcoholic beverages, non-food items, alcoholic beverages, tobacco and narcotics, clothing and footwear, housing, water, electricity, gas and other fuels, furnishing, household equipment and routine household maintenance, health, transport, education, miscellaneous goods and services, other groups. So now you can see almost all items are included in this basket, what we call as National Consumer Price Index. So every month, every quarter, every year, they measure the changes of the general price level of this basket. Right? So this is what they have done. Right? Okay, so I will show you a technical document which is related to this NCPI and CCPI, right? So just give me a second to open up that particular technical note, then you can yes, let me share it. Right. Okay. So hope you can see the screen. Right. Now it's okay. So here you can very clearly see. So this is formulated by the Census Department of Census and Statistics, right? National Consumer Price Index. So this is the briefing of the National Consumer Price Index. So this is available. This document is available in the website, right? Once you go to the Department of Census and Statistics, you can get this technical note. So they have introduced NCPI in 2015, right? So this is the background. So why they have done this one, and what is really that they are doing by calculating this particular index, right? So a consumer price index serves a number of purposes. It is an indicator to measure the changes in the general level of consumer prices and used as one of the key indicators of the inflation. Right? Consumer price index is also used for socio-economic analysis and policy purposes, right? Mainly in the determination of monetary and income policies. So this is why NCPI or whatever the consumer price indexes are really, really important. So these are used to formulate policies, right? Maybe to amend, maybe to adjust, or maybe to formulate new policies, right? So now it says NCPI. So CCPI, it has covered only one particular area, Colombo, but with the NCPI, they have actually they are covering almost all provinces in Sri Lanka. Right, so very leisurely you can go through this technical note if you are really interested. So let me show you some differences, right? So let me show you some differences in these two particular measurements. So here, this is the important one. So special features of NCPI and CCPI. So they have a base year. So base year means the year that we are going to keep as 0. And according to that year, we are trying to see whether there are any changes in the considered year. For an example, 2000, if we consider about 2020, in the NCPI, we consider base year as 2030. Changes in relation to 2030, right? Changes in relation to 2030 when compared to 2013. So base year is 2013 in NCPI. So CCPI, it is 2006-7 period, right? So geographical coverage in the NCPI, they cover almost all provinces, but CCPI, it's urban areas of Colombo district, Colombo and suburbs, okay? And target household units, all households in all provinces and all household in the urban areas in CCPS. So normally the size of household unit is more or less same, right? අපි දැන් කියන සාමාන්‍ය household unit එකක් ලංකාවේ household unit එකක් කියලා කිව්වහම household එකේ average household කියන්නේ ඉන්න individuals ලා ගාන 4යි කියලා අපි තමයි කියන්නේ. මෙතන 3.9 කියන්නේ 3.9 කියලා කිව්වන්නේ අර mathematically අපි ගත්තාම 3.9, but normally it is 4. දැන් මේකේ CCPI එකේ NCPI එකේ දෙකේම අර 3.9 4.4 තිබ්බට ගොඩක් වෙලාවට මේ ඕක 4 කියන එක බේස් එකෙන් තමයි ගන්නෙ. And average monthly consumption expenditure, so this is average monthly consumption expenditure in the 2030. දැන් මේ 2013 consumption rate මේ expenditure එක තමයි තියෙන්නේ. මේකත් එක්කනේ compare කරන්නේ. ඒකත් එක්ක compare කරන නිසා තමයි මෙතන base year එකේ තමයි අපි average monthly consumption expenditure තියෙන්නේ. The CCPI එකේ 27 because it is 2006, somewhere around 2006. Value of fund index point, it is another one. And major groups, there are 12 major groups in NCPI, 10 major groups in CCPI, and subgroups 105 in NCPI, 95 in CCPI. And total number of items 407 and CCPI 373. So even in CCPI, they are covering most of the things, 373, right? So it is a good basket again. And this is the weightage. So if you concern about this much of monthly expenditure for the consumption, so from this total expenditure, 44.04 will be for food items, right? And this is 55.96, the rest for the non-food purposes, right? So this is how they have done it. Then අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම household එක expenditure එක මෙතන කියනවා 2013 32142යි. ඒ කියන්නේ consumption expenditure consumption. ඒ කියන්නේ යාලා පරිභෝජනය සඳහා දරන ලබන වියදම 32142ක් කියලා කියනවා පරිභෝජනය සඳහා. ඒ කියන්නේ අර අපි කියනවා දැන් අපි loan එකක් ගන්න ගියාම consumption loan කියලා තියෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ තියෙනවා development loans කියලා තියෙනවා. දැන් මේකෙදි අපි ගන්නේ consumption expenditure කියන එක විතර. development expenditure කියන එක අපි ගන්නෙ නැහැ. කියන්නේ දැන් bill housing maintenance තියෙනවා. ඒවට expand කරන ඒවට අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මෙතන development ඒවට ගන්න නැහැ. මේකට ගන්නේ consumption. Consumption කියන්නේ ඒකේ තියෙන conditions. We have certain conditions, right? And here, this is the breakdown, and there is another one. So it is very nicely, they have mentioned the breakdowns. So we will, for the time being, we will just focus on NCPI. So this is the total consumption expenditure of a household. It is 3.9 as they mentioned. And here it is, I mentioned you in the, here it says 44.04 from this expenditure goes for food and non-alcoholic beverages, and the rest 55.96 goes as non-food consumption, right? So here it says non-food items, alcoholic beverages, tobacco and narcotics. Here they have taken this one as well, alcohol, beverages, tobacco and narcotics, right? And clothing and footwear, again, these are consumption ones. Housing, water, electricity and fuel, consumption ones. Furnishing, household equipment and routine household maintenance. This not includes this is not including that the expansion of or building new houses. So this is just routine sort of things, right? Health, transport, communication, recreation and culture, education, restaurant and hotels, miscellaneous goods and services, right? So this is the breakdown. So you can see here, so here, according to this particular in 2013, you can see the highest weightage goes for the 5,785 in under the non-food category, housing, water, electricity and fuel. See, and secondly, you can see the transport, right? Thirdly, it is for miscellaneous goods and services. So it is miscellaneous. And another one is restaurants and hotels, right? So something like that. So here you can see very clearly uh, one particular way that we can get an idea about the social status of the particular population or particular community in that area, geographical area, is here we have all the big breakdowns, right? So this is what they are incurring for the consumption. So here you can see very clearly transport. So transport, they are heavily incurring, they incur heavily on transport, right? So forget about this housing, water, electricity and fuel, but think about the transport, right? So they incur heavily on transport as well. So now if you are formulating a policy, once you see this breakdown, you can see where is the problem, right? If we can facilitate the community of by providing certain uh, uh, transport facilities, right? Then sometimes we will be able to, the government may able to reduce reduce their consumption expenditure to a certain extent, and this reduction may be they might be use this expenditure for another purpose, maybe for savings, right? So likewise, the government or else the other policymakers, by looking at these breakdowns and looking by these analysis, they can do certain, they can make certain suggestions, right? So that is there. Okay, so okay, so the other things are certain notes, footnotes, right? So this is why these NCP and CCPI is really important. Okay, right? So we will go for the next one. Right, okay. So this is about the national NCPI and CCPI. So even though we use these particular items or particular indicators to measure the inflation, from that we can collect, we can get more insights of their quality of life. හරිද? දැන් අපිට මේකේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි දැන් ගොඩාක් වෙලාවට කතා කරන එකක් තමයි මෙතනදී අපි ගන්න කාරණාවක් තමයි මේ අපි quality of life කියන එක අපි measure කරනවා. quality of life කියන එක measure කරනකොට දැන් මේ NCPI CCPI කියන indexes හරි වටිනවා. වැදගත් වෙනවා. එතකොට සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි දකිනවා මේකෙදි ප්‍රශ්නේ තමයි අපිට සමහර වෙලාවට මේ policies formulate කරනකොට මේ NCPI CCPI එක inflation එක minor දර්ශක විදිහට ගත්තට අපිට වෙන වෙන insights වෙන වෙන calculations ගන්න පුළුවන්. අපි අර මම උදාහරණයක් විදිහට ගත්තොත් transport වලට ගොඩක් unnecessary expenditure එකක් වෙනවා නම් අපිට මේ ඒකට දැන් ඒ කියන්නේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් transportation cost එක වැඩි. අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් public හරි ඒ කියන්නේ අපි සමහරවිට public transport use වෙනවා අඩු ඇති. සමහරවිට private transports use වෙනවා ඇති. එහෙම නැත්නම් සමහරවිට මොකද public transport වල ටිකක් cost එක අඩුයි කියනවනේ. ඒකට අපිට ඒකට ගොඩක් වියදම් වෙනවා කියන්නේ අපේ මොකක් හරි issue එකක් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් අන්න ඒ වගේ අපිට policy හරි මොනවා හරි එකක් formulate කරනකොට අපිට ලොකු මේකෙන් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් insights අපිට ගන්න පුළුවන්. Right? So that's why normally these indicators are very important. Right. Okay. So the next one is information sources. Right. So what we can do is right now we can take a lunch break and about 1 hour. Right. So we will take a lunch break and after the lunch break we will discuss. We will continue the session because there are certain things that I want to show you in these information sources, right? Okay, so are there any questions or clarifications so far? I hope you understood the content, right? Because yes. Okay, so what we can do is we will break for the we will break for the lunch, and we will have 1 hour break, right? We will have 1 hour break, and actually I can't exactly tell the end time of this lesson, right? So after lunch time I will be taking another 2 or 3 hours, right? Maybe 2 or 2.5 hours. I can't exactly say the end time. That will depend on the explanation and all the things. So it will maybe another one. Yes, another 2 or 2.5 I will take after lunch. Okay, so we will break for the lunch, and this is now it is 12:15. We will start exactly at 1:15, right? So we will start exactly at 1:15, and after the lunch we will discuss another few points. So it will take another 2 hours, right? Okay, maybe less than 2 hours. We will see, right? Okay, right. In the meantime, if you have any questions or any clarification, you need any clarification, you can ask me, or you can forward that into the Zoom chat as well. Okay, so we will break for the lunch, and we will meet exactly at 1:15. Okay, so Zoom link is the same Zoom link. You can, if you are leaving, you can use the same Zoom link to join. Okay, right.
Session, right? So we will continue what we have done. So right, so let me share the screen. Okay, so hope you can
Recording
see the
in
screen.
progress.
So let me just put it in the slide mode. Okay, so now so during the session we have discussed so many concepts, so many indicators, and in the next few slides also we will discuss some of the aspects, some of the concepts related to the socio-economic and cultural sort of indicators aspects, right? So right now another concern is how can we get these particular indicators, how we can get the information of these particular indicators. Sometimes I do have some experiences. Sometimes students they will search for the indexes, and they will try to go and extract data from unreliable sources, maybe sometimes those are not reliable sources, maybe those are modified sources. However, when we analyze the things, when we collect the data and when we go through the website, it is always recommended for everyone to go and search the data and extract the data from the reliable website, so web sources, so maybe secondary sources, even maybe reports, maybe some other books, right? It is always recommend for all people to go and refer those particular reliable sources, right? So today right now I will show you some of the reliable data sources, and once you go and once you search for particular data in those websites, you may find a lot of useful and informative data, and at the same time, in their reports, in their website, they have nicely interpreted those data, right? So this data is very important, maybe for your future works. Sometimes you might do certain projects, sometimes you might write certain reports, right? In that case, this data points are really important, right? So we will go through some of those information sources. So I have here I will show only 3 information sources, but we have many more information sources. One reliable, a very reliable source is annual report of the Central Bank of Sri Lanka. So in this particular slideshow, I have directly included the web link of the Central Bank of report. So this is again in the central banks. They are normally they every year annually they publish a annual report. So in that report, there are a lot of insights related to the Sri Lankan economy, social aspects, economical aspects, right, cultural aspects. So all the things are there in the, most of the things are there in this particular report. And secondly, we have another very reliable source, which is called as Department of Census and Statistics, right? Department of Census and Statistics, and in there also there are a lot of information related to maybe related to the agriculture, maybe related to general aspects, socio-economic status of the country, likewise. And other one is, it is an international source, World Bank, right? In the World Bank site also you can extract some of the information related to the Sri Lanka, and not only in Sri Lanka but for other countries also. There are certain information in the World Bank. Not only that, we have IMF, International Monetary Fund, so they have a wonderful database, and we have FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization, and World Food Program, WFP, so those sort of, and United Nations, UN, right? So those bodies, those international bodies, they are reliable, and time to time they compile data related to the countries, and those databases are very informative and very useful. And also at the same time, you can extract those data free of charge, without any charges. That is the main advantage of those data sources. And okay, so first we will go to the annual report of central bank, right? So I will just open it. Once you click this particular link, it will directly take you to the central bank annual report. Okay, all right. So let me stop share the site, otherwise you won't see. Okay, right. Okay, so this is the website. So this is what I have mentioned you, right? So hope everybody can see this one. So here very clearly you can see uh, this is the website for the Central Bank of Sri Lanka, what we call as CBSL, right? Central Bank of Sri Lanka. So this is the annual report of 2021, right? We will just go through the annual report structure of 2021. Later on, the leisure time in the independent learning, as an independent learning activity, you can go and search for the annual report of 2021. For the time being, I will discuss this just I will show you the report of 2021. So same structure is applicable in the annual report of 2022. So they are maintaining the same structure. So here this is the contents. First you can find here in part 1 key economic indicators, key social indicators, right? So we will just click and go and see what are their key economic and social indicators. So I will open them up. So here key economic indicators, right? Key economic indicators. Here mid-year population from 2015 to 2021, mid-year population is there. So as you can remember, we have discussed, we need this data point to calculate certain indices, right? Certain measurements, right? For an example, per capita GDP, right? Per capita GNI, per capita GNP. Right? So we need mid-year population. So that's figure is available in this central bank report, economic indicator, and growth of mid-year population. The population growth is there. Population density per square kilometer, how many people are there, right? Population density. And the labor force, very important. Active labor force details are also there. How many people are actively engaging in the labor force? Labor force participation rate and unemployment rate. People who are not doing any employment, who are not engaging in any employment, right? And here GDP at current market price, so it is at LKR, GNI at current market price, it is again LKR, Lanka rupees, GNI, GDP at current market prices US dollars, right? GNI current market price US dollars, again per capita GDP, per capita GNI. So a lot of informations are there, right? And real output, major economic activities of the GDP. So agriculture, industry, services, the percentage change. How over the years, how the percentages have changed in these particular three sectors. So likewise, so we also discuss about NCPI, National Consumer Price Index, annual average is there, and Colombo Consumer Price Index, again annual average is there. So most of the things are available in here, right? So many indicators. I told you that we are only considering very famous and very popular indicators, but there are so many indicators, right? So that is economic indicators. And if you go to the other part, it is key social indicators. So the location of Sri Lanka, the distance north to south, west to east, and elevation, right? Total area, square kilometers, land area, inland waters, so inland water area, right? Climate, low country, hill country, annual rainfall, all these things are there. And again, population and vital statistics, so mid-year population, and very interestingly, categories, right? Categories, how it can be categorized. So in between 0 to 14 years, how many are there? And between 15 to 64 years, how many? And 65 we normally consider as elderly people, whilst people who are not uh, actively participating in the labor force. So how many are there, right? So likewise, and population density, crude birth rates, we discussed that one, right? Crude death rates, right? Rate of natural increase. Natural increase means deaths and births, right? So we normally we normally calculate the natural rate by using the indexes of crude birth rate and crude death rates, right? And infant mortality rates per thousand, 7.5 per thousand, right? And here crude birth rate is 12.9 per thousand, and crude death rate is 7.4 per thousand. So here you can see very clearly population growth is there. Population growth is there. Why? Because crude birth rate value is greater than the crude death rate value. So there is a population dependency ratio. So people who are depending on the others, maybe so we discussed earlier, average household number is 4. approximately 4. Maybe if you consider about 4 members in a household, from that nearly 50% are dependents. Maybe mother and father is working, but the children are not working. They are they are dependents, right? So likewise, so many information are there, right? Average household time size is 3.7 approximately 7. So income distribution, poverty levels, so poverty headcount index, right? So human development index, so rank among 189 countries. So human development index is 72 out of 189. So we are 72, right? So there are certain things like that, right? And so we will discuss this. We will come later to human development index and employment people in the agriculture sector from the total employed person. That means from the workforce. So how many are engaged in agriculture, industry, services, and public sector employees, right? Here expectancy of life at birth, right? 75.5, literacy rate average 93. So it's a very good, male 93, female 92, and even physical, social, and financial infrastructure facilities, right? So here, transport, electricity, length of national roads, right? National roads A and B. So we can categorize roads into two, not two, but several categories are there. So A and B are superior roads, and length of expressways, length of operating railway tracks, right? Water supply and sanitation, general education, university education, students teacher ratio in universities, right? And here also general education, students teacher ratio, right? So many things: communication, telephone penetration, right? Fixed lines, cellular phones, so financial infrastructure, banks, right? So likewise, university public health, hospital beds, persons per doctor. So this entire glimpse capture the social economic status of the country. So very clearly you can get that information, right? So many information are there. What you can do is in leisure time you can go and uh, you can browse the 2022 annual report as well. Then there also you will find these sort of information. So every year annually they are publishing this data. So this is free of charge, and you can easily browse from the website. And again, national output expenditure. So there are certain chapters they have even elaborated how this is happening. For an example, national output, expenditure, income, and employment. Right. So if you go here very clearly, you can see. So gross domestic product, the contribution of the sectors, how it changes, and what are the reasons. So here, economic activity, agriculture, forestry, and fishing. So growing cereals, growing rice. Let me just enlarge it. Sugarcane, fruit. So all the primary activities of agriculture. So these are the activities we capture when we calculating the GDP contribution of agriculture, right? And industries, mining and quarrying, manufacturing, electricity, gas, storage, and services. Wholesale and retail trade. Then may wholesale and retail trade service right? So everything is classified very nicely in this report, right? So this is a highly recommended source, right? And financial insurance services, professional services, and so I'm delivering a service right now. It's a professional service, right? And public administration, defense, education, human health, social work activities. So all the things are there, and a snapshot of the activities, right? Production approach, expenditure approach, income approach. So how it changes, right? So all the things, labor market indicators, the popular labor force. So here you can see there is a increment in the labor force with compared to 2020 to 2020, right? So 2020 and 2021, there is a sort of an increment. And in economically inactive people, that has also increased, right? And labor force participation rate it decreased, right? And employed population, it increased, right? And unemployment rate, it decreased, right? Departure from foreign employment, departure for foreign employment, that has drastically increased. See, so all the information are there. Departure. මේකෙන් කියන්නේ කොච්චර ප්‍රමාණයක් මෙන්න රටවල් වලට ගිහිල්ලා තියෙනවද කියන එක. මේ 2021 ඒතර 2022 වගේ report එක බලනකොට සමහරවිට මේ යගේ තවත් වැඩි. So you can get an idea. Right? So all the things are there. So agriculture, so as a sector, they have mentioned it very clearly what has happened, what are the reason for these things. So very earlier I showed this particular diagram. I hope you can remember. I showed you. I think the 2019. So this is 2021. Right? Still here you can see growing. Now in 2021, it has grown. Right? So see the things, right? And maybe it is also oleaginous fruit propagation, animal production, growing cereal. So rubber and other things are not. Rubber is there. It is continuously declining, right? Likewise, okay. And also sector-wise introduction, sector-wise description is also there, right? Okay, and yes, if you wish to go for a particular sector like tea, see, tea, entire description is there. What has happened? What are the current trends? Right? And rubber, right? So since we are focusing on plantation crops and coconut, see, all the things are there. Coconut production reached a historical high level with a total nut production of 3,120 million nuts in. So I told you, historically high levels. So now coconut industry is booming. It's the peak of the coconut industry. So this is increasing. This is again increasing. So these are some coconut production, right? Desiccated coconut, coconut oil, other. And if you go to the website of Coconut Development Authority, you can get another in detail analysis, in detail sort of information related to coconut based products, kernel and non-kernel products. So this is again some of the summary of those reports, right? Rubber, right, and tea. Okay, so that is there. Okay, so right. Okay, so that's about the central bank report. Okay, so there are other things as well. So prices and wages, external sector development and policies, other informations are also there. So this data asks for our quiz. No, I will not ask any data in the quiz. දැන් මේ quiz එකකදී ඉතින් ඇත්තටම අපිට මේ concept එක check කරනවා ඇරෙන්න මේ මම අහන්නේ මේක කීයද අරක කීයද කියලා අහන්නේ මොකද ඒව ඉතින් already available නේ internet එකේ. ඒක නිසා ඒව මතක තියාගන්න ඕනේ. But what you need to do is as a person who has followed this course, you need to have some idea about if someone asks you what is the GDP of the country. දැන් අපි සාමාන්‍ය ඉගෙන ගන්න කට්ටිය හැටියට අපි පොඩ්ඩක් දැනුවත් තියෙන්න ඕනේ GDP එක ඇහුවොත් GDP එක කියන්නේ මොකක්ද? ලංකාවේ GDP එක කොච්චරද? ඒ වගේ පොඩ්ඩක් දැන් අපි ඒ වගේ දේවල් නම් ටිකක් මතක තියාගත්තට කමක් නැහැ. හැබැයි මම ඒවා අහන්නේ quiz වලදී මට කියන්නේ ඒ වගේ numerical values නම් මම අහන්නේ නැහැ. මොකද ඒක අවශ්‍යතාවයක් නැහැ. ඒ වගේ වහන්න මොකද ඒවා already available internet එකේ ඕන කෙනෙක්ට ඕන ලාවට ගිහිල්ලා හොයන්න පුළුවන්. නමුත් දැන් අපි මොකක් හරි මේ අපේ මේ වැඩකට හරි මොකට හරි තියනවා අපි දැන් ඉගෙන ගත්ත මිනිස්සුන්ට පොඩි මතකයක් තිබ්බනම් GDP එක කියන්නේ මොකක්ද සහ GDP එකේ value එක මෙච්චරයි කියලා ලංකාවේ. So that would be a handy, right? එහෙම නැත්නම් මම quiz එකට නම් මේ numbers අහන්න යන්නේ නැහැ. It is pointless, right? Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I will just show you, right? I will just show you these are the data which are available, right? දැන් නැත්තම් ප්‍රශ්නේ තියෙන්නේ ගොඩාක් වෙලාවට මේ ළමයි මේ කියන්නේ මේ හරි data reliable sources නැතුව ලොකු ප්‍රශ්න ඇති වෙනවා, right? So sometimes even though these sources are there, sometimes not all, but some students they still go and extract data from unreliable sources. That is the case. Then if you are extracting data from unreliable sources, then your entire project or whatever the thing you are doing is not very much precise, right? Okay, so the other one is Department of Census and Statistics. So we will go to that one as well quickly. Right, so this is the Department of Census and Statistics, right? You know, Jana Lekana ha Sankhya Lekana Department. Okay, so here you can see GDP growth rate is there. So GDP, this is the fourth quarter GDP, right? 2022 fourth quarter. But we have to take the average. The quarter wise GDP ka dala tiyenne, right? PP purchasing power index kila tiyena. So there are so many things, right? NCPI, National Consumer Price Index, CCPI, Colombo Consumer Price Index, and inflation 49.2 according to 2023 March based on the NCPI. And most importantly is here you can see once you scroll down, there is a column for statistical subjects. And here you have specific tabs: agriculture, health, trade, national accounts, poverty, computer literacy, industry, income and expenditure, gender statistics, public employments, education, inflation and prices, labor force, population and other census and surveys. So if you go to this one, agriculture, once you click the agriculture, it will direct you to a separate web page. So here you can see paddy statistics, right? Tea, rubber and coconut statistics are there. Highland crops, livestock statistics, crop cost of production, food balance sheet. So many information are there. Even fisheries and aquatic resources. So if you go to highland crops, right? So if you click the highland crops, it will say highland crop time series, extent and production of seasonal crops. So under that also you have several categories. So first we will go highland crops time series. I will click that one and it will direct to another category. And in the left hand side, left hand corner, you can see the districts. You can also go for the national total as well, right? So suppose if you need suppose you need extent and production of a particular commodity of upcountry. So we will select the category. For an example, I will select upcountry vegetable and crop is carrot. Suppose carrot, right? From 2001 to 2022, right? And I will select the Nuareli area. So I want to see the extent and the production of carrot from 2001 to 2022. So once you click all these prerequisites, then it's a matter of clicking this get table. Here, carrot extent in hectares and production in metric tons, year 2001 to 2022. So here very clearly, extent and the production. See, all the data is available here. So which is free of charge. So our internal students are also extracting data from these sources. And sometimes they conduct even research analysis from these data, right? So these are freely available. So likewise, so suppose look at the categories: cereals, pulses, oilseed, fruit and tuber, right? Low country vegetables, up country vegetables, mine export, fruits, other perennial, leaves. So all the things are available. So that is one aspect of the census and statistics. So under agriculture. So there are so many things agriculture. And if you go to poverty, so poverty we will discuss later on. And income and expenditure, again income. So I will come back to these accounts later on. So we will discuss these things separately, poverty and other aspects, right? So there are so many things. Okay, right. Okay. So finally, we have another set called database called World Bank database. Right. So World Bank data set database is also there. So I will just go through there. World Bank. Right. Okay, so let me share the screen. Here, the World Bank. So here also, this is not only in Sri Lanka but for other countries. If you wish to select other country, what you can do is you can just input the country name here, right? So if it is Sri Lanka, right? So if it is Sri Lanka, it says poverty headcount ratio, life expectancy at birth. So this is 2021 statistics, right? Population growth, annual net migrations. So economic GDP per capita, GDP growth rate, unemployment. So even environmental indicators are really there, right? So in our country, environmental indicators are little. So our national institutions, sorry, they also time to time capture some of the aspects related to the environment. But when it comes to the environment indicators, those are little complex. That means not the indicator itself, not the complex, but the procedures that you are going to measure that one. That's how you are going to measure it. The process is little complex, right? So if you want to do the CO2 emissions, right? So in Sri Lanka, it is 1.1 metric tons per capital, right? So once you click this I icon, information icon, here you can see even the definition. So here carbon dioxide emissions are those stemming from the burning of fossil fuel and the manufacture of cement. They include carbon dioxide produced during consumption of solid, liquid and gas fuel and gas flame, right? So they mention these things, right? Here climate watch. So source is climate watch 2020. So this is an development relevance, and so they have also interpreted what is the importance of this indicator for the development. අපි කියනනේ දැන් සංවර්ධනය කියන එකට මේ ඉන්ඩිකේටර් එකේ වැදගත්කම මොකක්ද? right? එතකොට මේක කියවුවාම තේරෙනවා මේකේ වැදගත්කම relevance එක. So what is the relevance of this particular indicator to the development? So you can see. So it is a major source of ocean acidification. So likewise, so it's a very simple sort of a content is there. And limitation and expectation. So there are so many limitations when we are conducting environmental assessments. There are so many limitations, and they have included that one as well. So period, annually they measure this, and statistical concept and methodology. Even the procedure they mention, this is how we are going to calculate. Even the procedures, right? So this is the importance of the World Bank data set. So that is why we say these are very much reliable data. So another institution, so suppose electricity production from renewable sources excluding hydroelectric, right? Hydropower එක නැතුව කොහොමද යන්නේ? And people using safely managed sanitation services, percentage of population, right? So for that one, no data available. So if there are no data available, they will mention that, right? So likewise, so these things are already available, right? Okay, so right, so we will move to the discussion again. So there are so many reliable data sources. So if there is a sort of a incident, so if there is a sort of a circumstance that you want to collect this sort of data, so use these data sources, right? Okay, and next we will see the sustainable development goals, which we call as SDGs. It's a very common one, SDGs. So this is what we call as the blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. So these sustainable development goals are derived from a particular international organization. These are not derived by Sri Lanka. The may sustainable development goals එහෙම නැත්නම් අපි කියනවා තිරසාර සංවර්ධන ඉලක්ක. මේවා තියෙනවා 17ක් goals 17ක් තියෙන ඒවා ලංකාවෙන් හදපු goals නෙමෙයි. So these are made by an international, very famous and reputed international organization, which is the United Nations. අපි කියන එක්සත් ජාතීන් කියලා කියන්නේ. එතකොට ඒකේ තියෙන රටවල් 200කට කිට්ටු වෙන ප්‍රමාණයක් තියෙනවා. ඒකේ සමාජිකත්වය දරනවා. එතකොට ඒ සමාජික රටවල් වල අභිවෘද්ධිය වෙනුවෙන් හදලා තියෙනවා. Right? A collection of 17 global goals set in 2015 by the United Nations General Assembly. So they publish these sustainable development goals, 17 sustainable development goals in 2015 with the expectation of achieving these goals by 2030. So they even set a particular achievement date as well, that is 2030. So they expect all member countries will achieve these particular goals by the end of 2030. So that is a general expectation, right? Okay. So these are the 17 sustainable development goals. So we will just discuss these very briefly and we will see the status of our country as well, right? So first one is here very so you can see no poverty, right? So no poverty means all population in a particular country is above the poverty line, right? And zero hunger, no hunger at all. Good health and well-being. People are able to access to good health care facilities and they are free from diseases, right? Free from diseases means even though they suffer from a particular disease, they are able to access to good health facilities and they are able to get good treatments under good medical environment, right? Quality education. Every person has an access to quality education. It's a right of a particular student or particular person. Student කියලා කියන්නේ ඕනම කෙනෙක්. ඒ කියන්නේ වයස් ભેද සීමාවකින් තොරව ඕනම කෙනෙක්ගේ අයිතිවාසිකමක් හැටියට අපි දකිනවා quality education කියන එක. Right? Gender equality. So there are no defined role for men and women. For men and women. අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපේ සමාජවල වල ගැටලුවක් තමයි අපේ කාන්තාව කියනකොට අපේ සමාජයේ විසින් කාන්තාවකට දීලා තියෙනවා යම්කිසි රෝල් එකක්. මේක තමයි කාන්තාවක් නම් කරන්නේ. ඊට පස්සේ පිරිමි කෙනෙක් නම් එයාට තියෙනවා වෙනම රෝල් එකක්. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපේ traditional view is that men are the breadwinners, right? කියන්නේ පිරිමි පාර්ශවයේ තමයි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් මහන්සියෙන් වැඩ කරලා මුදල් උපයන පිරිස. So women are the kind that look after and taking care of the family, right? එතකොට අපි කියනවා පිරිමි කට්ටිය තමයි සාමාන්‍ය මුදල් හම්බ කරලා සහ එහෙම ෆැමිලි එක මේ පවත්වාගෙන යන්නේ. එතකොට කාන්තා පාර්ශවයේ කරන්නේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් පවුල රැක බලා ගන්න සහ ඒ පවුලේ ඒ අයට සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ඒ අවශ්‍යතාව ඉටු කරගෙන. අන්න එක තමයි අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් කියන්නේ අම්මා කෙනෙක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්, බිරිඳක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙම අර කාන්තාවකට තියෙන රෝල් එක තමයි අන්නේ විදිහට තමයි අපි traditional society එකේදී අපි define කරන්නේ. But in here we are against to that particular concept. So there are no predefined roles and responsibilities to men or women. So both genders are equal, right? Both genders are equal. අපි කියන සාමාන්‍යයෙන් both genders equal කියලා. ඒ කියන්නේ අපි කියන්නේ පිරිමි කෙනෙක්ට විතරයි වැඩ කරන්න පුළුවන්. ගෑනු කෙනෙක්ට වැඩ කරන්න බෑ. So that
concept is the gender equality. And clean water and sanitation, again a very important one. Clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, right? Not environment polluted energy, but clean and affordable energy. Decent work and economic growth. Yes, everyone should engage in a decent work, and they should achieve economic growth, better salaries, right? Affordable, maybe reasonable salaries. Industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Yes, maybe common infrastructure facilities, right? And reduce inequalities. Maybe inequalities in the income, maybe inequalities in the wealth, right? We are trying to reduce the inequalities. Sustainable cities and communities, right? So that means Tirasara, we can Tirasara Nagara. So these communities are sustainable, right? Responsible consumption and production. So they are not over consuming or under consume, and at the same time they produce according to the market demand, not like what they wish, right? And again, climate actions. So climate is rapidly deteriorating. Climate changes are happening. So it is time for us to do certain time for us to take certain measures for that one. Climates may be adaptations, right? And life below water. So this is regarding the marine as well as inland uh, inland ecosystems, right? And life on earth. So this is regarding the ecosystems on lands, and peace, justice, and strong institutions. So every person should have equal rights, as well as they are protected. Their rights are protected or safeguarded with a good legal system, right? No one is treated unfair manner, right? And partnerships for the goals. Every time there should be a partnership in between public and private. None of the organizations are doing things alone, right? So there are no responsibilities roles mentioning this should be done by the government or this should be done by the private parties. It is an always a partnership, sustainable partnerships. So here if you once you browse internet, and if you go to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, you can get the idea, right? So these are the measurements, understanding about the goals. So poverty, ending hunger, right? And ensuring health, lives, and promote well-being. So ensure inclusive and adequate, equitable, quality education, and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. So it should be a lifelong learning opportunity. So here also we are trying to give you a lifelong learning opportunities, not just we are not just trying to fit you into a one model, but we are trying to promote lifelong learning opportunities and achieving gender equality and empower all women and girls. So especially in the Asian regions and the African regions, still we have issues, gender issues related to the women and girls and even youth. So that's why this is very important one, because promoting and empowering women and girls. We are giving power to the women and girls, right? Empowering, Savibala Ganna, right? And ensure availability of sustainable management of water. Water is there. That is also one sort of a goal. So to ensure sustainable management of water, even though in Sri Lanka also we have enough water resources, but if we do not sustainably manage those, then we might face issues in the future. So we have to promote sustainable management of water. And goal 7 is ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy. So we can't depend on environmentally harmful energy sources like fossil fuels, right? We have to do something. We have to find some sort of an alternative. Maybe renewable energy, right? Maybe some other environmental friendly energy sources, right? Okay. And goal number 8, promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth. So decent work. It is all about decent work. Every person, if he is in the, if that person belongs to the labor force, active labor force, then he or she should be able to find a decent work according to matching with his or her capacities, right? Capabilities. And the 9th is infrastructure. Adequate infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. So it should be an innovative culture, right? Innovative culture. There should be innovation. There governments and all the parties should encourage innovations to happen, right? So number 10 is inequality between and among countries. So this is inequality does not mean only within the country, but also among the countries. So again, you can remember that we categorize countries as poor countries and rich countries. Right? If the inequalities no longer exist, we can't categorize countries as rich and poor countries. So we have to promote in order to achieve that one, right? So make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. So making good communities, building and establishing sustainable cities. 12 is to ensure sustainable consumption and production patterns. And 13, take urgent action to combat climate changes and its impact. So right now we are facing the consequences. So sometimes there may be tsunami cases, sometimes maybe earthquakes, landslides, right? So frequently we experience those things, right? And we sometimes it's flooding situations are there, flooding is there. So many environmental changes are happening, right? And sometimes we feel that global warm, right? Global warming is there, so temperature is increasing, so those things are happening. And what we can do is we have to combat the climate change. We have to take necessary steps to adapt or mitigate the climate changes. And the 14 is the below water. So we have to protect the this particular goal is mentioning that we have to protect the ecosystems, the fauna and flora and fauna in the in the water, right? So it may be coastal or it may be inland, right? And again, it's a 16. 15th is ecosystem on the land, terrestrial, right? So it is again related to the goal number 14, that is below water, right? And 16 is peaceful and inclusive societies. So fair, we have to treat everyone in a fair manner, right? And goal number 17, last one, in the partnerships. So every time what we need to do, we have to do activities. So initiate activities with the with keep in mind promoting partnerships, right? Okay, so that is about the 17 sustainable development goals. So these are very important. So since Sri Lanka is also a member country, partner country of the United Nations, we also need to follow these sustainable development goals. So if we are initiating new projects, if you are doing certain projects, then they are always, it is better if we can align our objectives according to the sustainable development goals. දැන් සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි කරන්නේ අපි projects කරනකොට ඒක විශ්වවිද්‍යාලය වේවා, එහෙම නැත්නම් පෞද්ගලික ආයතනයක වේවා, එහෙම නැත්නම් government රාජ්‍ය ආයතනයක හරි වේවා, යම්කිසි projects එහෙම නැත්නම් මොනවා හරි ව්‍යාපෘති මොනවා හරි ඒ වගේ කරනකොට සාමාන්‍යයෙන් ඒ අපේ තියෙන objectives එක්ක අපි මේ SDG කියන එක align කරලා යුතුයි. මොකද ඒක අපි member country එකක් විදිහට සාමාන්‍යක වෙනවා. දැන් government institution වල projects යනකොට අනිවාර්යෙන් තියෙනවා කියලා තියෙනවා මේ sustainable තිරසාර සංවර්ධන අරමුණු එහෙම නැත්නම් ඉලක්කයන් මේ ව්‍යාපෘතිය මගින් ඒ සඳහා සැලසෙන එහෙම නැත්නම් ඒ මේ තිරසාර සංවාද ඉලක්කයන් සඳහා ඇති බලපෑම් කුමක්ද කියලා ඒ කියන්නේ ඒ වගේ තියෙනවා සාමාන්‍යයෙන් නිතරම ගවර්න්මන්ට් ඉන්ස්ටිටියුෂන්ස් වල අනේ කියන්නේ ගවර්න්මන්ට් විතරක් නෙමෙයි ප්‍රයිවට් ඉන්ස්ටිටියුෂන්ස් වලත් එහෙම නැත්නම් ෆන්ඩ් බොඩිස් වල ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ මේන්ම ක්‍රයිටීරියා එකක් තමයි SDG කියන එක. එතකොට අපි මොන සංවර්ධන වැඩ කරත් මොන ඉකනොමික් ඩෙවලොප්මන්ට් ඉකනොමික් growth මොන දේ කතා කරත් මේ SDG කියන එක අපිට අමතක කරන්න බෑ. So that should be included in our every project, right? If relevant to the nature of the project, we have to include that one, right? Okay. So this is the progress of the current assessment of the Sri Lanka in relation to the SDGs, right? So this is somewhat told couple of years back, and once you browse, once you have the time, if you go to the United Nations and they have a dashboard for every country, every member country, right? So in that particular dashboard, you can find the progress of achieving certain particular objectives, right? So here they have used the color code. So green say green, it denotes SDG achieved, and you have orange, maybe we will say it's a yellow, so challenges remain, and orange significant challenges remain, and red major challenges remain, and the gray color is there and information unavailable. So we can for the time being we can neglect that one, because for all 17 SDGs there are color codes, right? And here you can see, if you focus on the major challenges remain, one is the there's hunger, right? Zero hunger. So it's a major challenge for Sri Lanka. Right now people are suffering from food insecurity, right? Food security is no longer there. Food insecurity is there, right? Zero hunger. Gender equality. Still in our Sri Lanka, within our societies, we have this issue, gender equality. Women and girls are not empowered properly. And see here, clean water and sanitation. We have major issues. Clean water and sanitation. Even though we assume that we are safe and we have sufficient water resources, but still we are not managing it well, right? And the other one, affordable and clean energy. We are highly depending on fossil fuels, right? Our energy generating sources are not environmental friendly. Those are not clean, right? So we have challenges. And industry, innovation and infrastructure, very pathetic. So industries, we have issues in the industries, and innovations are not happening frequently, and at the same time we are lack of infrastructure, right? Sometimes our common facilities are not up to the standards, right? So common for an example, public transport, our public transport is not up to the standards. We are struggling. And reduce inequalities. Again, within the country, we have inequalities. That may be due to the income inequality, that may be due to the wealth distribution, right? So issues. And number 16, peace, justice, and strong institution. Right? According to the UN, we are still struggling to find a fair mechanism to treat people all over the country. So that's why the people who are in the north, they sometimes they are blaming, right? They are saying that they are being treated unfair manner, right? So because of those reasons, right? Because of these reasons, we have issues in this sector, right? Not only in the north, people in the north, but also in the other provinces also we have certain issues, right? We have certain issues, right? So we will move. And finally, I would like to show you the trends, right? What are the trends? So SGD Sri Lanka, the trends. what sort of a trends in the future that we might have. So here also we have so here it shows some arrows, but the direction of arrows you can see and the color is different. So green one means on track for maintaining SDG achievement and moderately improving. The yellow and orange stagnating. Stagnating means we are not moving. We are just stay as it is. Right? අපි එතනම ඉන්නවා එකතැන පල් වෙනවා. Right? අපි එහෙට යන්නෙත් නැහැ මෙහෙට යන්න. Stagnate. Red one decreasing. And the final trend information unavailable. So for goal number 10 and 12, we don't have trend information. And if we focus about red one decreasing is life on land. Oh, so life on land, right? So life on land, we are polluting our lands. So can we say that we are in the right track in the development process? No, still not. We are polluting our land. We are harming our land. So in the first case, I clearly mention you, development means it is the overall improvement of the quality of life, but without damaging the environment. But here you can see trend is decreasing, life on land, and at the same time life below water stagnating, right? So we have certain issues. Peace and justice is stagnating, affordable and clean energy is stagnating, gender equality is stagnating, sustainable cities and communities we are stagnating, right? So we have major issues in these areas. Okay, right. Okay, so that's all about the SDGs, right? So right now you have another very little exercise. I know it's a very hard time for us because after lunch and you are just listening and I'm just talking like a parrot, and so some of you are actively participating, but I guess that now you have a small sort of an activity, very small, don't take too much time, right? So again, go to this site and there are two questions, right? Two questions according to your knowledge, and using the information sources you can answer those questions, right? So let me share the things, right? So this is again like a ice breaking session because I know it's a very hard time, can't blame for anyone. Right, so this is the Mentimeter site and the Mentimeter code, right? So just take 5 to 10 minutes and we will start the second final session. Question is, what is the GDP of Sri Lanka in 2022, right? So you can enter your answer. So don't worry again. It will not record your name or whatever the index number or anything. It's just an open sort of a forum. So what you can do is just quickly go through and see the GDP of Sri Lanka now. So last couple of hours we discuss several information sources, reliable sources. Just go there and quickly search and send your answer, forward your answer. We will see how quickly you are doing that one. Okay. So first 5 answers. Okay, we'll see.
Gross domestic products.
$89 billion.
Yes, I'm receiving some answers as well through Zoom as well. Right? Yes, good. Now that means you are searching. Right? Okay. Right. So we will. So I have received a few answers. As you can see, so several answers are also there. 75.3 billion. 75.3 billion. 75.3. Yes. So people are searching continuously. Good. Right. So the second one is another interesting one. So this is what you need to do in this one is rank the following countries based on the GDP, right? So which country has the highest? So highest to lowest, right? 70. So I have received so many answers in the Zoom as well. Good. 75.3, 75.3. So answer might be 75.3, I guess, right? Good. Really good. And now what you need to do, the second one is based on your understanding base. So you need to when exactly find the GDPs, but based on your understanding, rank the following countries based on the GDP, right? So highest to smallest, largest to smallest. Sri Lanka, India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. Yes, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. Someone is yes, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. Yes, now I'm receiving even through Zoom as well. Good. So now you have some sort of an idea. Okay. Good. India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. So now you can get an idea how uh, how we are placing, where we are placing based on the GDP. Okay. So we are the Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Pakistan, India, right? So according to the answers, India is the number one, Pakistan is the second, third is also second, third places. I think Pakistan second, third Bangladesh, fourth Sri Lanka. Good. Yes. Yes. Okay. So thank you very much for the your participation. Right. So we will start the second half. Now you can get an idea how even according to the GDPs, what is the place of Sri Lanka, right? So according to the India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, we are fourth, right? Okay, right. So now we will start the final session of the day, right? Which is we will try to do it. Just give me a second. Right. So final session of the day is social, economic, environmental dimensions, right? Okay, right, good. Still I'm receiving some answers. Good. Okay, so this is the final one of the first half, first day. Social, economic, environmental dimensions. So it is the fact that when we consider the development, we need to concern about the society, environment, and at the same time the economy. We cannot just focus on one particular aspect, and we cannot compromise other two. Right? We need to consider all three aspects. It is like a triangle. Right? So economy, society, and the ecology. Ecology means environment, right? Protecting the environment. Society means the societal aspects: security, education, culture, participation, demography, right? Economy here, job security, consumption, maybe production, maybe the incomes, right? Salaries, wealth, likewise. And when it comes to the triangle, we have several concerns that we have to focus. One particular concern or one particular concept is poverty. And when we get the idea of poverty, we always remember poverty means the people who don't have enough income, right? People who don't have enough income. Because of that, we normally call those people as people who are in the poverty, people who are suffering from poverty. And that is not the only aspect. When we concern poverty, that is not, income is not the only aspect that we concern, right? Poverty is a very broad one, right? So when we concern about the poverty, lack of basic capacity to participate effectively in the society. Because of the poverty, those people, they don't have capacity to participate within the society. They are excluded from the society due to the poverty. Uh, the reasons may be, it means not having enough to feed and clothe the family. Maybe those people, they don't have enough to feed and clothe the family. Not having a school or clinic to go to, right? Because you don't have that privilege. Not having the land on which to grow one's food or job to earn one's living. Maybe those people, they don't have their own lands. Maybe though they don't have their jobs, right? Not having access to credit. Since you don't have any assets, since you don't have any wealth, you are not in a position to or you are not in a position to afford credits.
It means insecurity, powerless, and exclusion of individuals, household, and communities. Right. So, due to these reasons, people, the people who are suffering from poverty, they feel insecurity, powerlessness. They don't have any power. They don't have any bargaining power, and they feel that they are excluded from the community. So this is what we really call as poverty. It is not just a lack of money, it is lack of basic necessities, right? It often implies living on marginal or fragile environment. So there is no hope for the people who are suffering from poverty. So that is the case. Fragile environment, it always breaks. And more than lack of income. So that's what I mentioned, more than lack of income. Maybe because of that, they will lose range of socioeconomic aspects. Maybe power to negotiate, no one will listen to them. There are no any negotiation power, right? And social status, they don't have any social status. And maybe they don't have any decent work and opportunities. And due to this particular issue, they are being forced to violate the rights, labor rights, right? Child labor, forced labor, human trafficking, because they don't have any power, they don't have any sort of social status. So third party will use them, third party will get the opportunity from that particular situation. And there are categories of poverty, right? One is absolute poverty, scarcity of basic needs. Sometimes people people may not have enough enough wealth to afford basic needs like food, shelter, clean water, health, education, that we call as absolute poverty. And the other is relative poverty, comparison of living and economic standards of the population in a country. Sometimes we compare individuals, so communities or group of people with others, and we are coming to a particular conclusion that this particular group is uh, is not sufficiently fit to this community. They are suffering from poverty. So we are comparison with comparing two groups or more groups. We we normally we define, okay, this category is very good. This is, they are not suffering from poverty, but this category is suffering from poverty, relative poverty. And situational poverty, due to an occurrence of adverse events, maybe civil war, maybe environment disasters, right? So due to civil war, as you can remember, before 2009 and even after 2009 to a certain extent, there were certain issues related to the poverty, situational, and sometimes even based on environmental disasters, maybe it might trigger the poverty. Generational poverty, handed over one generation to another, right? Generation. So it will continue from one generation to another, poverty, right? Rural poverty, poverty among the rural communities, right? Urban poverty, in urban areas also we have poverty among the urban communities. There are people within the urban areas who are not in a position to handle the things, who are not in a position to maybe accept or maybe afford the necessities, right? Urban poverty. So these are the forms of poverty. And what is the end result of this poverty? End result of poverty is very pathetic, which we call as vicious cycle of poverty. අපි කියනවා දිලිඳු භවයේ විෂම චක්‍රය කියලා. දිලිඳු භවයේ විෂම චක්‍රය. So it is a cycle, never ending cycle. For an example, it says a poor man may not have enough to eat. So this person, he is not having enough sufficient money. Because of that, he is not in a position to afford the food that he prefer, or the food that is with the right amount of nutrition, right? And being underfed, because of that, that person will not may not have
time or not have enough sort of enough status to purchase the food, right food, and he is underfed. He is underfed. He is not even he is consuming. He is not consuming the right nutrition foods. Being underfed, his health may be weak. I told you, not every food, but there are food categories that we need to consume. With that, we can get the nutrition requirements, right? But being underfed, that person might have health issues. Being physically weak, his working capacity is low, which means that he is poor, which in turns means that he will not have enough to eat and so on. So this is like a cycle. So he doesn't have any sort of capacity to purchase enough food, and because of that he is underfed, and because of underfed he might have several health issues, and that means he is physically weak. Since he is physically weak, his working capacity is very low. So normal person will work for 8 hours, but because of his health condition, he will only work for 2 hours, only work for 4 hours. And again, he will earn a very little amount of money. And that means he is poor. He is poor. Right? He is poor. And again, the same cycle continues. Right? So low productivity, low income, low demand saving, low investment and capital deficiency. So that is the vicious cycle. And there are ways and means to measure the poverty. One way is poverty head count ratio. Poverty head count ratio. The proportion of a country's living below the poverty. So normally we abbreviate it as PHI, poverty head count ratio. It is the number of or the proportion of the population who is living below the poverty line. Here you can see in the first section the number of people whose income fall below the poverty line divided by the total population. So Sri Lankan poverty head count index, you have to find out that one, the poverty line and the count index, right? And I told you in the census and statistics department of census, you can go there, and there is a specific segment like there is a specific segment called poverty. In that particular segment you can find these things. Even in the central bank reports you can find these things, right? So number of people who are living below the poverty line, it's a proportion, right? So this is the map of Sri Lanka, and it is and learning activity. You can find the latest power indexes. So here it says similar, right? There are certain differences. I don't say that for doctors they are getting the same as the people who are in other occupations, or engineers in other occupations, but there is a certain inequality, there is a certain privileges, but more or less their inequality is less. But if you concern about the developing countries, underdeveloped countries, what is really happening is this gap is very wide. This gap is very wide. For an example, sometimes engineer or a doctor or in any other professional service provider might earn a large amount of money, large amount of salary, monthly salary. But if we compare it with the person in the front line, right? So maybe in the other occupation, sometimes the gap is really high. Right? Sometimes the gap is really high. So that means the income inequality is great. It is great, right?
often accompanied by wealth intake. So that is also related to the wealth issue as well. Wealth. Right? අපි wealth එක කියන්නේ අපේ කියනවානේ සාමාන්‍ය අපේ වත්කම් සියල්ලම කියලා wealth එක. Right? වටිනාකම කියලා. So that is also due to the wealth inequality as well. And the other concept is food security was insecurity. So food security means food security exists when all people at all times have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutrition food, which meets their dietary needs and food preference for an active and healthy life. Right? So very carefully look at this definition. So this is a very famous definition. We say food security exists when all people at all time have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutrition. Not only sufficient, not only safe, but not only nutrition. All three should be there, right? All should. That's why I told you sometimes some people they have access to sufficient food, sufficient, but we don't know whether they are safe or nutritious. If these two are not there, even though that person even though that person has access to sufficient food, that is not food security. අපි කියන ආහාර සුරක්ෂිතතාවය කියන්නේ ඒ පුද්ගලයාට ප්‍රමාණවත් ආහාර හැබැයි ආරක්ෂිත අපි කියනවා මේ ගුණාත්මක භාවය. එහෙම නැත්නම් නියුට්‍රිෂන් රික්වයර්මන්ට් එක තියෙන්න ඕනේ. එහෙම නැතුව අපිට කොච්චර ආහාර අපි ගත්තත් ආරක්ෂිතභාවය හා ඒ කියන්නේ අදාළ පෝෂණ වලින් තිබ්බේ නැත්තම් අපි කියන එක ෆුඩ් සිකියුරිටි කියන එක නෑ කියන එක. right? අපි කියන ආහාර සුරක්ෂිතතාවය නෑ කියන එක. right? So all people at all time, right? Whatever the time, they should have access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food. So that is what we call as food security. Food insecurity means the vice versa, other way, right? The food insecurity exists when people do not have, right? So food security means they have the access, they have access to sufficient, safe, nutrition food at all times. But food insecurity means they don't have that particular access, right? So that is other way around. Okay, and in food security there are four pillars, four important pillars. One is availability. Availability means sometimes the food may not available in the country, in the area, right? So maybe sometimes you will search for a particular food item, but it is not available. It is not available in the country or in the area, right? Availability is not there. If sometimes if the production is not there, availability is also not there, right? Availability and accessibility, not only availability. Suppose foods are available, so you are searching for a particular food and that is available in the country, but accessibility is not there. What do you mean by accessibility? So those are not closer to where you live, and those are not affordable as well, right? Then a food available, food. So accessibility is not there, so you will sometimes neglect because you have to bear some additional costs for the accessibility, right? And at the same time those are high, those are priced at higher levels, high prices are there, right? And you will neglect that one. So accessibility is not there. Even sometimes availability is there, but those are not affordable, right? Sometimes for an example, some exquisite fruits, right? සමහරවිට තියෙන පළතුරු ಜಾති එහෙම සාමාන්‍ය පළතුරු මෙඩිසිනල් වැලියු තියෙන පළතුරු තියෙන එක එක ඒ වගේ ಜಾති තියෙන. එතකොට ඒවා available, හැබැයි ගන්න තරම් හැකියාවක් නැහැ. මිල මුදල් නැහැ. සමහරවිට ඒවා තියෙන්නේ වෙන පැතිවල. Right? At the same time, utilization. People don't just need food. They need the right kind of food. They need right kind of food. So not like so normally people, they have certain ways to prepare
food. They have certain ways to utilize the food. So that should be also there. Availability, accessibility, utilization, and finally stability. All the following three aspects, availability, accessibility, and utilization, should be there around the year, throughout the year, right? Stability. If you fulfill all these four pillars, then we say food security is there, right? But if you are not fulfilling any of the things, any of the pillars, then we say uh, there won't be any food security, right? So that is the normal food security scenario, right? Okay, and let's move to the population growth. So we have discussed that one earlier as well. And population growth, so the issue is whether population growth is good or bad. Yes, whether the population growth is good or bad, right? So if the population growth, if we experience a rapid population growth, then what will happen? So it might trigger certain maybe issues, right? So let's see. We will first understand what is population growth and how it has happening around the world, around the globe, and then we will see certain issues, right? So geographic regions are there. The world population is very unevenly distributed, right? If you concern about the total population around the globe, and if you concern about the continents, the regions, you will feel that the population is very unevenly distributed, right? So geographic region, based on the geographic region, population differs. And at the same time, fertility and mortality levels, it ranges, it fluctuates. And age structure, even the age structure, right? That also, because of that also, population growth is varying. Right? So population growth, first one is geographic region. Here you can see very clearly, more than 3/4 of the world population is living in the developing countries. Here you can see Africa. So total, suppose world population is, so this is 2017 data by United Nations. So you can find out the latest one, right? Population 2018, right? So world population is 7.632 billion. From that, Asia, from the 7.632, from that 7.632, 4.545 billion are living in the Asia. Another 1.288 billion are living in Africa. Altogether, it is around 6.5 billion. 6.5 billion people are living in the developing nations, developing countries. African and Asia are developing countries. And North America, Europe, and the oceanic countries, we consider them as developed countries. Oceanic means New Zealand and Australia. And in Latin American countries also we concern as developing countries. So if you sum up African, Asian, and Latin American and the Caribbean population, it is almost 7. It is almost 7, right? It is almost 7, right? So more than 3/4, more than 75% of the population of the world is living in the developing countries. So now that is the issue. And population growth determined by the fertility and mortality levels, rate of population increase, natural increase, maybe the deaths, maybe the births, and international migration also affect the population growth. Sometimes there may be migration from one country to another country. Sometimes there is immigrations. Sometimes some people might emigrate to the countries, right? So migration and immigration. Migration means moving from one country to another country, moving away from the country, and immigration means moving to a particular country, emigrating, right? Okay, so that's also affect the population growth. Yes, fertility and mortality levels are also there. And based on the age structure, there is a wonderful sort of a finding, right? Normally we say population is relatively youthful in the developing worlds. If you concern about Asian region, if you concern about African region, we normally say population is relatively youth. What does that mean? So we will come to that one when we study the population pyramids, then you can understand that one. And here also some fact is there. As of 2011, children under the age of 15 constitutes more than 40% of the total population of the low income countries, right? So children under the age of 15 in Asian countries, more developing countries, in the developing countries, more than 40% of the total population of the low income countries, right? So under age of 15, under the age of 15, right? So that means most of the teenagers, most of the children are coming from or are living in the developing nations, developing. So that's why we are normally say population is relatively youth in the developing world. So based on the age structure, we normally draw a structure called population pyramid. It's like a pyramid, right? So it depicts in a pyramid way. So this is the population pyramid. You can find here the age categories 0 to 4, 5 to 9, 10 to 15, 15 to 19. So likewise age categories are there and respective population of male and female, right? So this is males and this is for females, right? Population in million, right? So this is what we call as population pyramid. It's like a pyramid. It's like a pyramid. And here you have population pyramids for developed and developing countries. So here very clearly you can see this is developing countries. Sri Lanka is also having this sort of a population pyramid. Here you can see very clearly. See, so so under this, right? So this is maybe you can say, or else you can say, oh, maybe under 24 years of age. Under 25 years of age, you have more population, right? Under 25 years of age. But when it comes to the developed nations, this is little less, right? This is little less, and their elderly populations are high. So working force is high, right? The developed nations. Then developing nations වල තියෙන්නේ ගොඩක් වෙලාවට අර අවුරුදු 25ට අඩු තියෙන ප්‍රමාණය youth කියන කොටස ගොඩක් වැඩි. හැබැයි developed countries වල මේක එහෙම වෙන්නේ නැහැ. developed countries වල මේ ප්‍රමාණය අඩුයි. එතකොට මේ middle layer එක තමයි වැඩිපුරම ඉන්නේ. middle layer. Elderly people, right? Young adults, maybe young adults, right? Maybe middle age people and the elderly people. So elderly people is also somewhat similar, right? So this is, we have less elderly people in developing nations, right? So youth population is very high, but elderly population is very low. Here when compared to developing nations, in developed nations their young population as well as elderly population is less. They have more people who are in the range of the workforce, who are in the active labor force, right? So that those are the difference. Here you can see in the developed countries, low youth dependency ratio. You can see youth rate is very low, low population growth, old age dependence are there. And in the developing countries, high youth dependency ratio, high population growth, difficult for people who are working to support those who are not working. right? So that is there. So dependent ratio is really high. One clear dependent ratio එක අපි 49ක් ලංකාවේ විතර. Almost half, right? So dependent ratio is really high in the developing nations. And is it good or bad population growth? So it is really bad. If there is a high population growth, if you are experiencing high population growth, it is really bad. Why? Because ultimately that will deteriorate the resources. අපි කියනවා අපි සාමාන්‍ය ඉගෙන ගන්නවා resource කියන එක ඊටාම වැදගත් එකක් සම්පත්. So resources are very scarce. So if there are more and more population, what will happen? They will fight to get the resources. Sometimes there may be wars, sometimes there may be diseases, because there are many people who are fighting for same resource, and starvation. So population growth would depress living standards in the long run. So for the long run, population growth is not so good, right? So why? What are the consequences? Increased poverty and inequality. So that might increase the poverty and inequality. And at the same time, large family size and low income restrict the opportunities of parents to educate all their children. So that is a common one. And high fertility harms the health of mothers and children. Sometimes frequency of birth, if it is less or if it is high, there may be possible harms. Frequency, if the frequency is really high, then there may be possible health issues for mother as well as her children. And lower per capita income growth, definitely sometimes we cannot, governments or the private bodies, they cannot allocate sufficient capital to develop a certain individual, right? And also starvation. Feeding the world population is made more difficult. Yes. How can we increase the agriculture to match the particular demand? It's really hard. Contribute to the environment degrade, definitely. When there are many people in a particular land plot, it will deteriorate very quickly. Increase international migration, and it may be legal or illegal. That can happen, right? So this is the urbanization, what we call as urbanization. That means people who are moving from villages to the urban areas. So in Sri Lanka also that is happening. Yes. So here they have predicted the changes from 2011 to 2050. So blue, it denotes, blue bar, it denotes urban, and ash or gray bar represent rural population. So if you concern Africa, so it increases, urban population increases, but rural population is decreasing. And when it comes to Asia, see, urban population moving from villages to cities or urban areas, it will significantly increase. It will significantly increase. And here the population of villages, it will significantly decrease, the changes, right? So it is not only in Asia but Europe. Here in the Europe and Latin America, North America, same situation is happening. So people are frequently moving from village to urban areas, right? So this phenomenon we call as rural urban migration. What is happening? The people are moving from rural villages to urban centers in search of jobs and other facilities, right? So if you concern about Colombo, there are many people who are from the outside of Colombo, right? Many people are coming from outside of the Colombo. Why? Because they need good sort of job opportunity. They are seeking job opportunities. Sometimes they are working in the particular, and that is also an issue. That is also an issue. So that is also some sort of inequality. So that might cause some sort of inequalities. And the other aspect is human capital. Human capital means it consists of knowledge, skills, and health that people invest in and accumulate throughout their lives.
enabling them to realize their potential as productive members of the society. Right. So අපි කියන සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අර මානව සම්පත් කියලා. මානව සම්පත්, මානව ධනය කියලා කියන්නේ. Right. So that means human capital is very important. So it consists of knowledge, skills, health, good health. So ultimately what will happen, the human capital will enhance the productivity. They will create innovations, right? That might help the development process. So to develop human capital, one vital aspect is education. So essential for a satisfying and rewarding life, definitely. If you continue your learning process, it will reward you, right? It will also help you to absorb modern technology, right? It will help you to grow and self-sustain, right? And transformative and allow people to make informed decisions. And once you go along the learning process, learning curve, you will make informed decisions, right? At the same time, health is very important. Create a good human capital, right? So this is not just referring to the physical fitness, but this is also referring to mental and social well-being. Central to the well-being, prerequisite of increase in productivity. So if a person is really he is having a good and healthy sort of a situation, he is physically fit and mentally fit, then he can contribute well. He can contribute well. He can commit his full capacity to the work, right? So both education and health is very important to maintain, to build a good human capital, right? So education and health are or basic objectives of development. Health and education are investment made in the same individual. So it's a sort of an investment. අපේ ලංකාවේ අපි කියනවා health කියන එකයි කියන්නේ සෞඛ්‍ය සහ අධ්‍යාපනයේ නොමිලේ. So it's an investment. Everyone can get that benefit. සමහර කට්ටිය කෑ ගහනවා මේ විශ්වවිද්‍යාලවල මොන හරි ප්‍රශ්නයක් වුණාම මෙහෙමයි මේක අපේ රටේ සල්ලි වලින් ඉගෙන ගන්න මෙහෙම කියලා ගැටලු කියලා කෑ ගහනවා. හැබැයි ඒ කට්ටිය තේරුම් අරන් නැහැ ඒගොල්ලොත් ඉගෙන ගන්නනේ. ඒතර ඒගොල්ලෝ ඉගෙන ගත්තෙත් කොහොමද? ඒගොල්ලෝ ඉගෙන ගත්තෙත් free education. Most of are educated using the free services, right? It's a free education. Most of us learn that thing from free education. So health and education, those are very utmost. Right. The final one is environment and the economy. So how can we connect this environment to the economy? We have connect social aspects, we have connect cultural aspects and other aspects to the economy. But now we will see, in the last segment, we will see how we can connect environment to the economy. So the link between the environment and economy can have in three ways. One is as a supply of natural resources, yes. Inputs, land, water, raw materials. So environment is providing those sort of facilities, inputs. And as a supplier of environmental or amenity goods. So environment is providing services like climate regulation and providing sceneries, right? At the same time, it has capacity as a waste sink. So it convert waste into harmless or ecological useful products. So that is how environment contribute to the development or the economy. It provides inputs, supply inputs, it provides certain services, and at the same time, it is the main body. It is the main body which convert waste into ecological useful products. So that is the relationship between environment and the economy. Right? And here where we
the concept here, the concept where we call sustainable development comes in. It says a pattern of development that meets the needs of the present generation without compromising the needs of future generation. So what we say is, yes, we are using the resources. At present, we are using the resources, but in a careful manner. We never overuse or overconsume those resources. Why? Because we need to keep that for our future generation as well. We are using without compromising the needs of future generation. Right? That is the thing. So that is what we call as sustainable development. Yes. So within few slides, I can so maybe few slides I can end the session. Right? Why are you so hurry? Right. Okay. So what we can do is a pattern. So I have so yes. So which is a sort of a sustainable development, right? It's a pattern of development that meets the need of the present generation without compromising the needs of future generations. Right? We are using the things without compromising the needs of the future generation. We are not compromising. We are not compromising the needs of future generation. Right? So when it comes to environmental resources, there are two aspects. One we call as private property resources. Other one is public property resources. So this is basically the property resources. How we can demarcate property rights, property resources. Right? So if you concern about the environment, it is sort of a property, one whole property. And as human beings, we demarcate, okay, this is a private property and this is a public property. අපි කියනවානේ සාමාන්‍යයෙන් අපි අපේ ඉඩමක් තියෙනවා නම් අපි මිලදී ගත්ත ඉඩමක් තියෙනවා නම් අපි කියන එක පෞද්ගලික එකක්. Private property. And if it is a government owned one, we say it as a public property. දැන් government එක එකක් නම් අපි කියනවා ඒක පොදු එකක්. හැමෝටම use කරන්න පුළුවන්. Right? දැන් අපි පාවිච්චි කරන අපි ළඟ තියෙන ඉඩමකට අපි හැමෝටම වෙන්න දෙන්නේ නැහැ. That is why we call it as a private property. But there are certain properties which are called as public properties. Right? So in the private property, ownership allows the owners to exclude others from the use of the resources. Right? So normally in the private property, so people in the private property, they are imposing certain restrictions. Right? For an example, I'm owning a particular land and that belongs to me, and I'm building a fence, so I'm establishing or constructing a wall. By establishing that one or by constructing that one, what I'm going to do, I give a sort of a powerful message to the other parties. This is my land. This is my area. No one is allowed to enter into this particular area. So private properties are like that one, right? අපි ඇත්තටම ගත්තොත් එහෙම අපිම මේ ඉඩම් බෙදාගෙන තියෙන අපි කියනවා මේක පරම්පරාවෙන් මට උරුම වෙච්ච දෙයක්, මේක මගේ මේ තාත්තගෙන් තාත්තට ගියපු එකක්, මේක මට තාත්තගෙන් ආපු එකක්, මේක මගේ මුතුන් මිත්තන්ගේ කියලා කියනවා. But reality, are there any sort of document or any sort of theory that how we allocated that particular resource? දැන් අපි මේ ඉන්න ඉඩම, අපි දැන් ඔයාලා ඉන්න ඉඩම අපි කොහේ හරි මේ ඒක ලියලා තියෙනවාද? ඒ කියන්නේ අපි ඔප්පු තියනවා. Deeds are there, but there are no any theories how we have obtained that particular land. So it's a natural particular land. But over the years, we used that particular land. Our ancestors, they used that land. Because of that, we used to say, yes, this is my land. This is my heritage. So it's a private. So people themselves, they put certain certain restriction. They put certain barriers, right? And creates incentive for conservation and improvement of resource. So, since it's a private property, the most of the people who owns that property, they themselves they have certain regulation mechanism to conserve that particular land. අපි කවුරුත් කැමති නැහැ අපිට තියෙන ඉඩමක වෙන කවුරු හරි ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නවට. අපි කවුරුත් කැමති නැහැ වෙන ඉඩමක්, ඒ කියන්නේ අපේ ඉඩමකට අපි ඒක ඒ වල් වැදිලා එහෙ පිරීලා යන්න අපි දෙන්න කැමති නැහැ. ඒක නිසා අපි regulation mechanism එකක් තියෙනවා. Right? But when it comes to common property resource means a resource that is collectively or publicly owned and allocated under a system of unrestricted access or as self-regulated by users. So this is a common property. Common property means there are no owners. There are no specific owners. All of us or all the community members collectively own that particular land, publicly owned land. And restriction, there are no any restrictions. Access is unlimited. But given the condition, regulations are there. Self-regulations are there. Where everyone owns the property together. Public property ekakadi, everyone owns the property together. Public. So there are no any owners, single owners. Right? Create incentives for overuse, the phenomenon known as the tragedy of the common. So now the pathetic situation is, so in the private properties we have certain mechanisms to protect the land, but in the common properties, since all are having ownership to particular land, there are no any restrictions. Even though we assume that self-regulation mechanism is there, but sometimes some people do not follow that restrictions or follow that instructions. Because of that, sometimes those people overuse those properties. This phenomenon we call as the tragedy of the commons. Right? So this is the final slide, right? So which is what we call as the tragedy of the commons, right? So this is a very creative picture, right? So here you can see this is a common land, right? So this land is used by few animals right now. Okay, so three animals are there, right? So use of the commons is below the carrying capacity of the land. So since they are using it and managing it very well, all users benefit. They get the maximum benefit from this particular land. However, one or more are coming to this particular land and they are overusing this particular land. Then what will happen? Now this land becomes degraded. It becomes degraded, right? Because few parties are overusing or over-consuming this particular land and no self-restrictions at all. And if this continues, what will happen? Ultimately, this land will not, we won't be able to use this land anymore. That may be a barren land. No one will be able to use this land because no restrictions, no mechanism, people are overusing. So this is what we call as the tragedy of the commons. So in the development process, what we need to ensure whether we have certain restrictions, common mechanism to protect the environment, or else if we left it as it is, and if we overuse that land, then what will happen? We will face the tragedy of the commons, right? So in the future we won't be able to use that land once we use in the past. Okay, so that will happen. So this is what we really need to think when we do the development process, right? Okay, so that is what I need to discuss with you today. So yes, I guess you have learned a lot, right? So yes, and so today morning onwards, we have discussed the concept of development and concept of the economic growth and the economic development, and we discuss the differences between the economic growth and the development, and at the same time we look at the economic indicators, the maybe development indicators to measure the economic aspects, to measure the social aspects, at the same time the environmental aspects as well. And finally we talk about some other concepts like poverty, like food security, and at the same time the environmental aspects related to the economy, right? So that's all what I need to discuss with you today. And if you have any question or any if you need to make any clarification, now it's time. At the same time, if you wish, there is another sort of a particular this is not an activity, this is your final thoughts. So final thoughts regarding today's session. So you are free to visit the Mentimeter and use this particular code, and you can put your response there. So it is not an activity, it's a free thought, right? So let me just one final I will just put it that one. So I know, so you have actually most of you are actively participated, and even some gave me responses directly. So I'm really happy with that one. So continue your good momentum. So this is a very good and very sort of a good interactive session, I would say, right? So if you have any questions, so any clarifications, if you need any, if you wish any clarifications, you can ask, right? Okay, in the meantime, you can you can forward your feedback using the Mentimeter, right? Okay, right. So thank you very much, and maybe this is the so yes, I'm taking only one session. So next session will be taken by Dr. Anjali. So I wish you all the very best. Okay, right.